Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of that side character. Enjoy! Your feet pounded the pavement as you raced down the side street, mind going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Late. Again. Why am I always late? Is it because I'm the protagonist? I don't want to be the main character anymore. I want to be a side character, or a dog. Dogs have the best life. Okay, focus. Shortcut. I need a shortcut. Your eyes flicked to the right, and you quickly scanned the fence line as you ran, mentally mapping the road running parallel on the other side of these buildings that would line you up best with the back fence of the school. 1, 2, 3. Yes, that one! Taking a slightly wider arc as you ran, you swung out and then turned and lined yourself up directly with the brick fence in front of you now, and lunged at it, stretching as far up as you could to grab the top of the fence to pull yourself up. Yes! I am Cat! With the momentum of your run and jump still in play, you pulled yourself up, did a press up, and then jumped and landed down on the grass on the other side. Oh shoot, what if they have a dog? You hadn't thought this through, obviously, landing in some random's backyard. Taking off again at a dead sprint at the opposite end of the yard, you called upon every fibre of your being to help you jump high enough to grab the top of the other brick fence lining that side. Think light thoughts! You hollered out loud, throwing yourself at the bricks and somehow managing to grab just enough of a handful of the top of the fence to pull yourself up and throw a leg over. It was a bit of a scramble, but you made it, with scratched up legs and all, then dropped down on the other side and ran for the back fence of the school, which, thankfully, was a wooden one that was half bent over. Definitely not from your constant jumping over it and knocking it sideways. Okay, yeah, it was. With that last hurdle cleared, and whacked with your shoe, knocking the wooden fence that little bit further over again, you sprinted across the school oval with your hands in the air. Yes, bitches! Zombies could never catch me. I am Speed! You shouted across the vacant oval and into the pretty much empty school. Slowing to a jog, you got to the stairs and started the climb, panting like mad as you stepped up the last step and dragged yourself to your locker. Oh, God, you wheezed. I wish I had a second set of lungs so I could swap these out when they died on me, like they usually do. Who died? Your classmate asked as she approached you. I did, you wheezed. When? Now. No, you didn't. You're here in front of me. I'm a ghost. Okay, well, can you hurry up? We can't start the committee meeting without you, and you're taking forever, she said impatiently. Wait, you grunted, pushing your hands into the bottom of your bag to find your keys. I'm trying to find Jeff. Who's Jeff? My keys. You named your keys Jeff? She asked with one eyebrow raised. Yeah, you replied, giving her a look that said, don't you name your keys? While you maintained eye contact with her, your swishing hand got more and more agitated when it couldn't locate the keys, and you let out an anguished cry of annoyance. Where the bloody hell? Then you promptly upended the bag on top of your head to see if you could locate the keys with your eyes, while literally everything fell out of your bag onto you. Then once everything had fallen out, you shoved the bag down on your head. What the hell? The classmate yelped. Go and start the stupid committee meeting. I don't want to be there anyway. I never asked to be on it, you yelled from inside your upended school bag. You're on the committee as punishment from the teacher, remember? The classmate yelled, hoping it would get through the thickness of the bag to your ears. Punishment? You scoffed, pulling the bag off and then shaking it upside down. I told the truth. No, you were asked to stay back and clean the classroom, and then when the teacher came back and asked if you were done, you said yes, and then you left. But the teacher said the room was still a mess. So when you were questioned the next day, she asked you why you hadn't cleaned the room, and you said, but you asked if I was done, and I was done and wanted to go home, so I left. And she said that was inappropriate, and then you got in trouble. Yeah, but if she had asked if I had finished cleaning the room, she would have gotten a better answer. It's not my fault she chose the wrong wording. Where the hell is Jeff? When did you see them last? The classmate asked with an angry sigh, annoyed that this was taking so long. This morning. Did you leave them at home? She asked. No, I definitely know I had them with me when I left because I accidentally dropped them and then I punted them into the door and then apologized to the door. You apologized to a door? Yeah, don't you? Poor door. The classmate blinked at you, then shook her head. Okay, whatever, so you had them. Then you came to school. What happened on the way to school? Well, I was running because I'm the main character, and then I took a shortcut because reasons, and I jumped a fence, and then the other one, and fudge nuggets and soggy waffle cones. What? She asked. Damn. You felt your pockets, and then looked out over the oval towards the back fence where you had jumped it. Must have fallen out when I jumped the fence. Well, go and look for them then, the classmate snapped. You grunted, and then crouched down to replace all of the stuff into your school bag again, but your classmate stopped you. No! Go get your keys. I'll pack your bag. Go! Yes, sir! You suddenly shouted, jumping up and saluting, then clicking your heels before turning and bolting for the stairs. Earlier that morning, Kenma Kozume had been sitting in his room by the window, playing his PSP, as was his usual habit. Then something human fell over his back fence and ran across his yard. From where he sat, he got a clear view of you sprinting at the opposite fence, screaming, "Think light thoughts," before throwing yourself at the fence. It had been enough of a ruckus for him to have stopped what he was doing to watch, and that's when he saw your lanyarded keys fall from your pocket and into the garden on his side of the fence, just before you disappeared over the other side and ran off. Oh, her keys. She might need them, he had thought, looking from the window back down to his game, where his character had just been decapitated by the boss on that level. He scrunched his nose with annoyance, then restarted the level, aiming to get to the boss and clear it before having to go to school. You ran back across the oval and stopped at the bent over wooden fence and looked down, looking around to see if you could find Jeff anywhere. Dear Jeff wasn't there, so you jumped the rickety wooden fence and checked on the other side. Still no Jeff. You were so engrossed in looking for your keys that you completely missed a boy from your class sitting cross-legged on the grass with his back up against the brick fence, and you milled around a bit and then looked up towards where you had jumped down from the brick fence, intending to climb it and look for your keys on the other side. It was then that you saw the guy and you stopped in your tracks. Ah, damn it. I can't jump the fence with him there. It will look like I'm going to rob the place. You looked down at your school clothes and then back up. Oh, well, I mean, maybe not, because who robs a place in their school clothes? But still. You pretended to be really interested in something else on the ground and crouched down to inspect a moss patch a little closer. Maybe he'll leave soon. You looked up at him. He was still deeply engrossed in his gaming device, and you thought that maybe he hadn't seen you since he hadn't looked up at all. Maybe I can climb the wall a little way down and then crawl across like a cat. I've always wanted to do that. Oh wait, I'm in a skirt. You looked down again, and then poked at a piece of bark with your finger. Should I just ask him to move? You stood up and turned to face him, and then walked over. Hey, you greeted him. He looked up at you, and then back down at his handheld console again. Can you move? I'm looking for Jeff. He looked up at you again, and then nodded, and then stood up and stepped aside, leaning with his back against the wall. You eyed him, and then looked up at the wall, then down on the ground, and then stepped back a little. I don't think I can get back up that high, you thought, staring up at the wall. Well, not without a run-up. You looked back over your shoulder to see if you had room behind you for a sprint. The guy still hadn't moved on, and you were a little agitated that he was standing there still. Well, he may as well help me, you thought as you looked at him. Hey, he said again, can you boost me up this wall? I need to find Jeff. He paused his game and looked at you from behind his long blonde fringe with black roots. Who's Jeff? He asked. My keys, you replied. Oh, he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling your keys out. Jeff! You gasped with delight and then snatched them from his hand. Ah, my Jeff! And then, without even so much as a thank you, you turned and bolted back towards the half-bent-over fence and cleared it easily, and then raced back across the oval for the second time that morning. Your lack of manners was lost on Kenma, though. He had gone back to playing his game the second the keys had left his hand, unfazed by your unintentional rudeness. Needless to say, you were a half hour late to the committee meeting and got in trouble again. You had convinced yourself that aside from the teacher hating your guts, maybe she was just lonely and liked your company, so kept picking on you to give you detention so that she had someone with her when she stayed back at school in the afternoon? Like, that was the only logical explanation for your getting in trouble all the time. Nothing else made sense. The fact that you had gotten Jeff back and then gotten in trouble had occupied the majority of your thoughts that day at school, so you hadn't even thought to thank the guy who had returned your beloved Jeff to your hands. It was 3:03 a.m. the next morning that you suddenly remembered the quiet guy and woke with a start. Thank you! You shouted into your dark bedroom. I need to thank him, you said, turning to your bedside table where a pad and pen were always set up. You would wake at the weirdest of times most nights and suddenly remember something or feel the urge to write something down, so the pad and pen were set there permanently for such occasions as these. Not bothering to turn the lights on to see what you were writing, you scribbled out a "Thank Jeff dude" and then promptly fell back asleep. The next morning your alarm woke you up at the 6 a.m. usual, and you started your day, getting everything ready for school and then checking that note that you had written in the early hours of the morning. I remember writing something, but I don't remember what I wrote, you thought as you wandered back into your room to get the note. It had something like TMKJSSS and then dude being the only legible word on the note. What the hell's this supposed to mean? You wondered, scratching your head, but deciding to take it with you just in case it jogged your memory. Off to school you went, having enough time to take the proper route to school and walking in just a few minutes before the first bell. Wanting to put the note where you would see it and hopefully remember what it meant, you stuck it to the inside back of your locker with some blue tack, and then got your stuff and closed your locker door. As you stepped back, you bumped into someone and spun around to apologise immediately. Oh my god, sorry, are you okay? Two cat-like irises looked dolefully at you from behind a blonde fringe and you paused. Then everything suddenly clicked. Thank Jeff! You shouted, pointing at the poor guy who gave you a confused look. Sorry, I mean, dude, thank dude! He still remained frozen, both hands on his PSP, as he stared at you, so you spun back to your locker and wrenched the locker door open and pointed to your scribbled note that was stuck to the back of your locker. Thank Jeff, dude, you said proudly. See, I knew I'd remember at some point. The poor guy just stood there bewildered. Thanks, you said again with a grin. Thank you for finding my keys. My name's Yin. Kenma, he replied softly. You put your hand out to shake his, and he looked down at it, and then he gripped his PSP a little harder, so you pulled your hand back and just waved instead. That's cool, I'll just wave, you said with a stupid grin on your face. He looked at you again, and then looked back down at his handheld and walked on, not engaging one bit more as he left you standing there watching him leave. What an odd guy, you thought as you watched him make his way down the hallway, weaving in and out of people while still playing his game. With a shrug, you turned back and closed your locker door, and then started off in the same direction as him towards your first class. Stepping up into the classroom, you walked to your seat and dropped your things down on it, and then sat down and stared at the whiteboard ahead. Wait, like ice cream? I like ice cream. I'm going to get some on break today, but I prefer the ice cream from the corner store because it's better there, and it's a bit away from the school, so I'll have to run. I'm good at running and jumping. I jumped that fence. Kenma. Yin! You jumped, snapping back to the present, looking at the teacher who was staring directly at you. Yeah? You asked bluntly. Please, come to the front of the class and read the first part of the book today, she said, clicking her fingers to get you to hurry up. You got up and walked to the front and then stood there. Book! Yin! Get your book! She said in an exasperated tone, pointing back to your desk. Oh, yeah, you mumbled, turning back around to get it. Honestly, Yin, pay attention and stop spacing out all the time, she muttered as you happily got your book and then walked back to the front of the classroom. You spun around to face the class and grinned stupidly at everyone as you flicked the book open in your hands. Just as you were about to start reading, you spotted a familiar person at the back of the room and made a noise of recognition. Yin, the teacher snapped again. Read! Oh, right, you said, dropping your gaze from the petrified-looking blonde-haired guy who you'd incorrectly named Jeff to your book and started reading. From the back of the room, Kenma sighed with relief. Oh, I thought she was going to call my name and then everyone would have looked at me, he thought, the image of everyone turning in their seats to stare at him making his whole body tingle with absolute terror. Unfortunately, you never got your ice cream in break. Instead, you got a lecture about paying attention in class, and by the end of the day you felt like you had earned that damn ice cream. Hey Yin, see you tomorrow, a classmate called to you as you grabbed your bag, shoved a few books and stuff into it, and then threw it over your shoulder and headed for the stairs. Yeah, see ya, ice cream, you said back to the classmate, not even bothering to look at them as the thought of ice cream consumed your mind. Down the stairs you jumped, then off you ran towards the front gates, but movement in the corner of your eye stopped you when you saw a lone person walking across the oval by themselves. You stopped and looked at them. Jeff! You suddenly screamed, turning and racing towards the back of the person. Jeff, better known as Kenma, was knees deep in a difficult level on his PSP, and hadn't heard your yell, nor recognised it as a call to him, and kept walking with his head down, eyes glued on his screen. Hey! You called brightly as you got up beside him, your sudden voice making him jump with fright, nearly dropping his console. He looked at you, cowering slightly away from you. To be honest, your loudness scared him a little. He didn't quite know how to take you. It's, Kenma, right? You said with a smile. I never asked how you found my keys. He blinked and looked back down at his game in hand. They were on the ground, he said softly. Oh, yeah, okay. At the brick fence where you were sitting when I came over, you said, falling in step beside him as he started to walk again. He shook his head while he still looked down at his game. No, on the other side. He corrected you. Oh, wait, how do you know that they were on the other side? You asked curiously. Because that's my backyard you ran through, and they fell into the garden as you climbed over the fence. He replied, still looking at his game. Your backyard... Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. I was running late and needed to take a shortcut. You apologised, pulling a face. Hey, but now that we're friends, I can use it, right? Never know when you're running late to school and need that life-saving cheat code. Kenma had zoned out within the first few parts of your sentence, and to be honest, once you had finally stopped talking, you had completely vanished from his mind altogether. It was only when he walked up his front steps and unlocked his front door that he realised that you were still beside him. Wow, this is a nice house. Which room's yours? You asked brightly. It's at the back of the house, right? Because you saw me in the backyard, unless you were in the kitchen or something and looked out the window instead. What does your room look like? But Kenma had very swiftly entered his house and had closed the front door on you quickly, like he was escaping from a fly that had been buzzing around him. You stopped, staring at the white wooden door that had been closed in your face. Ice cream, you said suddenly, remembering your original mission, the quest for cold, creamy goodness, and turned, dashing off in the direction of the corner store. The next morning, Kenma was in his room, sitting on his bed with his back against his bedroom wall, when he suddenly heard the most horrifying sound in the world, your voice screaming his name. Terrified, he dropped his PSP and grabbed his pillow, throwing it over his head and dropping his face to his bed. His heartbeat was thumping wildly and he stayed deathly still, praying that you would just leave him be. Then he suddenly had a thought. Her voice is so loud. She's close. Where is she? Slowly he pulled the pillow off his head and looked up at his window to his backyard. Kenma, come on! You'll be late for school and get a detention. Like me. I'm in there so often I may as well live in that room, you shouted. Gingerly he crawled along his bed to the window and glanced down over the sill into his backyard. There you were, standing there with hands cupped to your mouth, standing on his grass. You saw his head slowly rise up from his windowsill, and you couldn't help likening him to a cat with its ears back, peeking out at something outside. Kenma, I can see you, you called happily, waving at him. He shrank back down and you laughed. Come on, get out here. I'm not leaving until you do. I can sing the national anthem for you. Will that help? Actually, wait, I just learned the Australian national anthem. You want to hear it? Here it is. Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are... Just as soon as you had started, Kenma appeared at his back door. Oh, you're here, you said with a smile. Let's go. And you turned to the brick fence of his yard and sized it up, ready to try and clamber over it, but Kenma's voice stopped you. I'm going through the front door. And with that he turned and walked away, closing the door behind him and then locking it. Oh, well, looks like I'm going over the fence then, you said out loud to yourself. You turned and jogged away from the fence in question, then turned and sprinted back towards it, full tilt, and jumped. Your fingers missed the top of the bricks, and you slid back down, grazing your arms in the process. Ah, damn it, you grunted, dusting your palms off and looking at them to see if there was any blood from them being scraped on the bricks, but they were fine, so you tried again, and missed again. Kenma had walked out of his front door and had locked it behind him, then headed around the corner of his house to take the shortcut across the back of the oval, expecting to see you waiting there for him on the other side of the fence. But as he walked along, PSP in hand, he suddenly realised that you weren't there. Kenma! He heard you shout. Then he heard you banging on his back door. Over here, he called apathetically. There was a break of silence, then you replied. Oh, you're there. I'm going to chuck my bag over first, then I'm going to jump, you called, your bag hurling over the fence and nearly clocking him in the side of the head as it plummeted from the height. He jumped back and looked up with annoyance at the brick fence, wondering what he did to deserve your bumbling self suddenly thrust into his life. A split second after your bag had landed, he suddenly saw your hand and a leg as you threw yourself up on top of the wall. Hey, you greeted brightly, smiling down at him like nothing was happening. I swear this fence is bigger on this side than it is on the other side. I can get over the other side easily, but this side is just harder, you grunted. Swinging both legs over, you swiveled on your tummy and then slid down a little way and then dropped down to the ground with a hiss of pain. Ow, you whispered, looking at your hands and forearms and seeing the scratches and light bleeding from scrubbing your hands and arms on the brickwork. Kenma had gone back to playing his game. You looked at him and then picked up your bag from the ground and slung it over your shoulder, arm still stinging with pain. Silently you turned and Kenma fell in step beside you and you headed to the half-fallen wooden fence together at the back of the school and jumped over. The pain in your arms had subdued you a little, and you said nothing else to the blonde classmate as you crossed the oval. Then you parted ways to go to your locker. Kenma had just finished the level and turned his PSP off to get his books from his locker when he remembered that you hadn't said anything to him from the walk that spanned the oval to the stairs, and he stopped and looked down the hall towards where your locker was. You had pulled your books out and had them in one hand as you looked down at the forearm of your other hand, pulling a face at it and shaking it. Kenma sighed with annoyance. I can't ignore that she's hurt her arm, he thought, getting his books and tucking his console into his pocket. He closed his locker and then walked back towards you. You were too busy thinking about getting to class that you almost ran into him, while still looking down at your arm. "Oh!" you exclaimed when he stopped you. "Let's see," he said, taking your wrist and turning the underside of your arm up to him. "It's fine," you said. "No, it's not," he replied, looking down at the pretty decent length of brick grazing that ran from your wrist to the crease of your elbow. "You need to go to the nurse." "Nah, it's cool," you said, shaking your wrist out of his grip. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "Sting? Yeah, stings. There's only been one other time that I've hurt my arm like this bad before. Okay, maybe 2 times, but it's fine, let's go." He grabbed your wrist again and you stopped. "No, get it bandaged or it could get an infection or something," he said, pulling you in the opposite direction of the classroom towards the nurse's office. You complained all the way there, but you begrudgingly let him take you, hanging your head as he pulled you to the nurse's door and stopped. You were expecting him to knock, but he didn't, and you looked up at him to see what he was doing, but he was just standing there staring at the door. "Why aren't you knocking?" you whispered to him. "You know what, let's just go. I've already told you heaps of times, it's fine. It doesn't need a band-aid or whatever." "You knock," he whispered back to you. "No, I don't want to," you replied in a hushed whisper. "The nurse doesn't like me, so let's go." Just then the nurse opened the door and saw you both standing there. "I thought I heard voices," she said, looking from Kenma to you. "What do you want?" "I'm fine," you said briskly. "Let's go, Kenma." But as you turned and pulled away, he held you firmly. "She hurt her arm," he said softly to the nurse. "Where?" the nurse asked with a very uncaring look on her face. "Here," he said, turning your arm over to show the nurse while you looked away with a sullen look on your face. "How'd this happen? Doing something silly again, Yin? I told you I wouldn't treat any ridiculous injuries that you sustained from being stupid," she said bluntly. "I'm fine," you said in an obviously hurt voice. Kenma, adhering the tone in your voice, glanced at your side profile from behind his curtain fringe, then to the nurse. Feeling the heat of embarrassment rising inside you, you yanked your arm away from his grip and took off running, leaving him standing there with the nurse. The nurse huffed her displeasure and shook her head and then closed the screen door on Kenma, leaving him standing there peering out at you from under the safety of his hair as you ran away. She doesn't like being ridiculed, he thought to himself as he started slowly after you. You kept your head down as you ran and made a straight line, as possible, to the classroom, to your desk, and then sat down. But unfortunately the teacher was already in the classroom and she called your name as your back seat hit the seat. You cringed and hesitantly looked up at her. "Late again, Yin, I see. See me after class," she said, looking down her nose at you. You slumped into your seat and exhaled sharply out of your nose as you looked to your left, to the closest window. Why is everyone out to get me? You thought dejectedly, a hot tear trickling from the corner of your eye, but you wiped it before anyone noticed. As you kept looking out the window, you saw movement at the back of the room and turned your head back to see Kenma silently slip in and take his seat. The teacher said nothing. Either she didn't see him, or she did and chose not to say anything. You sighed again, and then turned back to stare down at the book in front of you at your desk. It was hard focusing in class that day. You were upset. It wasn't easy being you sometimes. After school that day, you grabbed your bag from your locker and headed for the front gates. Suddenly there was someone beside you, and you looked, then did a double take and looked again. It was Kenma, on his PSP. "Oh," you said when you recognized him. "Hi, Kenma." He didn't say anything, but the vibe just felt comfortable, so you didn't feel like it needed a reply. Silently you walked together, lost in your own worlds. "How's your arm?" Kenma asked after the longest time. His game was loading, so he had a chance to talk while he waited for it. "It's fine, for the 20th time. It's the only answer I'll ever give you if you ask about my arm," you replied, semi-grumpily. You were a little annoyed at him insisting that you go to the nurse when you knew she was going to be a bitch about you turning up there. "Why doesn't the nurse like you?" he asked. I don't know, she's an ugly old hag with no husband. She takes pleasure in making me feel like an ant that she can squish and humiliate, and yeah. You looked over at him, but his game had loaded by then, and he was staring intently at the screen while his fingers worked the buttons nimbly. You sighed and looked up ahead, spotting a bright red bird sitting in the tree by the side of the path. Oh, you cooed happily. A bird. It's pretty. As you got closer to the bird, you dropped your bag down and promptly lay on the pavement. Your sudden disappearance from beside Kenma made him stop and look to see where you had gone, looking around first before looking down by his feet to where you had laid down. Next minute you let out the loudest, weirdest bird-like screech, and his form prickled with sudden surprise and fear. The red bird tilted its head to the side so it could see you better, and flew down onto the wall nearby to get a better look at this creature that was lying on the ground making weird noises. You giggled and made the noise again. Kenma stood dead still, his eyes flicking from you to the bird, and then back to you. It's pretty, you said again. Isn't it, Kenma? See, look, the feathers around its eyes are slightly redder, in a lighter red, like it has glasses on, but without the part across the nose. He looked at the bird and then nodded. Yeah, he said softly, but although he spoke softly, it must have been enough to frighten the bird, and it flew away, much to your dismay. Aw, bye, birdie, you called to the bird as you got up and grabbed your bag, and then kept walking like nothing had happened. Kenma turned and followed you, going back to playing his game. Your mind had been consumed by the bird now, and you walked on ahead, feeling a little happier. Hey, Kenma called to you, and you stopped with surprise when you heard his voice behind you. Yeah? You asked, turning around. My mum has bandages, he said, pointing to his house that you had just passed. Kenma, I said I'm fine, you said stiffly. Just come here, he said, his feline irises staring you down. Ugh, you groaned, looking up at the sky while dropping your shoulders. Fine, you moaned, dragging your feet back to him. He unlocked his front door and walked in with you behind him. While he was walking purposefully to the kitchen to get the first aid box, you snooped and scooped everything out in the hallway. Is this you as a baby? You squealed with delight, looking at a photo of him on the side table in the hall. He ran back and grabbed the vintage picture and then slammed it face first on the table. What? You whined with a smile. It's cute. Your hair was so short. He didn't say anything, just took your wrist and dragged you to the kitchen and made you sit on the stool there so he could fix your arm. Why are you even doing this? You asked him as he pulled things out to bandage your arm. Because that nurse should have done it, but she was mean instead, he replied. Well, not a lot of people like me, but whatever, you replied honestly. I've been told I talk too much. I'm irresponsible, I don't pay attention, I'm annoying, I don't know when to leave. What else? You paused with hands raised, fingers curled over, listing things that people had said to you over the years. Kenma didn't say anything as you talked. He just got the balm to rub gently onto your arm and then bandaged it up. It's fine though, I'm used to not having friends, they just end up leaving anyway, so it's better to be alone, right? You said to him, still continuing on from your previous comments. He nodded. He fixed your arm up as best he could and then packed the box away while you stayed up on the stool, sitting happily there. He closed the cupboard door and then stood up and walked off to get his bag, and you jumped off the stool and then followed him as he headed for the stairs to go to his room. For some reason he had thought that you would just leave after he fixed you up, but when you spoke from behind him, just inside his room upstairs, he jumped so hard he almost dropped his PSP. Oh wow, you really can see your backyard from here, you said, running over to his window to look out. You looked left and then right multiple times, humming before letting out a confirmatory noise. Yep, that right brick fence there is definitely taller than the left, you said with a firm head nod. You can go now, Kenma suddenly said from behind you. Oh, but I really don't want to, you said. We're friends, so I can stay for a little, right? I know I just said that thing about friends before, but you're cool. You turned back to his window and stared out again. Have you tried to jump your back fence? You asked him. You turned back around to see if he was going to reply, but he had already gotten himself happily set up on his bed and was consumed in his game again. Knowing you weren't going to get much of a conversation out of him now, you walked to your bag and pulled your homework out to do something at least. You were never very good at getting homework done, but finally you finished it and rolled onto your back from your stomach where you had been lying on the floor. Finished! You hollered at the top of your lungs, letting all that extra penned-up energy out through your voice. You rolled back onto your stomach and grinned at Kenma, who was giving you a shocked look from his bed. He had forgotten that you were there. I'm going to go home, okay? See you tomorrow, you said, packing your bag and leaving. It all happened so quickly that it left Kenma a little bewildered. So weird, he thought as he looked back down at his game as your footsteps disappeared off down the stairs. The next morning you jumped the fence into Kenma's backyard and ran over to look up at his window. "Kenma, open your back door so I can walk through. I'm not jumping the fence today." You were watching his curtains, but they didn't move, so you screamed out again. "Kenma!" Still no movement. "I'll sing the anthem again. Australians, all let us rejoice." Just then the back door to his house slid open, and you looked from his window, on the second story, to the door on the lower level and grinned. "Oh, you're quicker this time," you said happily as you walked towards him. "Why don't you just go to school the normal way? Why do you keep jumping into my backyard?" he asked in a softly annoyed voice as you marched into his house. "Because I can easily jump that side of your fence," you said, pointing to your right, which was towards his left side fence when you were looking out of his bedroom window. "But I can't clear the other one with my arm like this." You held your right arm up to show him. "Feels much better, by the way, thanks. Okay, come on, let's go." Kenma scrunched his nose a little, but followed anyway, tagging along behind you as you left his house. You waited for him while he locked his front door. Then you headed on to school together, with you talking to thin air about all kinds of things, and he played his game, not listening to a word you said. Once at school you parted ways and went to your locker, then headed to class. You felt happier that day. You had a friend, someone who didn't seem to be bothered by your presence. That afternoon you got your bag and books and then walked to Kenma's locker to wait for him to finish his after-school cleaning duties so you could walk home together. You saw him come out from the classroom and you smiled at him. "Done?" you asked happily as you moved out of the way so he could get to his locker. He nodded and opened his locker to get his bag and then pulled his PSP from his pocket and turned it on. "What game is that?" you asked him. "Monster Hunter," he replied, watching the little loading screen whir to life. "Fun?" you asked. He nodded. "I don't play games much. I can't focus enough to complete any missions," you admitted. "I just can't stay focused, full stop. To be honest, I always get sidetracked. There's always something else. Ice cream! Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about the ice cream. I want one now. Okay, I'm gonna go, okay? See you later," you said before dashing off to the corner store before it closed for the night. Kenma looked up as you took off. Then he looked back down his PSP just as it started again where he'd left off, and as the game continued, he started tapping the keys, forgetting all about you. Happily, he headed home by himself and went up to his room, his peace and serenity. It was about 10 minutes later that he heard a sudden yell from the backyard and his face fell as he placed his hands, still holding the PSP, in his lap and looked up towards the window that had the curtains parted. "Kenma!" you shouted. "Go away," he groaned internally. "Are you there?" you shouted. He stayed completely still, refusing to breathe just in case you somehow heard him, and climbed up the side of his house. All went quiet, and he strained his ears to hear if you were still there, but it was completely silent outside, so he let out a small relieved sigh and went back to playing his game. Another 2 minutes passed, when all of a sudden he heard your voice again, but this time just outside his window, and he jumped so hard he dropped his PSP. "Oh, you are home," you said with delight, standing on the roof of his back porch, smiling at him through his closed window. "Let me in. Does this window open?" He got up, walked over to it, and then pulled the blind down, with much protesting from you. "Kenma, they're so mean. Let me in. I still have my ice cream in hand." You continued to chat away to him through the closed window as you sat down on the windowsill and finished your ice cream while watching the sunset. "How did you even get up on my roof?" his mild voice asked through the window. "I climbed up," you replied with a shrug, taking another chomp out of the side of your cool, sugary treat. Silence fell as you ate your long-awaited food. Then once you had finished, you stretched, then yawned, and then started down the roof tiles to where you had climbed up. "See ya!" you shouted back at him, skidding down on your backside to the edge of the roof before gingerly letting your right foot down onto the brick fence before leaning your weight onto it, and once you were balanced, letting your left foot down as well, slowly moving along it in a semi-crouched position. You were too focused on getting down without hurting yourself that you didn't see Kenma peek out from behind the blinds to check on you. He wasn't sure if he was mildly concerned for your safety or if he wanted to make sure that you had actually left this time. "Oh, finally I can be alone with my game," he thought, settling back in his comfy spot and continuing his game well into the night. The following morning you were up early, ready to go and find Kenma, but this time he was waiting out the front of his house as you jogged up to him, so you didn't have to scale any fences. "Oh, hey!" you greeted brightly. "Did you sleep well? You're up early. I was just about to jump the fence to get you, but now I don't need to." Kenma was face first into his PSP again, so you just smiled into the top of his two-toned head and turned to walk to school with him beside you. It was another usual boring day. Your arm was feeling much better now, so you'd taken the bandages off, and it had started to get a little itchy, unfortunately, so that was occupying most of your mind, desperately trying to not scratch out or pick the scabs off. Needless to say, by the time the end of school came, you were ready to go home so you could do something else to distract yourself from dragging your nails down your arm. The second the bell rang, you grabbed your bag from your locker and then collected your books and turned towards Kenma's locker, expecting to see him there. But he wasn't. Oh, that's odd. I didn't see his name on the board for clean-up duty. You walked back to the classroom to check, and nope, he wasn't there. You pondered where he could be while walking back to his locker. Maybe he's gone home without me? No, he wouldn't do that. Would he? You stopped outside his locker again and looked at the bag rack above it. It was empty, which meant he had already taken his bag. He did leave without me, you thought, appalled by this revelation. Ready to give him a piece of your mind, you turned and ran for the stairs, jumping from the top to the middle platform, then again to the ground, ready to run all the way to his house, which wasn't far. It was as you went to take a shortcut across the oval that you heard the squeaking of shoes on the volleyball court inside the school gym, that you stopped. I haven't heard people in the gym for a while. I wonder who's there. Curiosity got the better of you, and you turned to jog over to the door to look in. It was the Nakoma boys' volleyball team, and they were doing drills. You knew the school had a volleyball team, but you weren't into sports much, so you didn't pay any attention to any of the guys on the team, until you saw Kenma, front and centre, and you screamed with joy and surprise. Kenma! Your voice echoed loud and clear into the large gym, and everyone stopped to look, except Kenma. Kenma! You called again, stepping inside and dropping your bag down by the door. Hey, she's talking to you, Puddinghead, the black-haired captain of the volleyball team said as he nudged the shorter blonde. I know, Kenma replied in a soft voice, but he didn't show you his face, so you couldn't see what expression he had on. So you gonna reply? The captain asked with a smirk as he eyed your happy self. No, Kenma replied, still with his back to you. Hey, one of the other teammates called to you. How do you know Kenma? We're friends, you said back happily. We're in the same class. Oh, friends, another teased. We're not friends, Kenma said in an annoyed and embarrassed voice. Your face fell slightly as you looked at the back of his head, that hurt feeling creeping into your chest. As you stood there, your mind pulled up the image of him shutting the blinds on you yesterday, and you put two and two together and read the signs of rejection loud and clear. It's what they all did to you eventually, just shut you out. Oh, okay, you said in a soft voice, turning back to get your bag at the door and leave. Now you've done it, Puddinghead, the captain teased Kenma as he disappeared. You've made her sad, and she seemed like a lot of fun. For you, maybe, Kenma said in an annoyed voice. She just follows me everywhere. Maybe because she likes you. She's pretty cute too, another teammate commented. I don't care, Kenma replied, staring down at the ground. Hurry up and play. The team reassembled and got back to the game, but Kenma's mind was on you now. He hadn't meant to say that. Well, he kinda had, but he hadn't meant for it to hurt you. It was hard for his introverted self to make friends, and on top of that, being with people sucked the life from him. He sighed angrily as he set the ball up for a teammate to spike. Now I have to apologise, he thought to himself as he waited for the next chance to set the ball up. You dragged your feet across the grass to the back of the oval and climbed over the fence there, not caring if it scraped your legs or tilted over more. If you got yelled at, well, that was a normal daily routine anyway, so what difference would it make? I'm such an idiot. Why do I do this to myself? You asked as you kicked at a rock that was just off to the left of the line that you'd chosen to walk. Being human's stupid and hard. Why can't I be more likeable? Why do people find me annoying? How come other people's friends can be around each other all the time, but with me it's, I can only be around you for a little bit at a time? Sudden tears slipped down your cheeks, and you quickly wiped them away so you could see where you were walking, your mind pulling up a particularly painful memory when your so-called friends group had all caught up together to go shopping and had not invited you. You found out when you'd bumped into them at the shops and asked with curiosity why they hadn't invited you to come. It's because you're a sometimes friend, one said with cruel straightforwardness. Yeah, another added in. I don't know what it is, but you're just kind of annoying, but we still tolerate you because you're okay sometimes. Your heart twisted as you recalled that, and then straight away replayed Kenma's voice. We're not friends. You hung your head even more and let out a little whimpering cry, not caring now if anyone heard you. You'd been well and truly shattered. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't trust anyone, you thought as you cried your way home with your head down. You didn't go to school the next day. If you got expelled, who cares? No one cared about you anyway. It would be better for the entire school if you didn't come back anyway. They were probably looking for a reason to kick you out. Well, here it was, 1 day absent. You rolled over in bed and stared at your clock, trying to use your latent superpowers to make the second hand start ticking backwards. You could have sworn you made it happen once, and you'd been trying to make it do it again, but it never had. Annoyed that it wasn't working, you rolled onto your back and stared at the ceiling, then at your wall, then at your door. I'll get myself some food at least, you thought as you got up. While you were on your way to the kitchen, you suddenly remembered that you had worked at an animal shelter during summer break, and they had told you if you ever wanted to work there, just give them a call. You had called a few times, but no one had picked up, and you'd wondered if they'd given you a bum number, just to get rid of you. That kind of thing happened before. You ran back to your bedroom to grab your phone and dial the number, then held the phone to your ear, and then let it ring as you made the trip to the kitchen again. You'd just gotten to the bottom of the stairs when the line connected and someone picked up on the other end and introduced themselves, adding that you had reached the Narima Ward Animal Shelter Tokyo, and is there something they could do to help you with? Holy smokes, you said excitedly into the phone. I'm sorry, the person asked. Hi, I'm Yin. I worked with you guys during summer break. Are you looking for workers? You asked hopefully. The voice hesitated. Let me get the boss. You waited until the line switched over and a friendly voice of the boss lilted down the line. Hi, I'm Yin. I worked... Yin! Hi, yes, I remember you, the female boss said. Thank you for calling. We do have an opening, actually. Could you come down today? Actually, yes, I can. I'll come down right now. Is that good? Yes, perfect. See you when you get here, the boss said, and then hung up. Call me Lady Luck, because today I am Lady Luck, you said triumphantly, holding your phone up high in the air. After holding that pose for way too long, you dropped your arm and started getting some sort of breakfast together so you could slam it down, get changed, and get your ass down to the animal shelter. Kenma, feeling bad but also not wanting to see you, had left his house to get to school early that morning and had hidden in the boys' toilets to play his game, knowing that that was the only safe place from you. The thought of you had been discarded while he sat in his unconventional safe haven. But as first bell rang out, he packed his PSP in his pocket and left the bathroom to make the walk to the classroom. I wonder if she's there, he thought, entering quietly and walking to his seat. His keen, intense eyes flicked to your empty seat from behind his curtain fringe, and for a second he was relieved, then a little worried. You weren't there. You were always there. He took his seat and then looked up at your chair, wondering what he should do next. This is annoying. Why should I be the one apologising? She's the annoying one. He scowled slightly down at his desk. Why is this bothering me so much? Amazingly, you got to the animal shelter in a very short space of time, covered in bits of your breakfast, and threw the door open once you'd grabbed the handle. I'm here, you announced brightly. The lady at the front desk looked up over the top of her bright yellow glasses and smiled at you. Good morning, precious. What can I do for you? Oh, I'm here to speak to the boss lady. About working here? You asked. Oh, honey, yes, of course. Come. I'll take you through, she said with a little effeminate wave of her hand as she adjusted her glasses with the other and ushered you through the side door, bustling herself after you, her curvy hips jiggling as she tottled down the hall. You kept to the side and walked with her to the back of the shelter, and she did a polite little rap-a-tap-tap on the door, curling her beautifully manicured nails over so as not to damage them. Come, the boss called, and the woman called out a greeting as she opened the door. Morning, Linda. I've got this beautiful little bean here who's come for the job, she said with a warm smile at you. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Lolita, the boss replied with a smile from the lady to you. Hi, Yin. You've grown since I saw you. You beamed. Oh, I feel like this is a family reunion, you said with a grin, feeling very happy and safe with these two women. Oh, precious, Lolita chuckled, placing her hand on your head and giggling as she gave you a little pat. I'll leave you and Linda to it. Ciao for now. And with that, she left you to enter the office while she bobbled her way back down the hallway to the front desk. Hi, you said again to the boss as you bounced into the room and sat down on the chair there. I remember you being very caring of our animals here, the boss said as she pulled out some paperwork. Are you still in school, Yin? Yeah, unfortunately, you said with a grimaced smile. I see. So what days could you work for us then? The boss asked, looking down at something on the sheet. Well, after school? From, like... You paused. Well, I could come straight here from school because I'm not hanging out with Kenma anymore. Your face fell a little, and then you regained your composure. 4 p.m? I see, she said, jotting something down. And weekends? Yeah, weekends. All day. Like, I can sleep over on Saturday night if you need me to, you said. You weren't even joking, but Linda chuckled anyway. I like your enthusiasm, she said with a smile. Currently, we have a number of students offering to help in the afternoons, so I could give you Friday, but then Saturday and Sunday mornings we would love to have you on board. I'll take it, you said with a grin. I can even start today right now, you added. The boss looked at the clock and then at you. Isn't it a school day? Why aren't you at school? Oh, it's a pupil-free day today, you lied, grinning on the end to seal your lie and turn it into the truth. She eyed you but nodded anyway. Okay, well, I suppose it would work to show you around again and make sure that you know what to do since you're here, she said. Yes, that is an awesome idea, you said happily. Yes, just show me what to do and I'll do it. Okay, well, first of all, I'll show you our cattery, she said, standing up. The water bowls need to be changed. Yay! I love changing water bowls. That is my favourite thing to do. Most favourite ever, you said, just happy to be around animals and not at school. She let out a small chuckle and led you to the cattery. Oh, yeah, I remember what to do, you said. Bowls to the red and lie them on the bed. I'm sorry? The boss asked, confused by your random saying. You push the bowls up against the red lever over there and then you fill them with fresh water and then you put them back on the mats inside the cage, like a bed, you said with a smile. That's a very cute little saying, she said. It appears that you have remembered what to do, so can I leave that with you then? Do you remember what to do before we fill the bowls? Yeah, fluffy bear hands. Fluffy bear hands? She asked. Yeah, glove things so that the cats don't scratch you if they get scared of you changing their water. Oh, yes, that's correct, the boss said with a little amused look on her face. Okay, go ahead and I'll be in my office. Roger, you said with a giant smile and salute, turning around to get the gloves on your hands. You pulled them on, noticing how warm they were and taking a second to press them to your cheeks to feel how soft they were too. Smells like cats. You inhaled deeply and closed your eyes, letting the comforting scent wash away all the negative feelings that had been sitting inside you. After spending ample time sniffing the gloves, you then got to work changing the bowls. Most of the cats just stayed away from you and cowered in the corner, while you spoke soft words of encouragement and comfort to them. But then there was one that had tufts of long hair hanging off it with one long blonde bit hanging over one eye, and you giggled as you approached the cage. You look like Kenma, you chuckled to the cat as it looked away and pushed its face into the corner of the cage. Oh, and you act like him, too, you said with a sad chuckle, falling silent as you pulled the water bowl out of the cage to fill it up while Kenma's voice rang in your head again. We're not friends. You sighed as you put the now full water bowl back in the cage and looked at the back of the cat as it ignored you. I do want to be friends, though, you said softly, looking at the cat forlornly before slowly closing the door and moving on to the next cage. The rest of your day was spent forgetting Kenma and then remembering him randomly. While this was happening with you, something similar was happening with Kenma at school. The walk back to his house alone felt really foreign, and he tried to make himself feel like it was normal, really concentrating on his game to take that low-key unhappy feeling sitting in his gut away. But he still felt bad. After being consecutively beaten by the same monster 4 times, he sighed with annoyance and put his PSP in his pocket, and then shoved his hands in there as well to keep walking home, thinking about you. Okay, fine. Tomorrow I'll apologise, he thought, pulling his keys out to open his front door. He looked down at his keys. Jeff is such a stupid name for a set of keys. You felt much better by the end of the day and got yourself another ice cream that afternoon, just because. And so by the next morning, you were happy again and you got yourself ready for school. You happily walked along, looking at everything that was going on around you and thinking random thoughts. And before you realised it, you had entered the school grounds and had gotten to your locker. Humming to yourself, you packed your bags and book into your locker and then grabbed what you needed for first class and stepped back. A soft voice said, and you looked to your right, straight into the feline eyes of a very shy-looking Kenma. Oh, hi, you said, not being overly friendly, but not being dismissive either. I didn't mean to hurt you, he said, his strong eye contact showing the truth in his words. Okay, you said softly. He nodded, and then his PSP made a noise and he looked back down at it before stepping around you and continuing on. To anybody else it may have seemed insincere, but to you, you could tell that he had made the effort to come up to you, focus on something other than his game for 2 seconds to apologise, but then went straight back to playing. Your gaze followed him as he headed off towards his locker, and you just let it be, closed your locker, and then went to class. You felt a little better. None of your other friends had ever come and apologised to you after saying something nasty, so maybe Kenma was different after all. It was hard to figure him out. A few times in class you glanced back at him, and he caught you looking, but nothing else was said. At lunch you got your food and went to the roof to eat, preferring to be on your own and watching the clouds go by as you made up stories about them racing and wondering if you would ever see the same cloud twice. It was while you were sitting there staring intently into the sky that a tall shadow fell across your body. At first you thought it was a very low cloud, but then you turned to look and saw the same captain guy from the gym 2 days ago. "Oh, hey tall guy," you greeted him with a cheek full of half-munched food. "Hey," he said down to you. "You're Kenma's friend, right?" I don't know," you replied, genuinely unsure. "I saw what happened in the gym, and Kenma isn't what you think," he said, sitting down beside you. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, he might come off as a little bit cold, but he's just shy," the Nakoma captain said. "He's not really good at making friends." "Oh, well, neither am I," you said with a sweat-dropped smile. "People find me annoying." You dropped your gaze and stared at the asphalt between your shoes. "Kenma doesn't find you annoying," the captain said. "If he did find you annoying, he'd have either told you by now or kept as far away from you as possible." "Oh, really?" you asked, looking up at him. He nodded, his black fringe covering one eye. "Oh, okay," you replied. "Just be patient with him," the guy said. "It's nice to see that someone other than myself is making time for the guy." "What's your name?" you asked him. "Kuro Tetsuro," the captain replied. "And you?" "Yinlin," you said with a smile. "Thanks, Kuro. I'll give Kenma another go. He did say he was sorry for making me sad that time." "Yeah, he's a good guy underneath it all," Kuro said as he stood up. "Want to come watch us play next time? We don't have practice this afternoon, but we do tomorrow." Yeah, okay, thanks," you said with a smile, still holding the mushed food in your cheek. He smiled and then got up, turned and left, and you watched him walk away before looking up at the sky again. "Oh, Kuro," you suddenly called, whipping your head towards the captain in the distance. "Can I have Kenma's number?" "Yeah, sure," Kuro replied with a smirk. "You got your phone handy?" That afternoon you ran to catch Kenma as he headed across the oval to go home, and you pulled up beside him. "Hey, so I've started working at the animal shelter that I volunteered at in the school holidays, and there's a cat there that looks just like you," you said with a laugh. "Like, you two could be twins, but that would be weird because you're human and he's a cat. Actually, I don't even know if he's a he. Maybe he's a she, but still, that wouldn't make it any closer. Do you like cats?" Kenma stopped playing his game and looked at you through his fringe. "Cats are good," he said. "Cool, I'll send you a picture," you said with a grin. Then you immediately got sidetracked by a bird flying past, and you squealed with delight when you saw the bird's colours. "Oh, pretty birds, look!" Kenma looked from you to the birds, then back to you, his PSP making a beeping sound in his hand. He looked down at it and scowled slightly, but you just continued on talking. "I spoke to Kuro today." Your ability to be able to switch from one subject to another was always mind-boggling to everyone else around you. "He never said I wasn't supposed to tell you about talking to him, so I don't think it's a secret, but it sounds like you and I are more similar than I first thought." "What do you mean?" Kenma asked. "Well, people don't really like me, and you don't really like people, so yeah," you said with a shrug, pausing as you got to the half-fallen down wooden fence at the back of the school. The quiet blonde nodded as he hopped over the fence, and then he turned to give you his hand. "Nah, I can do it. Here, hold my bag." You chucked it at him and he caught it, and then dropped it down on the ground. You quickly jumped the fence, and then picked your bag up and slung it over your shoulder, and then you kept walking together. "So I didn't think that you played anything but games on your thingy there." You pointed to the console in his hand. "Come to think of it, this is the longest you've gone without playing it." "It's run out of battery," he replied. "Oh, that's a bummer. You don't carry spares? They sell heaps at the corner store. What type does it take? I'll have a look next time I'm there and buy some so that I have spares for you," you said with a smile. "Thanks," he said, keeping his gaze on the ground. "It's fine though. I can charge it at home." "It's okay, I don't mind at all. I'll keep some with me anyway," you said with a happy sigh, looking up at the trees as they swayed lightly overhead. "You talk a lot," Kenma said. "Yeah, and you don't," you said with a chuckle. "So we're a good match, right? I talk more and you talk less. so we'd be average if you added our words together and divided it in half, but I don't think I talk more than usual. I'll have to look that up. Hold on. You pulled your phone out to Google the average words spoken daily by men and women, but your phone had died somewhere during the day, and you grunted. What is it? He asked. My phone is dead. Here I am talking about keeping batteries for you, and I don't even have any battery life left in my own phone, you laughed. What phone do you have? He asked. You showed him. It's the same as mine, he replied. Oh, awesome. Do you have a charger? You asked, following him to his front doorstep. He nodded, and you followed him inside and up to his room. Seeing it was the second time that you'd been in his room, you felt immediately comfortable and chucked your bag onto his bed, then flopped down onto it, while he looked in the bottom drawer to get a spare charger. Finally, he pulled it out and handed it to you, and you thanked him happily and plugged it into the wall at the end of his bed, then plugged the other end into your phone and waited for your phone to start up. You got the charger for your game thingy? You asked him over your shoulder. He was plugging it in, sitting cross-legged on the floor facing the wall, and you smiled when you saw he was getting it sorted, the start screen lighting up in his hands. Just then your phone turned on, and you unlocked it, and then went to the internet, and typed your question in, and then read the answer. Okay, it says here that women speak more on average than men, but how would I ever find out how much I speak? I'd have to count every word I said. You thought for a moment. I could do a small sample with Kenma today, I guess. You looked back at him as he waited for his game to load. Hey, Kenma, you asked him. That's 2 words. He looked over his shoulder at you, looking at you and waiting for you to say something. How are you? You asked randomly. That's 3 words. 5 so far. He blinked. Are you counting the words you're saying? He asked. 7, you replied bluntly. You've said more than me so far. No, wait, hang on. That's 13, 14, 15, plus 16, 5, 17. You fell silent as you tried to work it out in your head. This is a waste of words, he said, and you looked at him, trying to calculate his extra words as well. Are you still counting? He asked, when he saw you just staring at him vacantly. That's another 4 words, you thought. You are, aren't you? He deadpanned. 4? I can tell, he replied before turning his attention back to his PSP. You waited for him to keep talking, but he had his attention diverted now, and you turned back to your phone. I still don't think I talk that much, he replied with a smile. After he had charged his PSP enough, he unplugged it from the wall and moved to the bed at your feet, and you rolled over onto your back with the phone held above your face. Hey, you suddenly said, raising your head to stare at him at your feet. How come your hair is so long? Why don't you cut it short? You got up, leaving your phone to charge, and crawled over to him to pull one side of his fringe back. The second your fingers touched his hair and shifted it, he jumped and pushed your hand away. Don't, he said softly. Why? You asked. I don't like having too wide a vision. It gives me anxiety, he said softly. Oh, yeah, I can understand that, you replied with a shrug. But your baby pic looked so cute, so I just thought maybe you should cut it short so I could see what you look like. He looked at you, his face very close to yours. Why would I try and look cute? He asked, confused as to why anyone would want to try and look cute. I don't know, you shrugged, and then went back to your phone. You stayed at Kenma's for a long time that afternoon, not talking much, but just kind of present with each other in the same room, while he occasionally grunted while playing his PSP. It looked like he was having a hard time doing something in-game, but you didn't want to disturb him, so kept your mouth shut, which you were really proud of yourself for. As the sun started to set, you picked up your bag and unplugged your phone that was now at 70% and said goodbye, telling Kenma that you'd see him tomorrow. Off you skipped home, suddenly remembering that you hadn't told him that you now had his phone number. Oh, it's fine, I'll tell him next time I see him, you thought as you got to your front door. The next morning you got up, got ready, and ran to the front door to get to Kenma's house early. He was waiting at the front of his place, and you ran up to him with a smile. Hey, did you beat that boss or whatever you were trying to beat last night? Yeah, he said. Oh, good, because you looked annoyed, and I thought maybe you'd be happier today if you'd beaten it. You adjusted your bag on your shoulder and swung your arms as you started to head off to school, with him walking along beside you. On the way to school you saw a squirrel and nearly knocked Kenma out with your enthusiasm as you pointed hysterically at it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's so cute! You screeched in a barely audible voice, grabbing Kenma's shoulders and shaking him violently. He looked so done, and the school hadn't even started for that day, but he tolerated you for the rest of the walk there, and then you parted ways to get to your lockers and then head to class. You were really happy that day, You and Kenma were back on talking terms, and it made you happy. You were also going to watch him play that afternoon, but he didn't know that yet. As school came to a close, he was nowhere to be found, but you knew where he was, and so you got your things and then skipped to the gym. You could hear the boys inside before you could see them, and you jumped through the open door with your arms out wide. "Kenma!" you shouted happily. "The main character's arrived! It's me, I'm the main character," you added, just in case it needed clarification. Kenma had his back to you but froze when he heard your voice, and for a second you thought that he was going to tell you to go away. You waited. "Oh, hey, it's your side character, Puddinghead," Kuro teased his teammate. "I don't need to hear it from you, Kuro," Kenma said, still without looking at you, but at least moving now and walking onto the court. Some of the guys closer to you said hi and greeted you kindly. Then you sat yourself down next to Kenma's bag and watched with great anticipation. Kenma didn't strike you as the athletic type, so this was going to be an interesting match to watch. The captain, Kuro, did some speech thing about blood and brains, and your mind wandered off thinking about biology, then schoolwork, then lunch, food, ice cream, dessert, and how it sounded like desert. What if camels had humps under their bellies instead of on top? "Ian?" Kuro asked, shaking a blue item in front of your face. "Huh?" you asked with surprise, blinking at him a few times. "Could you hold this for Kenma? He's tried to hide it in his pocket." You looked at Kuro's hand again and saw that he was holding onto Kenma's PSP, intending to give it to you. "Oh, this is a holy item," you gasped, looking past Kuro to Kenma. "Can I actually hold this?" "She gets you, Pudding," Kuro teased his friend. Kenma nodded at you. "I trust you, Ian," he said, looking at you from behind his curtain fringe. Your heart skipped a beat. You felt special, and you took it with both hands and held it close to your heart. "I'll look after this really well. Don't worry, Kenma. You can count on me to guard this with my life. As you were speaking, your hand slipped and the PSP slid down your front a little. "Oh, don't worry, I got it. We're good." Kenma deadpanned at you, and you grinned brightly back. "She'll look after it," Kuro said as he walked back to Kenma and plopped his hand down on the head of the blonde-haired teammate. Kenma gave Kuro a mildly annoyed look, but didn't say anything. Then everyone was called in to start practicing. You held Kenma's PSP close to your chest as you watched them assemble on court, cherishing this auspicious occasion. You knew this was a very, very rare occurrence, so the significance wasn't lost on you. As the team members started to practice, they forgot that you were there, and you were left to watch in peace. Well, everyone forgot except Kenma, who would occasionally give you side glances. Momentarily forgetting that you were holding onto his beloved PSP, you thought that he was looking at you, and after he did a sneaky set-a-dump, he dropped back down and turned his head slightly to look at you from the corner of his eye. Your heart skipped a beat as his feline eyes glanced over you for a second before he turned his attention back to the ball and net and court. "Oh?" You looked down at your chest and placed one hand on your heart. That felt funny. Every few seconds or so, Kenma would look at you, and you were enjoying how it made you feel, the way his gaze glossed over you before he would go back to focusing on the game. After the game finished, he made a direct line to you and put his hand out. Confused, you gave him one of your hands, and he just held it lightly for a few seconds before letting it go and pointing to his PSP. "Huh?" you asked, looking down at it. "Oh!" Then you burst out laughing, but clutched the PSP closer to your chest instead of giving it to him. "Your game thingy and I had a talk, and it doesn't want to go back to you," you said cheekily. "It wants to come and live with me." He just stared at you, not knowing what to say. Neither of you moved. It wasn't what you were expecting. Usually people would explode at you or hit you, but he just waited. After a few seconds, you put your hand out again. "If you help me up, I'll give it back," you said, wiggling your fingers at him. He took your hand again and helped you up, and you couldn't help but notice that he was quite strong. "Wow, you did that easily," you commented, handing him his PSP. He took it immediately from you and pressed the start button. "I'm level 10. I should be strong enough to pull you up," he replied. You didn't quite understand what he was on about, so you just smiled, and then looked down at the hand of yours that he had held. It still felt warm. You could still feel his hand against yours, even though it wasn't there anymore. "Well, we're off," two of the teammates called, and it snapped you out of your daze long enough for you to wave at them, and then you turned to Kenma. "Hey, let's go, I'll walk you home," you said to him. He looked up and nodded at you, and then went back to playing his game. You smiled and said goodbye to Kuro, and then you and Kenma left together. Kuro smirked as you both left, then chuckled to himself. "I think there's a little bit of romance blooming here." The next day was normal, except that you had a shift at the animal shelter after school. But, as usual, that really important information had slipped your mind until the last minute, and you suddenly remembered as the final bell rang. Racing out into the hall, you grabbed your bag and ran for the gates, once again forgetting to tell Kenma where you were going. The shy blonde got his bag and pulled his PSP out, looking down the hallway towards your locker to see if you would be bouncing down to see him soon, but you weren't there. His game started up, so he turned his attention to it and headed for the stairs, assuming that you would suddenly appear beside him halfway across the oval, but you never arrived. He stopped at the other end of the oval, at the half-fallen fence, and looked back, but you weren't anywhere to be seen. With a shrug, he got over the fence and then headed to his house, but a part of him was wondering where you were. "Hi, Lolita!" you greeted in your exuberant voice as you barreled through the doors of the animal shelter. "Oh, sunshine!" she greeted just as brightly, adjusting her glasses. "My day has gotten so much better now for seeing your beautiful face. How was school?" "It was boring, but I'm here now." "Honey, it's lovely to have you," she said. "Would you be a dear and refill the water bowls for the kitty cats?" "Oh, yes, of course. Anything for Kenma," you said excitedly. "Oh, wait. Kenma. I forgot to tell Kenma I was coming here." Lolita gave you a funny look and you laughed. "Oh, my friend at school is named Kenma, and he looks just like the cat here." Before Lolita could reply, you dashed off to the cat section and ran along the cages until you got to the cat Kenma one. "Hey, Kenma," you greeted the back of the blonde, tuft-haired cat. It turned its head and looked at you, and then looked away again, and you smiled. "Wait." You pulled your phone out of your pocket and flicked it open to camera. "Smile, Kenma. I need to send this picture to Kenma." The cat looked at you, and you took a picture, thanked it, and then opened messages to your friend Kenma and sent the picture, with no explanation. Back at home, Kenma was rapidly punching his thumb against the A button, his health bar getting dangerously low as the monster he was fighting towered over him. The fight seemed to be going backwards. He wasn't winning. Suddenly the defeat sign popped up on the screen, and his character face planted, and the sad sound of defeat crackled from the speakers. He scrunched his nose with frustration and dropped the PSP, still in his hands, into his lap, and sighed. At that exact moment he heard his phone ding and looked over at it. It was a message from an unsaved number, and they had sent a picture. He stared at the freshly lit up screen, then slowly reached across and picked up his phone. He opened the message to a picture of a cat. It was a little blurry and had no other message with it, and he stared at it for a bit and then shut the phone screen off and looked down at his PSP as the reload screen ticked over. Excitedly, you awaited a reply, but none came. You put your phone in your pocket, promising you would check later, and then went about cleaning out water bowls and chatting to the cats. Once you had finished that, you went on to clean the guinea pigs' cages and then pat the puppies and get their milk ready for the little baby ones that still didn't have their eyes open yet, praising the mummy dog for doing a wonderful job with her babies, even though she was not well herself. It was close to the time that you were meant to leave, and you dragged the trash out to the bins before clocking off for the night. "Lolita, I'm done," you called happily. "Oh, you're a gem," Lolita said with a warm smile, reaching out to give you a giant grandma-type hug. "Thanks," you wheezed in her arms, suffocated by her love. "When you back in, doll?" she asked as she let you go. I forget. I'll check," you said, running off to check the roster. "A few days, too. Not tomorrow, but the next day," you said with a smile. "I look forward to seeing you again, sunshine," Lolita said as she waved you off. You left, happy and feeling complete, skipping your way back home. Then you remembered your phone and pulled it out. Kenma still hadn't replied. Your face fell and you stopped skipping and stood still for a second. Why didn't he reply? Do I have the wrong number? I'm pretty sure it was right. You clicked into the messages and saw that he had seen the picture that you'd sent to him, but he just hadn't replied. "Hey," you sent. "What did you think of yourself as a cat?" You hit send and then put your phone in your pocket and kept walking home. Kenma heard his phone ding, but ignored it until he had cleared the next level, then reached over and looked at it. "I don't even know who this is," he thought, putting the phone back down after reading the messages. You got home and checked your phone again. Still no reply, so you rang him. He heard his phone ringing and looked over at the number. Now they're calling me, he thought with mild annoyance. All he wanted to do was play his game. Who was this person? He let it ring out, and you looked down at your phone with frustration. "Hey, at least reply my messages," you sent. He heard the ding and angrily paused his game and then picked his phone up. "I don't know who you are, but go away," he sent, tossing the phone across his room. You got his message and suddenly realised that you hadn't told him who you were. With a sudden loud groan of realisation, you quickly texted him again. Kenma, it's me, Yin. He heard the ding of reply, but ignored it again until he had finished at another good point in his game, then got up reluctantly and picked up his phone. You had just put your phone down when it dinged, and you pounced on it and picked it back up again. Oh, it's you. He had sent to you. It was comical. It was a very Kenma thing to send in a message. Yes, it's me. Did you like the picture? Yeah, he replied. You grinned. Okay, I'm going to eat now. See you tomorrow, you sent back to him. He got the message, but didn't reply, and you went about the rest of your night, happy again, with that small interaction. The following day in class, the teacher called for you to get into pairs for a project that would be due at the end of next week. You will be expected to work over the weekend and into next week, and it will be due next Friday morning. Ugh, you groaned internally, rolling your eyes and looking out the window. Why does school have to be so boring? Who's going to be doing projects in the future? Not me. This is completely useless. I could be doing something far better, like patting Kenma at the animal shelter, or... You snapped out of your daydream and looked around to locate human Kenma, and that's when you realised that everyone had started to pair up and you'd been left on your own. In a fit of fear, you jumped up, head whipping left and right. Everyone already had a partner, and your heart sank. Oh, not again, you wailed internally. Yin! The teacher called your name. Who is your partner? Me? Your mouth opened and closed, your panic-stricken eyes begging silently to each classmate around you. Through your stress, you saw Kenma walking towards you, and you focused on him. Kenma? The teacher asked as he stopped beside you with his head down. Are you pairing with Yin? He nodded. Oh, she said. Well, looks like you have a partner, Yin, she said, almost sad that she didn't get a chance to embarrass you in front of the class about you being easily distracted and daydreaming, and that's why you hadn't noticed everyone pairing up because you weren't listening. You looked at Kenma. Thanks, you whispered. Everyone started talking and discussing the project, and he pulled up a chair next to yours. Did you actually have someone else? You asked him. He nodded. Oh, you said, looking down at your desk, then looking at him. Why did you come over to me then? Because you were daydreaming out the window, he said softly, and I saw you didn't hear the teacher say to pair up. I've seen her looking for reasons to pick on you, so I wanted to help you. Oh, thanks, he said with a smile. You're a good friend, Kenma. He gave you a little smile, and you both looked down at your book. So, what did the teacher say about the project? You asked sheepishly. That thing that we were discussing earlier this week, he replied. What was that? You asked sheepishly again. Instead of him telling you that you should listen more, he just explained what it was, and then he gave you enough of an explanation that you remembered it, and let out a short, aha. Oh, yeah, I remember now, you said with a big grin. Thanks, Kenma. He nodded, and you both started to write some things down, occasionally discussing different parts of the project. Usually when the teacher had forced someone to pair with you, they just got so fed up with you that they did the project by themselves, and that you would be kind of just left there for the ride. It's not like you didn't want to help, it's more that you didn't know what was going on and couldn't help, but people never gave you a chance to catch up on what was going on, and then on the day they made you present the project, and you'd stand there sweating bullets while the teacher picked you apart and pointed out how much you didn't know on the topic. It happened almost every single time, to date, but you were determined to make things go differently this time. This time, you had Kenma with you. Hey, so I'll come to yours tonight, you said to him as the bell for the end of class rang. We can make a start on this. I have volleyball practice, he replied, but if you want to come, you can hold my PSP while I play, then we can go home together. Your heart swelled and you beamed with delight. Your first invite. Usually you just followed him home and he just allowed it, but this was his first actual verbal, not by accident, invite. Yeah, okay, he said happily. I'll guard that PSP with my life. You shared a friendly look and then packed your things to leave, exiting the classroom and heading to your respective lockers. After you had gotten your items together, you met him at his locker, and then you both went down to the gym together. We are here, you announced loudly as you stepped through the doors of the gym with him behind you. Oh, it's the main character, Kuro said with a grin. Kenma's side character, another corrected. Yeah, that side character that's loud and just attaches itself to the main character and tags along for the adventure and comedic relief, another teammate commented. You kind of paused for a second. Was he making fun of you? Is that all you were? A nuisance? She holds my PSP when I play volleyball and she's always happy, Kenma suddenly said to the teammate, stepping up beside you. She's a valuable character to have on a quest. You looked at him with surprise. Was this the same Kenma who had said that you weren't friends just last week? Boy, he had changed his tune quickly. He looked at you kindly, and then handed you his PSP and bag, and walked over to Kuro, while you walked to the side of the court and sat down to watch them play. Just like last time, Kenma kept stealing glances at you, and your heart fluttered each time. He was more looking to make sure his PSP was still okay, but it felt like those looks were for you. He was an amazing player. You didn't know a lot about the game, but he read everyone on the court with pinpoint accuracy, and you marvelled at how he just knew where to be at the right time so that he didn't have to run anywhere unnecessarily. After the game had finished, he walked straight over to you, and you handed him back his PSP, which he took gratefully, but put it in his pocket. You ready to go? You asked him. He nodded, and off you went together, taking the direct route to the fence at the back of the oval. As you and he climbed over the fence together, you turned to him and held his arm to stop him once you were both on the other side, and he looked at you, pausing as you stared dead into his eyes. Is cereal soup? You asked with a dead straight face. No, he replied bluntly. It's a breakfast. No, but it's a soup because it has all random bits floating in it, you replied, following him as he headed off. Okay, well, what about this one? Why do toasters have a setting beyond 2? Because, 2 already burns a toast, so why does it go to, 5? Why is that even necessary? Are you hungry? Kenma asked. Yeah, always. Why? You replied. Because your questions are all about food, he said. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. You're pretty clever, Kenma. You're even amazinger at volleyball. I got to admit, I didn't think that you'd be the type to play because you're always so into your game. And, hey, wait, where's your PCP? PSP, he said calmly, pulling it out of his pocket. It's here. He showed it to you. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you'd lost it somewhere. How come you're not playing it? Usually you're playing it by now. I don't know, he replied with a shrug, looking ahead at the road. Oh, okay. Well, it's nice to talk to you, you said with a smile. So do you have a favourite food? Apple pie, he replied. Yum! My aunt makes amazing apple pies, but I don't go to her place much. I don't really like my family and relatives that much. They all pick on me. I can't do anything right. You looked down and kicked a small pebble out of the way. You're happy, and you don't mind if I don't reply when you're asking questions, Kenma said. Yeah, well, you sighed. You're just a nice person to be around, nicer than them. You smiled at his side profile, and your heart warmed walking beside him. Oh, he's really nice. I'm glad I have Kenma, you thought to yourself as you looked up at the sky as it came into view once you'd stepped out from under the tree covering. Hey, we should give each other nicknames, he said excitedly. Like, I'll be Apple and you be Pie. No, he replied bluntly. Oh, but why? You moaned playfully, letting your shoulders slump as you fell in behind him and followed him up to his front door. Because, he replied, opening the door and walking in. Okay, Pie, you said with a grin. He didn't say anything back, and you followed him up to his room. Okay, so what do you want to start on first? You asked. I want to play my game, he said quickly, shrugging his bag off his shoulder and grabbing his PSP out of his pocket. You dropped your bag down as well and got your phone out, then hopped up on his bed next to him. He sat with his back against the wall, and you sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed facing him. I'm going to look for pictures to use for the project, you said, typing something into Google. He nodded, his eyes shining with excitement as he waited for his game to start. Silence fell as you typed various image searches in, then you saw a quiz about what fruit you would be and clicked on it instead. You appeared to be really into the project searching, and Kenma looked up at you, observing your face for a little. Found stuff? He asked. Pomegranate? That's weird. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm weird. That's why they picked pomegranate for me. You looked up at him and he just stared at you, so you remained like that for a few minutes. Sorry, what? You asked him. Never mind, he replied. He had realised that you weren't doing anything that helped advance the project one bit, and so went back to playing his game, and you continued down the endless internet rabbit hole, and wound up on YouTube watching a compilation of weird Japanese ads, well into the night. Hey, Yin, Kenma said as he stretched and looked at you. You hummed, eyes still glued to your phone. It's 9 p.m. Huh? You looked up blankly. It's 9 p.m. Oh, okay, you replied, looking back down at your phone. You need to go home, he added. You asked again. Oh, go. Yeah, okay. I'll see you tomorrow, Pie, yeah? Aimlessly and a little brain dead from all the rotting, useless information you'd taken on, you got off the bed and grabbed your bag, and then saluted as you exited the room and closed his door. Well, that was fun, you thought as you left his house and headed home. For the next week, you spent almost every waking moment at Kenma's house, sometimes working on the project, sometimes just chilling on the bed silently. It was Sunday, and you'd both worked on the project together, then decided to have some downtime, so he grabbed his PSP, and you picked up your phone, and then silence fell. As usual, you were on the floor, and Kenma was on his bed with his back to the wall, but the floor just wasn't cutting it today for you. You felt like you were lying on cement. Ugh, why don't they make floors out of pillow material and make it soft? It's so not soft here, you grunted, pulling yourself up off the ground and getting up onto the bed. You spied Kenma's legs and thought they would make a wonderful pillow to rest on, weirdly enough because legs aren't known to be soft, which had been your main complaint about the floor, and you crawled over to him and tapped his knee. "Good evening, I'm here to take your legs," you said to him, putting your phone down and grabbing his knee to straighten his leg out so you could lie on it. "What?" he asked, a look of surprise crossing his face as he watched you push his leg to the bed and then pat his thigh. "Perfect." "What are you doing?" he asked. "I need a pillow, and your legs look good. I'm going to lie on them," you replied, laying your head down and picking your phone up, then wiggling around a bit to get comfy. He watched you curiously for a bit, and then went back to playing his game, and you lay there happily for a while. After about 10 minutes, he shifted and tapped you on the forehead. My legs are dead. I need to move them," he said. "Let's swap," you replied, looking up at him with a grin. "I'll sit with my back to the wall and you lie down on my legs." "Do I have to?" he deadpanned. "Yes, it's comfy," you said, sitting up and copying his position at the wall. "Now come lie down." He sighed and let you drag his head onto your lap. As he got comfy and lay there with his PSP up above his head, his fringe fell out of the way a little. You watched his face curiously, checking out his features while he focused on his game. Then suddenly, realizing that he might start feeling anxious about his vision getting wider, you reached for a pillow and placed it next to him across your legs. He looked at it, and then at you, his intense golden-coloured eyes capturing yours for a second, making you catch your breath. "Why did you put a pillow there?" he asked. Because I don't want you to feel anxious, so I put something to block your vision of that side of the room," you said with a smile. "Oh," he replied. "I don't feel anxious in my room because I feel safe here." "Oh, okay, I'll move it," you said, leaning forwards over him to grab the pillow across your shins. "It's okay. Thank you," he said, putting his hand on your arm to stop you. "You can leave it there." "Sure?" you asked. He nodded. "Okay," you smiled. He went back to playing his game, while you just sat back and looked at his face for a while. He's nice to look at, you thought, before looking back down at your phone again. The following day was Monday, Project Presentation Day. You were prepared this time, and carried the cardboard diagram with pride. Kenma was holding on to a few other pieces, walking behind you while you chatted back to him. As you were rounding the front of the school, 5 guys on bikes came tearing in from the opposite direction and thought they could cut in front of you to get through the school gates first, but you were too preoccupied talking back to Kenma that you didn't see them, and you didn't stop. Kenma saw what was going to happen at the last minute and reached out to grab you, but he was just a little bit late, and the lead guy on his bike ran straight into you. You, cardboard diagram, guy and bike all went crashing to the ground. The other members of the biked-up gang somehow managed to avoid crashing into you, but one happened to smash his front wheel into your ankle, whacking it pretty hard. You had already gasped and screamed when you were collected by the first bike, but cried out again when your ankle got smashed, and Kenma put the project thing down to come to your aid. "You okay, Yin?" he asked, pulling you out of the rubble that consisted of bike pieces, limbs, and other bits and pieces. Your school shirt was ripped, and you had a serious graze down your left side, where you'd been scrubbed into the concrete, but he hadn't seen what had happened to your ankle because there was so much going on. "What the hell?" the first guy who had run into you yelled as he got up and dusted himself off. "Who walks right into the path of oncoming bikes? Are you stupid?" You looked up at the guy, tears brimming in your eyes as Kenma helped you up. I didn't see you," you said timidly, as you tried to put weight on your right foot but couldn't. "Didn't see me?" he scoffed. "I'm on a bike, for God's sake. How can you not see a bike?" Then he looked down at his mangled transport item. "And look at it," he added with disgust. He pointed to the crumpled front wheel that had hit you, and you looked down sadly at it. "I'm sorry," you said, sniffing and wiping your eyes. "That's not going to cut it," he snapped angrily. "Well, I don't know what else to do." You'll be paying for a new bike, and I'll be telling the principal that you ran into me, which you did. Oh, but I didn't. You hit me. She ran smack into me, didn't she, boys? He asked his fellow friends on their bikes, and they all nodded with evil smirks on their faces. Fresh tears brimmed along your lower lid as you tried to find the right words to say back. But suddenly Kenma stepped in front of you, his face dark and threatening. His eyes were intense even when he wasn't angry, so although you couldn't see the look on his face because his back was now facing you, you could imagine just how pissed he looked. "And you know it was your fault," he said darkly to the guy who had run you over. The guy didn't know how to take this sudden dark character and backed away a little. "Apologise, now," Kenma demanded. Don't get in people's way again," the guy stammered as he reached down and dragged his bike away from the two of you. The rest of the crew all slunk away, and Kenma stood there in a defensive stance in front of you until they'd moved on. Then he turned around to you. "I'm sorry, I'm not much of a fighter, but I know a monster when I see one, and I wasn't going to let it win." He still didn't apologise though, he said sadly. You nodded. "That's okay. Thanks though," you sniffed. "Does your leg hurt?" he asked, seeing that you were balancing on your left leg. "Yeah," you nodded sadly. I'll take you to the nurse," he said. "No, she'll just make fun of me," you replied sadly. "I'll be okay." But your shirt." You looked down to see it was ripped open and showing your middle. "Oh," you gasped with a mortified expression on your face. "Here," he said, shrugging his jacket off his shoulders and placing it over your shoulders. "Thank you," you said in a small voice, as you pulled it on and put the two sides together to cover your front. You looked down at the cardboard on the ground and picked it up, still balancing on one leg, then gave him a teary smile. I always practice hopping on one leg just in case I get into a car accident and have one leg amputated, or if I survive a shark attack and it took a leg," you said to him, half hopping, half limping with toe of your right shoe to the ground. Kenma walked slowly with you to your locker and helped you put your things away. Then you went with him to his locker, and then off to class you went together. You were at school quite early that morning, so he had you well and truly in your seat before anyone else turned up, and you waited until class started, and then the teacher called on you and Kenma to come forward and present. Everything ached as you stood up, and you did your best not to draw attention to yourself as you hobbled limp to the front of the room. Kenma was a little concerned for you, but didn't help too much, knowing that it would draw more attention to your plight, and the teacher would make a big spectacle of you if she found out what happened. "Are you okay?" he whispered to you when you got to the front of the classroom. You nodded at him. "Now, Yin," the teacher said briskly. "You're up first to talk. Please present your project." You nodded, and then gave a short description of what you and Kenma had done, but the teacher didn't seem too impressed and sat back in her chair with her arms crossed. "And can you please explain the time period this occurred in?" the teacher asked, asking a pointed question about the project. Yes, it was modern era," you replied. That actually had never been part of the project. It was only that a few pictures online had mentioned the era and you'd remembered it well enough to answer a question. She looked surprised that you knew the answer, but waved her hand dismissively, and you glanced at Kenma beside you and he nodded his encouragement as well. It was supposed to be equal presenting, but every time you tried to hand over to Kenma, the teacher would try and pinpoint something onto you, but you always knew the answer. At the end of the presenting time, Kenma explained the diagram, and you gave him small smiles of encouragement as well, giving him as much support as he had given you during your time to present. "Oh, Yin's in Kenma's jacket," one girl in the front row sniggered softly to the person beside her while Kenma explained something else. You heard her and felt the embarrassment rush to your cheeks. It was seen as an intimate thing to be in someone else's clothes, and you didn't want Kenma to feel embarrassed by it, so you glanced at him to see if he'd heard her, but he didn't seem to be outwardly fazed by it. "Do you think they're dating?" the other person asked, and that first spike of embarrassment escalated as the second spike came in hard and fast after that comment. "Oh no, I hope he doesn't get embarrassed and want to not hang out with me," you thought, but again he didn't seem to have heard them. Unfortunately, though, the teacher had heard them, and she called your name loudly, making you jump with fright. Yes?" you asked timidly. "The jacket you are wearing is inappropriate. Please remove it at once," she demanded. The third wave of embarrassment washed the words right back down your throat, and you coughed a little to try and calm down and speak. "Oh, she wouldn't have noticed if those stupid classmates hadn't said anything," you screamed internally. "Take it off this instant," she said, and you shook your head fearfully, clutching it closed at the front. If you do not remove it, I will have you suspended, she threatened. I can't, you croaked out. Why not? She snapped. Because... You glanced at the entire class, who were all staring at you, feeling like the room was closing in on you, like shrink wrap, constricting your flow of oxygen. Then Kenma walked past you to the teacher and spoke softly into her ear, making sure not to talk too loud so that the other students in the class couldn't hear. The teacher nodded gruffly and then stood up and walked over to you. Go to the office, she said in a low voice, and you nodded and limped your way out of class, leaving behind you a wake of curious eyes and wagging tongues. The stress of that situation overflowed, and suddenly you were crying as you limped to the stairs, trying to get down them through your blurry vision. Heavy sobs racked your body, and you grabbed for the rail to help you along. You were too deep into your own self-hatred and embarrassment that you didn't hear Kenma come up behind you and hold onto your other arm. You jumped with fright when you felt someone grab you, but then you whipped your head to the right to see who it was, and relaxed when you saw it was Kenma. I was so embarrassed, you sobbed to him, turning on the top step and pushing your lowered head into his chest. He wrapped his arms around your back and just held you gently as you cried it out. It had been a stressful situation for him too, so he could empathise with your predicament. I'll help you to the office, he said, waiting until you were ready to move again, and then slowly helping you down the stairs and off down the hall. The office ladies were tolerant of you, and because Kenma was there, they accepted his story of you getting run over and gave you a spare school-issued jumper to use to cover your torn shirt. Make sure to get a new one soon, the lady said as she held out the jumper for you. Thank you, you said softly, taking it and putting it on. The woman there told you to go to the nurse, but you still refused, and then you hobbled back to the classroom with Kenma by your side. I don't want to go back in, you whispered sadly to him, trying to hide your red, swollen eyes and runny nose with your hair. I'll go in first, and you can hide behind me, he said as he stepped into the classroom with his head down. At hearing the back door open, everyone swung around in their seats to see who it was, but the teacher called everyone's attention to the front again to take the heat off you and Kenma, and to his credit, he walked you to your seat first and then he went to his. For the rest of the class you kept your head down, but you couldn't stop thinking about how kind Kenma had been to you. No one has ever helped me out that much. Usually they tell me to just suck it up or ignore me, but he stayed with me and helped me through it all. You glanced back at him. He was looking at you from under his fringe, and your heart skipped a beat before you quickly looked back to the front of the room again, unable to keep eye contact. What's wrong with me? Why am I suddenly feeling shy around him? That afternoon after school, Kenma walked you to your house. Hey, do you want to come in? I always come to your place, but you never come to mine. We can chill in my room. It's not as big as your room, and it doesn't look over the backyard, but it still has a bed and stuff, and... How's your ankle? Kenma asked, not paying any attention to your ramble. It's aching, you said, looking down at it, but it'll be okay. Make sure you bandage it, he replied. Okay, you said. Are you going to come in? No, I'll go home, he said softly. See you tomorrow. And with that, he left. You watched him walk down the side path and off down the road, then you sighed and entered your house. That night you tried to rest your ankle, and also used a cold compress, but the bruising around the outside ankle bone was getting really bad, so the next morning your dad reluctantly took you to the doctor's. Can you put your weight on it? The doctor asked you once your dad had ushered you into the room, and then ducked out to take a work call. No, you shook your head. The doctor hummed, and then turned to your dad once he'd come back into the room. We might have to do an x-ray just to make sure. Their voices droned on in the background, chatting back and forth as your mind wandered elsewhere. Then your phone dinged in your pocket, and you pulled it out to see who it was. Hey, are you okay? Kenma texted. I'm at the doctor's, you sent back. Is your ankle really bad? He asked. Yeah, I think they said something about doing an x-ray or something, you replied. Oh, he sent... Yeah, you sent back. I have health potions, he replied, then immediately sent a line of potion emojis, and you smiled at your phone. Oh, my health bar is at 100% again, you sent. Thank you, here's your money. And then you sent back a line of money emojis to him. I have volleyball practice after school, he then sent randomly. I don't know where I'll be. I might be home. If I am, I'll come and see you, because Dad has a late shift today, so he'll be gone by lunchtime. But if I'm at the hospital, then I won't be able to come. I could run away from the hospital, you sent. Who's going to hold my PSP if you're not there? He asked. I'll do my best to be there, you replied, smiling at your phone again. Yin, your dad's voice called. Come on, stop daydreaming. We need to go to the medical centre across the road to get an x-ray. They have a spot for us right now, so hurry. But I can't hurry. I have a sore ankle, you said as you stood up and almost fell over. Well, hurry anyway. You're always so slow, he grunted, not bothering to help you up. You hobbled after him, wanting to get this over and done with so you could go and see Kenma. After school, Kenma made his way to the gymnasium and walked in, alone. Oh? Kuro asked cheekily, with his tongue poked out of his mouth, just a little, arching his back as he leaned back to get a good look at Kenma entering the gym. Where's your sidekick? Kenma narrowed his eyes with an almost confused look on his face, almost as if to say, Kuro, what do you mean? She's not always with me. Don't give me that look, Kuro said with a chuckle. What happened to Yin? She hurt her ankle yesterday and is at the doctor today, Kenma said plainly as he put his bag down. So why aren't you with her? Kuro asked teasingly. Because I'm at school. No, but why aren't you going to check on her? Is she at home? I don't know, Kenma replied apathetically, glancing at the door as another teammate walked in. Kuro smiled. He could tell Kenma was missing you, just the way he reacted when the other teammate had walked in, and then the dejected look on his face was enough to tell. Are you seeing her after practice? Kuro asked. Kenma shrugged, holding onto his PSP and glancing at the door again. You miss her, just admit it, Kuro teased his friend. I don't, Kenma replied, looking at Kuro. You do, Kuro said. I can see it in your eyes. I don't, Kenma replied, looking away at the door again. Well, if you don't miss her, then stop staring at the door, Kuro challenged. Just then you arrived, bouncing through the door with a giant moon boot on your right leg. I'm here, you announced brightly. Ah, we've been waiting for you, Kuro teased. You weren't looking at anyone but Kenma now, and made your way over to him. How's your ankle? He asked, wanting to find out how you were before giving you his PSP. It's okay. They've given me pain meds, and they are amazing. It's just a bad sprain, so I have to be in the stupid moon boot for a few weeks, but I'll be okay. I'm not going to die. Well, I might die if Dad finds out that I snuck out to come here, but I wouldn't miss coming here. I wanted to see you because Your voice trailed off as you noticed Kuro eavesdropping in on the conversation. I missed, holding your PSP, you said quickly, taking it and hobbling to the bench seat to sit down. Kenma watched you go and sit, and then turned around to walk to the nets. Ready now? Kuro asked as he walked up beside the blonde-haired guy. Kenma nodded. He played one of his best games that day, and you cheered loudly for him every time it looked like he did something good. You had no idea what was going on, but he looked amazing playing out there. He's actually kind of cute, you thought as you watched him move strategically around the court to set other players up for a win, and every so often he would glance back at you, causing you to smile shyly, your heart all aflutter. It was during one of these moments that you suddenly had a thought. Hold on, do I like Kenma? Like, romantically? Your eyes shot wide open, and you stared at the ground to try and come to terms with the question that you'd just asked yourself. Wait, what? Since when did this happen? Wait, hold on, hang on a moment. Do I actually like him? You looked up at him again, and he was looking at you, so you quickly looked away. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I've got feelings for him. Okay, I need to calm down and ask myself a few questions. You closed your eyes and took a deep breath in. Then you imagined Kenma asking you out, and it was a difficult one to imagine, but it made your face burn and your heart race. Then you thought about holding hands with him, and then you nearly passed out. So you didn't think any further than that. That was enough stress for one day. You'd been so deep in thought with your eyes closed that you didn't hear Kenma call your name and come walking over. He had seen your closed eyes and a very odd look on your face that was bordering on you having a heart attack, and he thought that you might have been in pain. Yin? He asked as he approached you. You didn't respond. Are you okay? He asked. After thinking about holding Kenma's hand, your eyes flew open and saw him leaning over you a bit, a worried look on his face. You screamed. He sprung back with surprise, and you screamed again, then slapped your hand over your mouth and face. I'm sorry, you screeched into your palm. I didn't think that, what? No, Are you in pain? He asked. Should I take you home? No, I'm in love. I'm fine, you blabbered. Are you sure? He asked, tilting his head at you. Yep, 100% actually. I'm going to go now, okay? I'll see you later. And with that, you jumped up and then jumped off to the door and kept going. Kenma watched with confusion, then quickly looked at the bench, floor, and bag before back to the door and started running. Kenma! Kuro called after him. My PSP! He cried, dashing out the door. You were halfway across the oval when he finally caught up to you. Why are you chasing me? Go back, I'm fine, you said, trying to shoo him away. My PSP. You still have my PSP, he panted. Huh? Oh. You looked down at it in your hand. Oh, here. He took it from you and held it close to his chest and then turned to go back to the gym. Hey, you called. Why do you always look at me? You then asked, still trying to figure out your feelings. When? He asked, looking back at you. When you're playing volleyball? You said. Oh, I'm looking at my PSP in your hands to make sure it's okay, he replied. Oh, so you're not looking at me? You asked. He shook his head. No, why would I be looking at you? He asked. Your heart sank a little. Had you been thinking that maybe he liked you a little too? Oh, no reason, you replied, before turning to the fence. He eyed you, and then turned away with his PSP in hand, and walked slowly back to the gym, while you placed your hands on top of the fallen fence, then swung your right leg, with boot, over it, and hiked yourself up and over, half falling over on the other side, and doing a half handstand as you let your boot slide down the fence. Just as you had finished climbing over that part of the fence, it collapsed. Whoops, you said as you sat there on the ground. Oh well, it was bound to happen, I guess. And so you shrugged it off, got up, dusted yourself off and hobbled home. What if I don't actually have a crush on Kenma? What if this is the feeling that you get when you have a best friend? You asked yourself. He makes me feel happy when I'm around him, and he's supported me, and he's been there for me. Maybe that's it. I've never had that kind of friend before, so it's possible that that's the reason. You were happy with that conclusion, for now, until you could figure yourself out a little bit more. But the best friend feeling did seem to fit the picture the best, given the circumstances. Kenma didn't play as well after you left. His mind seemed to be elsewhere, and it wasn't on his game. I hope she's okay. Her HP was drained, he thought as he imagined himself in combat gear, fighting off a giant dragon to keep you safe. That night you were aimlessly scrolling through pictures of world's ugliest birds when you got a message from Kenma. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, why? You replied. You just acted strange today. Your heart leapt in your throat and your whole body tingled. Medication, you sent. Oh, do you have enough? Do you need me to get more for you? He asked. That aside, I'm surprised you'd actually leave your room to get medicine for me, you sent back. Health potions are important, he replied, and you smiled at your phone. He's just a lovable idiot, you thought. Just then you got another message, but this time it was from Lolita, the front desk lady at the animal shelter. Hey, honey bun, are you okay you didn't show up for work yesterday? She sent. Back onto that roller coaster your heart got and shot to dizzying heights before plummeting into your shoes. Oh no, you screamed internally. I completely forgot about work. So much happened. You switched from messaging Kenma to messaging Lolita and quickly texted her back. I'm so sorry, you said honestly. So much happened in the last day or so and I hurt my leg and can I come in tomorrow? Your heart stayed chillin' in your shoes as you waited for a reply from her, not even sending another message to Kenma while you sweated it out. She replied back quickly, and you braced for the explosion about being immature and shirking your duties and other things like how you were an embarrassment, but instead of any of that, she replied with a line of hearts and then another message. Honey bear, don't you worry. I hope you're okay. Just rest and I'll cover your duties. Kenma the cat missed you yesterday, and he's hoping your leg feels better soon. You teared up as you read it. I think my world is slowly changing. I have nice people around me now. You thought about Lolita and Kenma. They really were appreciated by you. What can I do to thank them? You thought, dropping your phone to your lap and looking up at the ceiling to drain the tears from your eyes. I know, I'll buy Lolita flowers and Kenma... You frowned and stared back down at your phone. What do I get Kenma? The next day you were on a mission to get gifts for the people you appreciated the most. Lolita's was easy. There was a flower shop near the corner store that sold ice creams, and you hobbled your way there before school and waited until the store opened. Oh, you're early? The lady said with a smile as she unlocked the door and flicked the sign from closed to open. Yes, I need flowers for a really nice person with glasses, you said brightly. Well, I don't really know how to help with that type of explanation, but maybe if you have a look around you might find the perfect bunch, she offered. Okay, thank you, you said, stepping in and dragging your bung leg around with you. Nothing really stood out for you in the flower section, but at the back of the shop they sold ornaments, and you stopped there and stared at the wall of brightly coloured items. Pretty, you thought, staring wide-eyed at each trinket in turn, letting the colours penetrate right into the core of your eyeballs. There were painted animals, glittery, feathery things, miniature butterflies and caterpillars, anything that you could think of to decorate a bunch of flowers, and your hand gravitated towards some kind of cat pin that looked kinda like Kenma the cat, and you picked it up to take a better look at it. This is cute, you thought with a smile, closing your hand over it and warming the cold metal with your palm. Absent-mindedly, you walked to the checkout desk and presented it to the lady for her to scan. She did so, you paid, and then you were out the door hobbling on your way to school, your clunky boot making a loud thud with each booted step. You had almost reached school when a thought suddenly struck you. Wait, I forgot to get Lolita flowers. You were about to turn back when the feeling of the little bag handle in your hand caught your attention, and you looked down at it. You stared at the bag for a second, wondering what on earth it was for. Then you opened it and looked inside, and you saw the cat pin. I bought this? Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, frickety frack, I just randomly bought this without even thinking. I bought it for me, but it was supposed to get something for Lolita. Should I give her this instead of flowers? You looked it over, standing dead still in the middle of the sidewalk. I mean, she does work at an animal shelter. You thought a little longer, and then shrugged and put it back in the bag. Yeah, I'll give it to her, you decided. Kenma had waited for you that morning, but when you didn't show up at his place, he decided to head to school on his own, nose buried in his PSP. Taking the shortcut you guys usually used, he walked up to the fence and looked over his PSP to see that it had collapsed right over. Oh, it's fallen. Finally it KO'd. He gingerly walked over it and then set off across the oval, passing your head teacher and principal as they headed back past him to the fallen fence. At sensing them pass him, he stopped and turned to see where they were going, thumbs still resting on the buttons of his console. They were intently walking towards something, and he watched as they traipsed right up to the fallen fence and then stopped and had an intense discussion about it. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but they did seem to be very unimpressed. There wasn't much else he could do, so he just turned and headed towards the school building, head down, playing his game again. It was a click or two before the bell rang that you came honky-tonking your way along with your bootleg brace and quickly threw your stuff into your locker and then snatched your books for the first class out and bumbled along until you got to the classroom. You laid eyes on Kenma as you entered, and he looked at you with a soft look on his face, so you smiled, gave him a quick hello before passing and falling into your seat, huffing and puffing and trying to adjust your hair that was all over the place. The bell rang, and in walked the teacher, making direct eye contact with you. You tried to calm your breathing and sit straighter, but it was hard to do since you had only just sat down. I must look a mess, but it's so hard to move in this stupid boot thing. I wonder if I tied a helium balloon to it, would that help? Your mind started planning out the balloons, how many you would need, where you would attach them to your leg, how you would attach them to your leg, etc., until you were well and truly lost in that thought. You were well and truly on the way to solving this earth-stopping issue when you heard, through your internal rambling voice, an obnoxious voice calling your name. With an annoyed look on your face, you paused your internal planning session and looked up into the very pissed-off looking face of your teacher. Yes? You asked, still with brows knitted in annoyance. What do you have to say for yourself? She asked sternly. You were confused. What in the fresh hell was this old windbag on about now? This boot's heavy, you said. You were pretty sure she wasn't talking about your boot or your daydreaming, but you had nothing else to offer to her random comment. Is that it? You think it's okay to destroy school property for the sake of your boot? She asked. Of all the irresponsible things, Yin, this is the final straw. You will go to the office right now. We are calling your father to get you. And that is it. You will never step foot in this school again. Confusion consumed you. Utter bewilderment. What was going on? What? You asked. You honestly had no idea what she was talking about. It was me, Kenma said suddenly, and you whipped your head back to look at him. Your head swung wildly back and forth between the two, trying to figure out what had transpired in the real world while you were in the middle of your internal balloon-to-boot planning session. What happened? What did you do? What did I do? You had so many questions, but none of them were being answered. The teacher glared at Kenma. You did not, Kenma. Sit down, please. I understand that you are friends with Yin, but she will never learn if you keep covering for her. Do you have any proof? He asked, giving the teacher a stern look, but keeping his head down so that his curtain bangs kept his vision enclosed. Well, no, but that's beside the point, she spluttered. You saw me walking across the oval this morning, he said softly. The teacher had nothing to say, and you just stared at Kenma, still trying to work out what was going on. Kenma looked at you and you scrunched your eyebrows at him. He could tell you didn't know what was going on, so he spoke up again. I knocked over the back fence by accident, he said to you, but also confirming it for the teacher. The teacher was annoyed that he had stepped in on this, and so she made some garbled excuse about talking about this later, with him and with you, and then she turned and stormed back to her desk to start the lesson. The rest of the students were a little bewildered by this sudden drama, but amongst the confused looks some of the girls were a little loved up at seeing how Kenma's protective side had jumped out, and one classmate in particular sat back in her chair and eyed his side profile while she bit into her bottom lip and smirked a little. You know what, that Kenma guy is kind of cute, she thought, lidding her eyes at him. The teacher went back to her desk and Kenma went to his seat, and you just turned slowly in your chair to sit straight and stare down at the desk in front of you. Wait, so Kenma is getting in trouble for knocking the back fence over? But did he knock it over? You cast your mind back to the last time that you'd used the back fence, and clearly remembered it falling over, because you remembered seeing it land on a dandelion and sending a plume of feathered seeds into the air. Your head shot up and you swiveled it back to look at Kenma, who was giving you a slightly saddened look. He didn't knock over the fence, you thought as you had an internal conversation with him. Kenma, you didn't do it, did you? I did it. I was the one who knocked it over. But why? Why did you take the blame for me? Your eyes welled with tears and you shook your head sadly at him. I don't want you to get in trouble because of my sake, you thought. He shook his head back at you, almost telling you to not take the blame, as you would surely be suspended. That class went by really slowly, and you don't remember a lot of it, but finally the bell rang to conclude the lesson, and you stood up to leave, but the sharp look from the teacher made you sit back down quickly. Kenma refused to leave the classroom as well, even though the teacher hadn't given him any indication to stay, and he walked up beside your desk and stood there. You looked up at him. Go, Kenma, you whispered. He shook his head stubbornly. No, I need to take the blame, you replied to his shaking head. No, I'll take it, because I did it, he said to you. No, you didn't. I did. I remember no... Yin! Come here, the teacher demanded. Your form prickled at her sharp tone and you got up, ready to make the walk to her desk on your own, but Kenma was right there with you. Kenma, you are not needed. Please leave, the teacher said to him. School policy says you need to have 2 fighters to a boss fight, Kenma replied to her softly. Speak up, please, the teacher said impatiently. We have a right to have 2 students present, he said a little louder, keeping his head down. She pursed her lips, knowing he was correct, and so thus did not push the issue. Yin, she addressed you, and you quickly looked down. I will ask you straight. Did you knock over the fence at the back of the school? You refused to make eye contact. You must answer me, she demanded sharply. I already told you, Kenma cut in. I knocked down the fence. I am not talking to you, Kenma, the teacher snapped. I'm taking you in to the principal, Kenma said, taking your hand and gently pulling you with him to the door of the classroom. Your treatment of her is unfair, and I'm a witness, he added softly as he left with you. Why, Kenma? You whispered through your stress-seized voice box as you hobbled beside him. Because they're after you for no reason, he replied. I don't know why, but I can feel it. You felt so validated. You'd felt this for a very long time and had voiced it a few times to various people, but everyone had just said that you were paranoid and stupid. Tears suddenly cascaded down your cheeks as you looked down at your hand that was held in his while he walked you to the office. Kenma's really nice, you thought, reaching your other hand out and grabbing the back of his shirt and then taking a larger step forwards and pulling your hand from his so you could hug him from around the back, burying your tear-stained face into the back of his shirt. He was surprised to find your arms around him and stopped, but then gently patted your hand as you gripped him around the middle. Thank you, you suddenly wailed. Everyone says I'm weird and crazy and I'm making it up, but you believe me and you're trying to help me. The rest of your sentence was an incoherent sobbing wail, and you broke down again, continuing to try and talk through your crying. Okay, he replied with confusion, half deadpanning as you insisted on still trying to talk to him through your crying. Come on, we're near the end of our quest. He walked the rest of the way with you to the office as you clung to his back, and then stayed with you once inside the reception area. Kenma did most of the talking, as you were currently out of action, and explained everything that had happened, still maintaining that he was the one who had knocked over the back fence. Just based on how upset you were, the principal felt ashamed and promised to look into it, then dismissed you both. She suggested that you stay in the infirmary for a while until you'd calmed down, so Kenma took you there and stayed with you until the next class. Once the bell rang, he left, and you snuggled down under the sheets and just hid away from the world. Maybe if I just stay quiet in here, no one will notice and I'll be able to stay here forever because it's nice and quiet, you thought, as your eyes closed, and you slowly drifted off to sleep, thinking about how cool it would be if you could breathe underwater, something random that just happened to pop into your mind as you fell asleep. Kenma looked a little burdened as he walked slowly back to class with his hands in his pockets. He was worried about you. It's not fair that they keep on picking on Yin. She might be annoying at times, but she doesn't deserve this, he thought. He was so preoccupied with thoughts of you that he didn't see a girl standing in front of him, calling to him, and when he sensed someone was there, he just mechanically stepped around them and kept walking. Hey, Kenma, the voice called again, and he stopped when the voice permeated his thoughts. He looked to his left into the smiling face of his classmate. He didn't ask anything, just waited for her to speak, seeing as she looked like she wanted to ask him something. Oh, she stalled. How's Yin? Okay, he said softly. Oh, cool. Are you and her going out? She asked. No, he replied blandly. Oh, that's good, she said with a bright smile. So you're single, right? He just turned and kept walking, making her chase him. Do you like anyone in the class? She pushed. Kenma had had enough of the conversation, so was disinclined to answer, and promptly ignored her probing questions as she followed him into the classroom. The teacher looked up as he entered and noted that you weren't with him, and he gave her a cold glare as he sat down. The girl was still intent on talking to him, but thought that it was probably best not to talk now that they were in class, so just gazed longingly at him as she sat down in her seat. It was an awkward class. The teacher felt it. Kenma certainly felt it, and he couldn't wait till break to go and see you again to make sure that you were okay. Back in the sick bay, you'd woken to your booted leg falling off the side of the bed, and it had startled you. You'd been having a dream that your foot had gotten caught in a noose and had yanked you to the side of a cliff. Waking with a start, you quickly lifted your leg back on the bed and lay there panting with sudden fear. While you were still trying to come down from your stress-laced dream, Kenma walked in and saw you in a state of low-key panic. What happened? He asked. I almost fell off a cliff, you exclaimed, pointing to your booted leg. This stupid thing nearly dragged me off. He blinked at you, putting it down to a dream, so didn't question you further about it. Thanks for coming to see me, he said with a smile as he sat down on the side of the bed. It's okay, he said, looking softly at you. You just looked at him, and then your eyes fell to his bare hands. Oh, where's your game thingy? You asked, noticing that he didn't have it on him. In my bag, he replied. Why didn't you bring it? You asked. He paused. He didn't really have a good answer to that question. I don't know. Oh, he said softly. Well, hey, is there something you want? What do you mean? He asked. I mean, is there, something that you like, or that you want? You repeated. I don't want to tell him it's for a gift for him. No, he replied, confused. Oh, he said sadly. Silence fell, and after a few more seconds he stood up. Well, I'll see you after school, okay? Yeah, okay, you said with a smile, watching him leave. I still have to get him a thank you gift, you thought as you stared up at the ceiling once he'd walked out. Walking out of the infirmary, Kenma looked down at his empty hands and stared as he slowly opened and closed them. I don't have my game, he thought as he walked. I always grab for my game. Why is this time I wanted to see Yin more than I wanted to game? That's weird. He continued on down the hall to his locker to get his PSP, just to make sure that he was still into it. As he pulled it out, he looked at the poster that he'd stuck up on the back of his locker. There was a game conference coming up soon, and it featured his favourite game, and people would be cosplaying as the characters. Man, he really wanted to go. Even the creators of the game would be there. He stared at it as he waited for his game to load, then he closed his locker and went to sit down somewhere quiet. After school, the infirmary nurse dismissed you, and you got off the bed and wobbled to the door, feeling a little woozy on your feet after lying down for so long. Booted leg first, you made your way back down the hallway to the lockers, just as the bell rang, and students spilled out of the classroom and flooded the hallway. Whoa! A sea of people, you thought, stumbling to the side rails to get out of the way, and also kind of pretending that you were in some type of ocean. Will I make it to my locker? You asked yourself dramatically, clinging to the rail and slowly pulling yourself along. Will Kenma help me? Where is he? You asked yourself, lifting yourself up on tippy toes on one foot to try and look over the mass of chatting people. Your eyes scanned down the line to where Kenma's locker was, and you saw his head through the crowd, smiling when you saw that telltale black roots with blonde tip look. Kenma! You shouted, hoping he would hear you over the din, but it was far too loud in the hall, and he definitely didn't hear you. You made your way forwards a little more and tried to call out again, but stopped. It looked like he was talking to someone, and you stopped and squinted to see who it was. You saw your female classmate next to him, and it looked like they were having a good chat. Your heart sank. It hurt. You didn't want him to be talking to anyone else. Wait, correct that. You didn't want anyone female else. With more purpose, you pulled yourself through the people towards where Kenma and her were talking, and saw her stroke her hand down his arm and giggled. Is he making her laugh? You thought with indignation, your heart starting to hurt in your chest. He doesn't try and make me laugh. Jealousy surged inside you and you pushed your way through to them. Kenma had walked to his locker, intending to get his things before going to yours and packing your bag for you, but before he could leave, that girl from earlier had bailed him up against his locker. Hey, she greeted brightly when she got to him. You're so smart. I really like how you focus in class. She was clutching at straws by now, just trying to find something to compliment him on that would make him open up, but she had no idea where to start. He basically ignored her, putting his PSP in his bag first while she struggled to find her next line. Oh, you play? She asked excitedly, spotting the blue handheld. He paused and looked at her with a small nod. Oh, I play. I left mine at home, she lied. What game do you play? He asked. A Monster Hunter, she replied, remembering the name of the title on her brother's console. Same, he said, straightening a little. Oh, it's so fun, isn't it? She said with a grin, happy that she had found something that had caught his attention. He nodded, more enthusiastically than before. I bet you're amazing, she said, giving him a cute giggle and touching his arm. He gave her a small smile in return, but didn't feel all too comfortable with her touch. She said something else, but all of a sudden, you appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Kenma by his arm, and had yanked him away, off with you down the hallway away from her. Kenma! The girl called out after you both, but you just kept your head down, fists locked around his shirt, and your face scrunched with determination, drowning out her call for him while you clunked down the busy hall, pulling him away from her. He let you take him away, and you didn't stop until you were well and truly away from everyone at the other end of the building, next to the water fountains. Once you'd gotten him well away from her, you stopped and let him go, staring down at the ground. Oh no, I have no excuse as to why I did that. What do I say? I don't even know why I did that. Well, I know I didn't like her talking to him, but it's not like I own him, so I can't exactly say that he can't talk to any other girl. He's not really the type to talk to any other girls anyway. Thanks, he said softly. She talks too much. She's way more annoying than you ever were. His sudden speech made you burst out laughing. It was mostly laughter of relief that you didn't have to explain yourself, but also that he had said annoying in past tense, which meant that he didn't currently find you annoying, and after laughing until you were content, you grabbed him into a hug. He was a little shocked at first, but allowed it, and then you let him go quickly, heart aflutter and feeling like it was as light as air. Oh, my bag is still up there though, you said a little sadly. Oh, now I've got to go get it. No, let's wait until everyone goes, and then you can go and get it, he said, looking around. He turned to the building again and walked to the corner that was at the very back, and you followed curiously. Slowly he peeked around and you followed suit, poking your head past him to see just bushes and not much else. We can hide here, he said, walking over to one of the bushes and sitting down behind it. You followed with your booted leg and sat down next to him, super happy with his choice of hiding space. You cuddled in close to him and he didn't seem to mind. Are you comfortable enough? He asked you as he pulled his PSP out. Yep, you replied. He nodded. If you're cold, you can have my jumper, he offered. Yeah, actually, it's cold, you lied. You just wanted to put his jumper on. Any excuse would do. He took it off and gave it to you, and you put it on and snuggled into it with a deep inhale in. Kenma didn't have any strong smell. He didn't reek of male deodorant spray like some of the other guys did. You often likened them to male flies, spraying themselves with repellent to keep the girl flies away. He had a nice smell, and you were about to ask if it was his shampoo or deodorant that you could smell, but decided against it as he didn't want to come off as weird. It was hard to hold that question in, though. Don't be weird, Yin. This is the perfect situation here. Don't make it weird. Happily, you stayed still and just watched the ants go by in a line past your boot. Kenma was again trying to beat a particularly hard boss and grunted with frustration when he lost again. You looked over and rested your chin on his arm. Hard one, huh? Yeah, he said, keeping his arm still so you could rest there. Is that game fun, even if you keep losing? Yeah, because when you win, it's a really good feeling. I like taking on hard opponents, he said. Maybe I should try, you asked. Kenma looked at you, and you looked up into his eyes, and then quickly looked away and lifted your head off his arm. You were so close to him that all of a sudden it was making breathing more difficult. Try, he said, handing the PSP to you. Wait, you gasped, looking back at him. I'm allowed to play it? Yeah, he said. You're allowed to. I don't let many people play it. Actually, I don't let anyone play it. Oh, well, I take that as a compliment, you said with a smile, as you flapped your arms out of his jumper sleeves and took it from him. You stared excitedly at the loading screen and then panicked. Wait, what do I do, Kenma? I don't know how to play. When it loads, press this button, he instructed calmly. But then what? There are probably a sequence of buttons to press. I don't know how to... Come and sit here, he said, uncrossing his legs and pointing for you to sit between them. You stalled and took a few seconds to compute. Sit lap? You asked, unable to speak in proper sentences. Yeah, here. He pointed between his legs, and somehow you managed to get there without falling over. But then he put his arms around you to point at the screen in your hand, and you nearly passed out. Okay, press B, he said in your ear. Your thumb smashed B. A, he said. Quick as a flash, you hit A. He kept giving you instructions, and you followed closely. As the in-game fight got more and more intense, he placed his hands around yours to hold the PSP while you tapped the buttons that he told you to, and from the corner of your eye you could see the monster's tail flashing, but just then you were king hit and knocked out. Kenma grunted, and you pointed to the screen where you'd seen the tail of the monster flash. Its tail was flashing just before we died, you commented. What? He asked. Its tail. You turned your face to look at him, and your nose almost touched his, but he didn't notice as he was too busy computing what you'd said. Your heart was thumping so hard you felt like you were going to combust. Oh, he said softly. Your eyes slowly focused on his lips and how close they were to yours. How many times did it flash? He asked suddenly, and you quickly looked away and back at the PSP. 4, I think, you replied. How about you defend and I'll attack? He offered. Just keep pressing A and B in an alternating pattern, and I'll do this side. Okay, you said, setting your hands up on that side of the PSP to be able to press the buttons while he got ready with the other ones. Okay, he replied. Go. You hit the buttons rhythmically while Kenma pressed buttons on the other side, and your character started to attack while defending himself against the monster. Kenma, its tail, you mumbled. Yeah, I see it, he replied softly. Go, go, you cried enthusiastically. Get it! We're going to get it, he replied, rare excitement growing in his voice. Just then you beat the monster and you cried out with delight. Yes, you did it, you squealed. Kenma looked happy, but he didn't screech like you just did, but you still knew he was happy. With delight you dragged yourself off his lap and to your feet and turned to him. Well, I think everyone has gone by now, so I'm going to get my bag. Wait for me here, I'll be back, you said as you hobbled off, super stoked with yourself and how far you had come in your friendship with Kenma. That afternoon you walked home with Kenma, but then decided to drop by the animal shelter to give the little gift to Lolita. You had just said goodbye to Kenma and were about to cross the road when your boot caught on the pavement and you tripped, putting your hands out to save yourself. Unfortunately, the little bag that housed the cat pin got crushed under you, and you got up and quickly checked it. The little cat's leg had been broken off, and you stared down sadly at it. "Aw, why do the happy things that happen to me always disappear so quickly?" you thought. "When I'm happy, something sad always happens straight after." Dejectedly, you put the little pin back in the crushed bag and walked towards the animal shelter with your shoulders slumped. Your mind was still jumping the decision rope as you entered the place, quickly hopping back and forth between, do I give it to Lolita, do I not give it to Lolita? You gingerly stepped inside and then looked up into her smiling face, her bright smile greeting your terrified face. "Good afternoon, Honey Bunch. I didn't know you were on today," she said with a warm smile. Come in, come in." I'm not on today," you said softly as you clutched the small crushed bag closer to your chest. "Oh, you're not? Well, what brings you in here, baby? Are you okay?" she asked with concern, seeing the pensive look on your face as she walked around the front desk to come and comfort you. Before she could get to you, though, you quickly pushed the crushed bag out towards her and dropped your head. "I'm sorry. I was going to give you flowers, but then I saw this pin and I ended up getting it instead, and I don't even know if you'll like it, and I broke it by accident, and..." While you had been talking, Lolita had taken and opened the bag and looked in at the small cat pin with the broken leg, and her eyes welled with tears. "Oh, sweet, did you get this for me?" she asked softly. Yeah, I'm sorry, I really am. Maybe I shouldn't have given it to you. It's broken and..." "Oh, honey," she said in a wobbly voice as she reached out and dragged you into her front for a warm cuddle. You froze with confusion. Why was she giving you a cuddle? You were used to being yelled at that point, or told that you were useless. This wasn't what you were prepared for. You can tell me off, you said softly to her, eyes welling with your own tears. Oh, why would I tell you off? She asked with sudden surprise. This is perfectly perfect. Huh? You asked, pulling back to look at her with a stunned look on your watery-eyed face. I have a kitty cat at home that looks just like this one. She had to have her little leg amputated last year because she got hit by a car and they couldn't mend it, she said with a sad smile. I can't believe how perfectly this matches. You... what? Really? You asked with surprise. Yes, and I'm allergic to flowers. They make me sneeze like nobody's business, she said with a chuckle. Look, I'll show you a picture of my kitty. Her name's Betty Boop. Reaching into her shirt, presumably into her bra, to get her phone, she pulled it out and opened up the camera gallery to a myriad of cat photos. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. It's a perfect match, you said, checking the pictures on her phone with the pin that she had now pinned to her shirt proudly. You have no idea how happy you've made me, she said in a bubbly voice. You're a real darling, you know that? Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise, she stated firmly. Your heart ached. This was a rare, genuine exclamation of positivity, and you didn't know what to do with these happy feelings, so just cried. Lolita could tell that you weren't used to being told that you were wonderful, so she reached out and hugged you again. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm crying, you wobbled in a broken voice. I thank you for not yelling at me. Sweetness, you don't need to apologize for that, she chided lightly with a chuckle. And I won't ever yell at you. Thank you, you whispered as you buried your face into her and hugged her back. After spending a little more time there, you decided to head home and left, walking down the street slowly towards your place. The boot was a lot heavier by the end of the day, and you wondered if you were going to have a really big leg by the time the boot came off. You were just coming up to the game shop when you saw a group of students about your age standing around looking at the poster there. Nah, it's going to be awesome, one of the guys standing there said. Are you going to cosplay? One of the girls asked him. Nah, I'm manning the stall. What if Taya turns up? I don't want her to see me in some lame costume. Ugh, you and Taya, man, she doesn't even know you exist, the second girl snorted. Yeah, she's already got the hots for Bryce, the other guy commented. I'm going to cosplay. You can't go to a game convention and not cosplay. Who are you going as? The first girl asked him, leaning forwards to ask a question. As she leaned forwards to ask him, she saw that you had stopped to listen in, and her eyes fell on you, which made everyone else turn and look. Oh, hi, you said with a sheepish wave. What you talking about? The game convention? Duh, the first girl said with a slightly sour look on her face. You looked at the poster, recognised a picture that was from Kenma's game, and your eyes lit up. Oh, that's Monster Hunter, you said with a smile of recognition. You play? One of the guys asked with a sparkle in his eye. Not exactly, but I helped beat the boss on level 30. I think it was level 30, you mused out loud. Oh, really? How? He asked. Its tail flashes when it gets close to being defeated. Then you just smash the keys and hope that you beat it, you said with a smile. Oh, the guy said with a bit of a sweat drop look on his face. Well, are you going to go to the convention? He pointed to the poster. Maybe, you said in an unsure voice, eyeing the poster again. Well, if you do, you need to cosplay, because you'd look good in the outfits. The sour girl snorted her jealousy and looked away as the guy gave you a slight up-down look. Really? You asked, unaware of him checking you out, as you had looked down at your body and then back to the poster. Okay, how much is the tickets? You were thinking about getting some tickets for you and Kenma, and after talking to the group for a little longer, you left to go home and buy the tickets online. Amazingly, they still had some, and they also had a deal to enter into the cosplay competition as well, so you grabbed that one too. Your dad had left his credit card unattended, so you made good use of it. And by unattended I mean it was in his wallet, in the bottom of his bag, and he'd come home from a long day and had passed out on the lounge, so you couldn't ask him for money, and so you thought you might just help yourself and apologise tomorrow. That's if he noticed. He rarely noticed things like that. Happy with your purchase, as an appropriate gift for Kenma to thank him for all that he had done for you, you downloaded the tickets, then put everything back and went to bed. The next day you raced to Kenma's house and met him just as he was leaving, thrusting your phone into his empty hands. What? He asked, looking down at your phone. Look! You exclaimed. He looked down at the black screen, as your phone had gone on standby mode and had gone dark, and you quickly reached over and tapped the screen so it would light back up again so he could see. Once the screen had gone bright again, you pointed to your phone, grinning from ear to ear and unable to contain your happiness. Kenma looked down at the QR code and blinked. A QR code? He commented. To the game convention, I bought us tickets, you said brightly. Please come with me. Did you? He asked, showing the most excitement he had ever shown you, which didn't look like much to the average person, but you could tell that he was super excited by the look in his eye. Yeah, wait, you didn't buy tickets, did you? You asked with a worried expression. In your excitement, you had forgotten to double-check if he had even known about the gaming convention, and if he had known about it, that he hadn't bought tickets. No, I didn't buy them yet, but I was going to, he said as he handed your phone back to you. Well, now you don't need to buy them because we're already going, you said enthusiastically, bobbing up and down as best you could with your boot on. Damn this stupid boot, you said, scowling down at it. I'm getting it checked next week. It should be okay to come off, I hope. Kenma nodded, and you turned to walk to school together, discussing your recovery progress and the gaming convention. You deliberately didn't tell him that you would be cosplaying there. You wanted to surprise him with that. The following week you got the boot off your leg and you were so happy. Your foot felt a little weird and you felt a tad unsteady on it, but it was better than lugging that giant thing around, so you were stoked. Work was great as usual, and your pictures of Kenma the cat to Kenma your friend continued, although now Kenma the cat was letting you pat him, and you were ecstatic with the progress. Hey look, you sent to Kenma, attaching the picture of you patting the cat, that still didn't look super impressed about being patted, but was tolerating it. Kenma, the human, saw your picture pretty quickly and replied, I understand how he feels. He sent, Hey, don't be mean, my pats are wonderful, I'll show you tomorrow, you replied. Don't pat me, he sent back. But you'll love it, you replied, smiling at your phone as you messaged him. Don't even think about it, he replied. I'll let you sit in my lap, you replied, giggling as you hit send. No. You laughed out loud, then smacked a hand to your mouth to stop the loud sound coming out. Lolita, from the front desk, heard you and poked her head into the cat section to see what had you so amused, and she saw your phone in hand. Who's making you giggle, sunshine? Lolita asked with a cheeky grin. Me. I'm making myself laugh because I'm hilarious. Okay, I'm annoying, but I'm also hilarious, you said, giggling again before putting your phone in your pocket. You are always such a delight, she tittered, going back to her post at the front desk while you continued to work, grabbing the broom nearby to sweep the floor while you thought about stuff. Next week is the gaming convention. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. Going with Kenma, just us, alone, together. Oh my gods. Is this a date? You paused mid-sweep and stared at the white, fluffy cat, known as Mondo, in the cage in front of you. No, it's not a date, you bumblenum. It's just a thank you to Kenma for being nice. You smiled down at the broom and kept going, humming a happy little tune to yourself as you finished up for the night. Kenma the cat slowly crept to the front of his cage as you swept your way off towards the dustpan at the door, watching you with a curious look in his eye. You'd been around enough for him to be getting used to you, and he liked your happy nature. You were predictable. The humans that he knew weren't like that, but you seemed different to them. Finally, the day of the gaming convention arrived, and your stomach was twisted up like a pretzel as you tried on every piece of clothing that you owned. During that time, you also found your diary from when you were 10, read some of it, cringed, found a random plastic key in a box under your bed, and then turned your room upside down looking for the lock that it fit into, found a shoebox, also under your bed, that was full of rocks, sat there staring into it for a good 10 minutes, found the lip gloss that you had lost 2 years ago and opened it. It still smelled like strawberries, and then once you had completed all of that, you went back to revisiting a few more outfits in case they actually looked better than the one that you were currently in. You were taking your cosplay gear in a separate bag because you didn't want Kenma to see you in it just yet. You wanted to surprise him. 10 a.m. finally came around and you left your house and walked to his, feeling a little nervous about the day ahead. But the second you saw him, not in school uniform, and looking very hot indeed, you forgot all about your nerves for the day and went with nerves from being around him and finding him cute instead. I'm excited, he said in an even, unexcited sounding voice, and you nodded enthusiastically. Same, you said brightly, refusing to look at him for fear of blushing and giving yourself away. Let's go. You fell in step beside him and headed to the closest train station to catch the train to the convention. There wasn't much talk as you looked at the different platforms and worked out which would get you there the quickest. Then you were off on the train to head to the convention centre. It looked like it was going to be a popular event, as a number of people hopped onto the same train as you and Kenma, excitedly chatting about what they were going to do once they got to the gaming convention. A few were in cosplay, and Kenma was staring shyly at them. Do you like their outfits? You asked him as a group of guys hopped on at the next stop. He nodded. Did you want pictures with them? you asked. He nodded again. Go and ask them, you encouraged him. He shook his head. No, it's okay. Okay, here, I'll go, you said, getting up and walking over to them. Hi, you greeted happily. Can I have a selfie with you guys? They looked at you and smiled. Yeah, sure, one said, stepping in beside you and crouching down so that he would be about the same height as you, as the others crossed around behind you and then got into the selfie. You took a few pictures, then thanked them again and went back to sit with Kenma and show him the pictures. Here, you said, I'll send them to you. You selected a few and then sent them to his phone, and he pulled his phone out and looked down at them. Thanks, he said softly as he flicked through them. No worries, you replied. As more people filed in at each stop, you and Kenma had to stand up to let older people sit down, and you found it hard to balance as the train bumped every now and again. You were a little too short to hold on to the handrails that hung from the roof, and you grunted with annoyance as you tried to grab one that was swinging just overhead. Just hold on to me, Kenma said, calmly reaching an arm out to pull you into him. The train lurched and you fell into him, grabbing onto his shirt to steady yourself. At suddenly finding yourself in his arms, you froze up, and that's where you stayed, safely against him until the next stop. And thankfully, or not, that was your stop, so you let go of him and you both hopped off the train together. It wasn't hard to know where to go, because there were hordes of people all heading in the same direction as you and Kenma, so you just got swept along with them until you came to the front doors and, once having your ticket scanned, you were in. Kenma's eyes widened when he saw all of everything inside. This was like a type of heaven for him, and you grabbed a hold of the back of his shirt so as not to lose him in the crowd as he beelined for one of the stands. You chuckled to yourself as you were dragged through the throngs of people, and likened it to letting an excited puppy lead you by the leash. That's pretty much how half the morning went, you just being taken from stall to stall by Kenma as you held onto the back of his shirt. You didn't really understand much of what was going on, but he seemed to be enjoying himself, and so that was fine by you. Hey, he said back to you as you tripped behind him and yanked his shirt for the 5th time. Hold my hand. You choke me every time you trip over, he said casually, extending his hand back to you, and you gingerly took it in yours and let him lead you by the hand instead. The next half hour had you screaming internally about how large his hands were and how warm they felt against your palm, so much so that you missed him asking you a question. Yin? Yin? His voice finally brought you back from your internal euphoric screaming land to the present, which was the noisy convention land, and you looked up at him with an embarrassed look on your face. What? You asked sheepishly. Food? He asked, pointing to a food stall nearby. Oh, yes, that's something that I definitely understand, you said brightly. Yes, please, let's go there. And then it was your turn to drag him by the hand. Now, with food in hand, you kept walking along and eating, and Kenma looked at you while you happily ate. Are you having fun? He asked softly. Oh, yes, heaps of fun. This food's amazing, you replied brightly with crumbs and sauce and everything else around your mouth. No, I mean, are you enjoying the rest of the stuff? He asked. I'm just enjoying that you're having a good time, you said with a smile. It makes me happy that you're happy. He looked back down at his food and smiled to himself as you kept walking. Amid the thoughts of how nice the food was, you remembered that you had a cosplay event to go to and suddenly stopped in your tracks. Kenma stopped too and looked at you. Oh my gosh, I have to go, you said suddenly, handing all of your food over to him and running into the crowd ahead. Yin? Kenma called with surprise as your form vanished into the sea of moving bodies ahead. What a pain, he thought as he didn't know what to do next. Where was he supposed to wait for your return? Right there in the middle of the hall? Why had you run off? Even just trying to figure those 3 questions out was enough to drain the energy from his body. As he stood frozen in place, he heard the loudspeaker call overhead that the cosplay competition was about to start. He looked up at the speaker and then back to where you had run off to. I really want to see the competition, he thought as he followed where a heap of other people were walking, ending up in a side room that had a stage and seats set up. Silently he sat down in one of the seats near the back and continued to eat some of the food. Once everyone was seated, the curtains were pulled back and the announcer took to the middle of the stage to explain what was going to happen. It was an open event. Anyone could put on a monster hunter costume and enter, and Kenma was looking forward to seeing how well some of the costumes were put together. After the voting system was detailed, the music started and the first lot of cosplayers walked out onto the stage and either did a signature move or something similar of the character that they were cosplaying, and then they walked to the side to let the next person have their moment. Some people were even dressed up as the monsters of Monster Hunter, and a few of them were done amazingly well. Kenma was so absorbed in the show that he'd forgotten all about you until one of his favourite female characters walked onto the stage and jumped around a bit. The costume of the person was really well done, and they kind of looked like the character too. He paused, squinting to get a better look at the face of the person. Yin? He said out loud with surprise. You didn't, or more like couldn't, hear him over the screaming of the fans, and you smiled and waved before walking off to the side. Kenma's eyes followed you, a light blush dusting his cheeks as he watched you go. You looked amazing. He had never seen you look like that before, and he couldn't tear his eyes off you. There were so many people that entered, but he didn't remember any of the ones that followed your entrance onto the stage, as he was still staring at you. And once everyone had a chance to showcase their costumes, the lines were opened for voting. He voted for you, of course. And then the votes were tallied and put on the screen. You didn't win, but that didn't matter to him. As the event was called to a close, he got up and tried to make his way through the crowd to the stage to see you, but it was impossible to push through, so he just stood and watched you in between the heads and shoulders of the others in front of him. He could see you walking out the back, so he stopped trying to get to you, deeming his mission a fail, so he decided that he would go back out the back to where you'd left him before and wait, hoping you would be able to find your way back to that spot. As he stopped next to one of the food stalls nearby, his phone rang and he answered it. Kenma, did you see me? Did you see me? You called into the receiver. I totally forgot to tell you to go to the cosplay show. Actually, I really should have told you as I left, because now it's all a waste. If you didn't go and... I saw you, he said, that blush coming back to his cheeks again. Oh, you did? You asked with glee. What'd you think? Did you like it? I still haven't changed. Don't change. Just come out here, he said, a little shy that he had said such a bold thing. Oh, okay. Where are you? I'll come out, you said. I'm near where you left me, he said softly. Where was that? You asked sheepishly. I'm terrible with directions. Kenma face-palmed and dragged his hand down his face and then sighed. Where are you? I'll come to you. I'm at the back door of the stage, you said. Okay, wait there, I'll be there soon, hopefully, he said, heading in the direction of the cosplay hall again. Amazingly, you found each other, and he blushed again when he saw you in the gear. Do you like it? You asked, spinning around to show it off to him. He just nodded silently. I decided to do this for you because I know you like Monster Hunter, so I wanted to cosplay one of the characters, but then I looked up the character and I found her, but I didn't know how she acted or anything like that, but oh well. It was fun anyway, you said with a grin. Kenma couldn't keep his eyes off you. Your outfit showed a little bit of skin, but not too much. But still, it was enough to get his attention, even though he wasn't really that way inclined. He wasn't into pervy things like some of the other boys his age. You smiled again, completely missing how into you he was at that point, and suggested that you continue on walking around the event. You and Kenma spent another 4 hours at the convention, then decided to call it a day and left, making your way to the train station. Man, I'm so tired, you said as you stretched your arms up over your head and made a weird noise to accompany it. Yeah, Kenma said, stealing a side glance at you. Finally, you were on the train. Having had a huge day, you wanted to rest your head somewhere, but nowhere was comfortable, until Kenma took your head and rested it on his shoulder. Just lay your head here, he said as he kept it there with his hand. You froze up momentarily, and then smiled to yourself as you relaxed into him, and before you knew it, you were fast asleep. Once you had fallen asleep, Kenma slowly rested his cheek on top of your head, the weight of his head slowly increasing as overwhelming tiredness took over his body as well. Yin's pretty cute, he thought as he drifted off to sleep beside you on the train. It was God only knows how long later that the train jolted and your eyes fluttered awake. You tried to tilt your head and look around, but there was something super heavy resting on it, and when you tried to lift your head, you cricked your neck. It was already in a precarious position anyway, so this was the limit, unfortunately, and you let out a small cry of despair. Your little noise roused the weight on your head, which was Kenma, and it lifted so you could move. But you couldn't now. That's it, you said in a numb voice. This is how it all ends. I guess this isn't so bad, seeing the world on an angle. I can get used to this. Are you okay? Kenma asked, bending his head sideways in front of your face to look at you. I can't lift my head, but it's fine. Trees look weird, but this is cool. Kenma sat back and gripped either side of your head, much to your protest, and slowly straightened it, while you repeated a very monotoned ow, 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 as he slowly straightened you up again. After an agonizingly slow minute, you were sitting up straight again, with your head upright, and you smiled straight ahead. Thanks, you said to the window ahead of you. I'd look at you, but I can't twist my neck. Kenma sighed. Where are we? You suddenly asked, noticing that there was a lot more greenery going past the window. Kenma followed your gaze with his, and he blinked a few times. I don't know, he said as he got up and walked across the landing area to look out the window. I think we're in the countryside. The what? You yelped. The countryside. No, I heard you the first time, but still, the what? You said again. The countryside, he replied. Kenma, I know, you deadpanned, getting up to walk over to the train chart to see if you could pinpoint where exactly you were. You had to do some military-type turns so that you didn't need to turn your neck, and after doing some swift swiveling of your whole body, you ended up at the train chart. Okay, so we got on here, you pointed to the map, and remember these stops, so we're on this line. Your finger traced the train line until the station stops got wider apart and it turned into a country link ahead and out to the countryside. Oh man, you groaned, still tracing the line. What is it? Kenma asked, walking over to you. You turned your head to look at him and a pain shot through your neck. Ow! We're somewhere out here, you said, turning your head back to show him where you were pointing, with another ow when you looked back at the map. I wonder where we are, he asked, his question being answered by the sudden crackle of the announcer overhead stating the name of the next stop. Oh, man, it's way out in the middle of nowhere. We'll have to get off and wait for another train to come back, and then go back onto that one and head back into town, you said. Okay, he replied, walking to his bag and sitting down and getting his PSP out to play. Ow! You're not worried? You asked, wincing and rubbing your neck as you turned to look at him. I have almost full battery, he said, not looking up at you as his game started up and he started playing. You chuckled softly and walked over to him and sat down too, letting out a happy sigh. Well, my dad isn't home, so he won't even know that I'm not home, and I'm with you, so I'm happy. Yeah, Kenma replied. I like being with you. Your heart suddenly thumped in your chest, and a wobbly smile graced your lips as you looked down into your lap and smiled at your knees. You hummed. It was another few minutes before the next train stop, and you and Kenma got off and looked around. It was the smallest platform you had ever seen. You couldn't even sit down on one single seat there because it was completely covered in bird poo. It looked like it was an abandoned station platform, to be honest. Is this like a ghost platform? You asked Kenma, but you were pretty much talking to yourself because he didn't reply. He was still playing his game. What if, like, a few months from now we come back and this place doesn't even exist and we find out that it was burned down in the 1800s but people still claim that they stood on here? Your mind had been hijacked by horror movie plots and you spent the next few minutes silently coming up with a scene and dialogue for your supposed movie. I'd call it Haunted 108 because the sign up there says 10... Just as you were about to finish your sentence, the speaker nearby crackled to life. You were getting pretty creeped out by the things that you were imagining, that you screamed when the voice came warbling through the speaker, and your 8 sounded more like a ah! Due to unforeseen circumstances, the train arriving on Platform 1 has been delayed until further notice. Passengers for this train have been advised to seek shelter for the night and come back tomorrow. The what? You screeched at the bird poo-covered speaker. Kenma paused his game and looked up. So we have to stay somewhere tonight? He asked. Yeah, but, you said, looking around for the town nearby, but it seemed to be quite a distance away, and it looked like it was only big enough for a small shopping centre and a post office. It doesn't look very big. Let's go, Kenma said, walking over the platform edge and jumping down onto the rails. Kenma, what are you doing? You spluttered. You'll get run over. By a train that isn't coming? He asked. Oh, yeah, true, you said, looking down at him and trying to figure out where you were going to jump, as everything was very uneven. Here, he said, holding his arms up. Just let me help you down. No, I can jump, I'm okay, you said, still trying to figure out where to place your landing. No, you'll hurt yourself and we don't need that, he said, putting his PSP into his pocket and stepping towards you. You conceded and crouched down so that he could put his hands under your arms and help you down, and you let him, sliding into him as he lowered you to the ground. Oh, thanks, you said bashfully while he held you in his embrace. There was a small moment shared before the nerves completely overtook you and you quickly stepped out of his arms and moved to the side with some exaggerated arm flailing as you made up something about needing to get to a place to stay for the night. He nodded and just followed you. It was indeed a small town. There wasn't even an inn until finally you went to the bakery there and explained what had happened, and the kind lady behind the counter offered the room above the bakery for you and Kenma to stay in. No one's lived up there for years, she stated with a hand wave. It's a little dusty, but it'll do for one night to help you kids out. You thanked her and turned to Kenma, who was hanging back at the door, watching the conversation from a distance. I got us a place, you said excitedly as you bounced over to him. Upstairs here. You turned back to the lady behind the counter and she smiled again. Oh, wait, let me get the keys for the room, she said as she disappeared off into the office of the bakery to get the set. She appeared a few moments later with the keys and handed them across to you once you had bounced back over to her. Thank you, you said again as you took them from her, then met Kenma at the door and told him to follow you. You exited the bakery and walked around to the side where there was an outside ladder that led up to the second floor. I can't believe we have somewhere to stay tonight, you said happily as you walked up the steps, the thud, thud, thud of your footsteps shaking the galvanised iron footing as you traversed to the top of them. The door itself just looked old, and you stopped in front of it and got your keys out to put in the lock. With one turn, the door opened and you stepped inside, looking around as Kenma stepped in behind you. Well, this is us then, you said to him, walking over to look out the window and onto the street below. After looking out the window for a bit, you then walked into the single bedroom there and saw a queen-size bed in it. Hey, Kenma, they have a queen-size... Your voice faded. Oh, wait, are we sleeping in the same bed? What is it? He asked as he walked in and stopped beside you as he stared at the bed in front of you. Nothing, you replied brightly after a long pause of silence. It's fine, nothing. We can go out now, you said, turning and taking his arm to make him leave as well. Oh, there's only one bed. I'll sleep on the lounge, he said. No, you can sleep with me in the bed. I don't mind. It's fine. We're friends, so yeah, fine. You laughed on the end, trying to make light of just how flustered you were right then. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, he added. Why would I feel uncomfortable? You asked. He shrugged. Because I'm a guy and you're a girl. You hissed through your lips. What? So what? There's... You waved your hand dismissively, unable to find the words that you wanted to say. I don't want to accidentally do anything in my sleep, he added, hanging his head to shield his eyes and hide the small blush on his cheeks. But you wouldn't do anything, would you? You asked him, a little concerned now that he had said it like that. You weren't actually fearfully concerned. It was more that you were just thinking that what if he did do something to you? That meant that he found you attractive, and that thought was jamming your rational thinking. What if we did end up doing something, though? Your mind immediately dragged up the thought of your bodies intertwined, one of his hands up under your shirt, while you had your arms around him, and you had to smack the mental stop button on that image immediately because your thoughts were starting to show through the expression on your face, and you quickly looked away and shook your head. It's fine, you said quickly. Meanwhile, Kenma was starting to get worried that it might not be a good idea after all for you and him to be alone together. What if I actually do something to scare her and then she doesn't want to talk to me ever again? He thought sadly as he walked slowly out to the lounge room. If I don't sleep, then I can't do anything in my sleep. I'll just stay up all night. Should we get food or something? You asked as you finally collected yourself and walked out to the lounge room to join him. Yeah, and some energy drinks, he said, looking at the floor. Energy drinks? You thought, looking at his side profile. Why energy drinks? Is he staying up? Your mind pulled up that image of him on top of you again, and you scrunched your face up to hide the look of bliss in your eyes. I don't plan on sleeping tonight, he replied, slowly turning his face to look at you, and because of what you had just been thinking about, you interpreted his look as something low-key sexual and had to quickly spin away so that he wouldn't see the look on your face. He blinked at the back of your head. No, but I think you need to sleep, Kenma, you stammered. Not with the way I'm feeling right now, I don't, he replied. Because I don't want to scare you if I do something inappropriate in my sleep, he thought. Your brain turned to fuzz. What is he thinking? You screamed internally. Is the shop downstairs? Kenma asked, wanting to go ahead with his plan to get food and drink, but you were dragging the chain by being lost in your own impure thoughts. Yep, downstairs, I think. Mechanically, you started walking to the door, and then out to the stairs, and he followed suit. It didn't take long to find the store, because it was the only store in town, and it also doubled as the clothing store, and the news agency, so that was handy. Oh, good, I need clothes to sleep in, he said as he looked through the clothes that they had. You were still in your cosplay gear. There wasn't a huge array of items there, so you just pulled out the most oversized shirt you could find, and to your delight it had a cat with sunglasses on it, so that would do. "I found my sleep shirt," you called to Kenma, while he was walking down the other aisle looking at newspapers. His head popped up over the divider, and he held the shirt up and shook it a bit. "Look, cat!" You pointed to the cat with sunnies on it, and he nodded. Happy that he had seen what you wanted him to see, you dropped your arm back down, and then headed off in search of some food, something you could eat without needing to heat it up or cook it. Meanwhile, Kenma was now in the energy drink section, having a good look at their array of options. Max Wake, caffeine that keeps you awake for 12 hours straight. He read the side of the drink. Yeah, that sounds good. Feeling like this was the winning drink of choice, he picked it up and then slowly walked along, reading other drink labels as he went. His eyes landed on another one and he paused. Full blast. Keeps your eyes open when you'd otherwise be asleep, he read, his eyes scanning down the bottle to a long list of warnings and precautions. Maybe this might be better, he thought as he placed the Max Wake drink back. "Hey, I got food," you said happily as you suddenly appeared beside him with an armload of snacks. That's a lot of food, he said as 3 packets fell off the top of the pile of food in your arms and tumbled onto the floor. "All I saw was your mouth moving because that sentence that you just said did not exist," you replied, crouching down to retrieve your packets of food, but dropping more as you tried to pick up the first 3 that had fallen down. Kenma watched you struggle for a bit, then decided to help, and sighed before crouching down as well and picking up the fallen bags of food. "Thanks," you said, standing back up. "What'd you find?" Kenma held up the drink and showed it to you. "I'll be up all night," he said, the tone in his voice making your cheeks heat up a little. Well, I have plenty of snacks to keep us fed, so..." He nodded, and you both walked to the counter to pay and head back to your temporary stay for the night. Once back in the room upstairs, you went into the bedroom and changed into your sleep shirt. The cosplay outfit was starting to get annoying to move in, but for the most part you had forgotten that you were still in it, and then thought back to the places that you'd been, while still dressed like a Monster Hunter character, and grimaced when you thought about the people around you and what they may have thought of you. Oh well, I guess it's fine. We'll be gone tomorrow, and I'll never see them again because this town doesn't even exist. It's a ghost town from my horror movie. And off your mind went again, creating the rest of the horror story plot around the origins of this town and making you feel more and more creeped out as you got deeper into it. It only took you 5 minutes to change and to freak yourself right out with your outlandish thoughts about the origins of this town, and then you were back to the lounge room ASAP. "Hey, can I sit here?" you asked Kenma as you sat down right next to him, so close that you were half sitting on his lap. Do you have to sit so close?" he asked in a dull voice as he leaned away a little, still smashing the buttons on his PSP. "I'm sorry, I'm a little scared," you admitted, pulling your legs up to your chest and hugging them. "Why?" he asked, pausing his game for a second. "Because I finished the horror movie and it's super scary," you replied, burying your face down into your shirt-covered knees. What horror movie?" he asked. "The one about this town. You know, how we were thinking this place doesn't exist and if we came back here it wouldn't be a place and..." "That's not a movie though. That's your mind making up stories," he replied. "Well, I made up the story and it was really scary and now I'm scared." He blinked at you, then looked back down his PSP and unpaused it, ready to continue playing. "Kenma," you whined needily. "I'm actually really super scared. Can you please stay in the bed with me tonight?" "No," he replied, without looking up from his game. "Why though? I trust you," you replied. He stopped. "Yeah?" you asked curiously. "Never mind." "Tell me," you inquired. He shook his head, and at that point the game stopped and he had to wait for it to load the next level. "You don't need to be scared. I'm right here in the lounge room, and I told you I'm not sleeping, so I'll be your guard," he replied, looking at you briefly before his game started up and it took all of his attention from you. You smiled softly at his side profile. "You're a really lovely guy, Kenma," you thought to yourself again, comparing him to what your other friends would have said to you if they had been here instead of him. You knew that they all would have made fun of your fears. You also knew that they would have added to your horror story and made it worse and then laughed at you if you cried. But you didn't have to worry about that. You had Kenma with you now. Gently you reached a hand out to his fringe and pulled it back slightly, just so you could see his eye, and he flinched a little and side-glanced at you. "It's okay. I'm not going to pull it right open. I just wanted to see your face, and I wanted to thank you for being my friend," you said, a really gentle and genuine smile pulling at your lips until your eyes crinkled a little. He felt the moment, and so just stayed half looking at you until you let his fringe go. You could only look at him for so long before the butterflies in your tummy turned your arm to jelly, and it made it hard for you to hold your arm up, so you had to drop it down anyway. Kenma, on the other hand, felt a little giddy by your comment, and it left him a little speechless if he was being honest. It was only once you had let his fringe go that he was able to block you out and reply normally again. You're nice to be around, he said softly, and your heart nearly exploded. You sat there smiling down at your toes, all of your fears of sleeping alone long forgotten now that Kenma had said something really nice to you. Happily you just sat there in the silence for a while. The hours slowly ticked on, and you started to yawn heavily, so decided to eat something to stay awake a little more before going to sleep. You want some food? I have food, you said, getting up to retrieve the bag of snacks that was sitting on the kitchen bench. What did you get? He asked, as you rummaged through the plastic bag of goods. Like everything, you name it, and I probably bought it, you said, picking out a packet of something for yourself while you waited for his reply. When you didn't hear back from him in a timely manner, you turned to look at him, and instead of finding him on his PSP, he was looking at you, but was obviously still thinking. But the weird thing was, he was sitting with his knees out and soles of his feet pressed together, but he was wiggling his toes back and forth against the other foot, and it distracted you. What are you doing? You asked with a chuckle as you pointed to his feet. Huh? He asked, looking down and immediately stopping. I don't know. Wait, that's hard to do, right? I'm not good with that timing type thing, so let me see if I can do it. You quickly walked over with your food packet and sat down beside him. Then, putting your feet up onto the lounge too, you copied his position, with soles of feet pressed together. At first you just couldn't quite get the hang of how to wiggle them like he had done, but with a little tutoring from him you finally did it, and you screeched with joy and ripped your food packet open. Let's celebrate my wiggly toes! Here! You picked a morsel out of the packet and held it up to his face. He quickly pulled his head away, but then seeing that you wanted to give it to him, he came back in and opened his mouth so you could put it in. He ate it while looking at you, and it took you a few seconds to register that you'd just fed him some food. From your hand. You made a little noise and then fell sideways away from him, and he looked surprised. What happened? He asked. Nothing, you squeaked out. How's the snack? Good, he replied. Can I have another one? I need the energy for later. Kenma, no! You screeched again, and he jumped with surprise. What is it? No, I'm sorry, my mind is not well. I'm not a well person, you said, trying to fan your face. Why are you acting weird? He asked in a really perplexed voice. Could I please have some more food? Okay, yes, open your mouth, you instructed, where you grabbed for another snack to pop in his mouth. And then that cycle repeated where you got flustered about feeding him while he remained oblivious, and it kept going until you calmed down and could feed him without batting an eye. I am invincible now, you stated as you successfully fed him his 30th food item without batting an eye, and he gave you an odd look, but didn't question you any further. It was now starting to get late, and Kenma figured that you were just tired, and that's why you were suddenly being more strange than usual. Okay, I'm tired now, you announced, standing up. Oh, okay, I'm going to stay up, he said, trying not to watch you as you headed for the bedroom. He didn't want you to feel uncomfortable or anything. Although he had picked up his PSP again and was starting the next level, he was keenly aware of your movements in the other room. He could hear you in the ensuite and then back to the bedroom. Then he heard you hopping up on the bed, and he paused the game for a second to look up and over at the darkened doorway. Do I go and wish her a good night? He thought. Slowly he put his PSP down and got up to walk over to the door. He didn't feel like calling out his good night, as he was a quiet type anyway, so he slowly crept to the door and poked his head through. It was very dark in the room, and he stood for a second to let his eyes adjust in the dark, but he still couldn't make out your form on the bed. He was just about to step in further when someone suddenly jumped onto him from the shadows to his right, and he didn't even have a chance to react. It all happened so quickly. What are you doing? Your voice suddenly assaulted his ears as you crashed down onto him, taking him to the ground. What are you doing there? He stuttered, surprised that you hadn't been in the bed, but hiding off to the side as if waiting for him. Why are you in my room? Oh, it's not your room. We're just staying here until tomorrow. It's my room for now. Now tell me, what were you going to do to me? You asked, holding one palm down onto the side of his head to keep him smushed to the ground. I was coming to wish you a good night, but I can't wish you anything if you're not in bed, he replied, still being held down by you. Oh, he said, quickly removing a hand from the side of his face. Sorry, I thought, what? He asked, sitting up as you backed off. Well, I don't know, but I'm scared, but I want it, you know? You replied vaguely. I don't know. He replied honestly. What do you mean? You hung your head. Well, do you like anyone? You then asked him. His heart suddenly flipped as you asked the question, and he blushed and looked down so that his fringe covered his face completely. The two of you stood there staring down at the floor silently. After taking a moment, you took a deep breath in to say your next line. Well, when you like someone, you, Just then, Kenma's PSP beeped to ask if he was still there, and his attention flicked from you to it. I'm sorry I scared you, he then said softly, shuffling back towards the door while you stepped aside to let him past. You hummed, letting him go past you back to the lounge and his PSP. You stood there a while longer, feeling the embarrassment run from your toes up to your nose and then out from limb to limb, like a crucifix to almost humiliation. Was I about to confess to Kenma? What was I going to say? Was I going to tell him that I wanted to get closer with him? Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Why would I even think about doing that? Your heart was still thumping away in your chest, and you placed a hand over it to stop it from punching a hole right through your shirt. Oh, thank God his pissy pee made a sound, otherwise it would have gotten really awkward. Back in the lounge room, Kenma was on his PSP, but he kept getting distracted by the conversation that he had just had with you in the bedroom. Why did she ask if I like anyone? He thought. Does she like someone? His heart twisted in his chest at the thought of you liking someone else and spending time with them over him. I wanted to spend time with me, and only me, he thought, stopping his mashing of the triangle button under his right thumb as the character in the game died and the game paused to reload at the last save point. Does that mean I like her? The game restarted, so he paused on that thought and went back to playing with his full attention on it. By that time you had calmed down a little and had finally convinced yourself that Kenma wasn't going to try and do anything to you, which you low-key hoped that he might, but at the same time hoped that he didn't, and you walked slowly back out to him in the lounge. He glanced up at you as you approached him, and you kind of stood there awkwardly for a second before clearing your throat. Can I sleep out here or something? I've decided that I'm a bit scared in the bedroom by myself. He nodded and shuffled over on the lounge so you could sit down. You did, awkwardly, and just stared straight ahead while he played his game for a few minutes. You going to go to sleep? You asked him, finally, after it had been long enough of a time that you just stared ahead. No, he shook his head. I'm staying up all night. Oh, okay, you replied. I'll still stay here anyway. Then you shuffled around until you found a comfortable position to sleep in, and grabbed a few extra pillow cushions to get comfy. Then you settled down to sleep. In that time, Kenma got up and got an energy drink and cracked it open to take a sip. As the cool liquid hit his tongue, he felt it fizz and his body jumped with the new energy hit. Wow, this stuff really maxes out your HP real quick, he thought, looking at the bottle before placing it down on the coffee table in front of him. You saw him take a sip, but then you shut your eyes again and tried to sleep with the lights on and the sound of his PSP making all kinds of noises. It took you all of about 0.5 seconds to get agitated by the external stimulation, then you suddenly sat bolt upright, shocking Kenma, who was still a little buzzed by the one sip of energy drink, and announced that you were going to go to bed. I thought you didn't like the dark or something, he asked as you walked off into the room. I'll be fine, you replied flippantly without looking back. He had just looked back down to his game when you reappeared again, and he looked up at you as you approached him. What happened? He asked. I can't sleep in there by myself, but it's too bright out here and it's noisy, but I don't want to be in the dark alone and... Okay, fine. He stood up. I'll sit on the bed in there while you sleep. Can you make your PSP quiet? You asked, pointing to his PSP. He deadpanned through his fringe. It's a PSP, he said slowly. It's the same thing. PSP's cute anyway, you replied through a yawn. I'm not coming until you say it properly, Kenma said in a bland voice. Fine, PSP, you said. Now can you please come and sit in the room? He followed you into the room and sat down on the end of the bed, while you hopped up onto it, and pulled the covers over yourself, then scrunched down under them and lazily watched him play his game. He looked like a gaming angel, the way his form was being lit from behind, as the light of the lounge filtered through. Hey, he said softly. I really like you. He looked up and turned his head around to look at you, but your eyes had started to close by then, and your breathing had slowed right down. His face heated up as he sat there watching you sleep. I really like you too, Yen, he whispered back, his heart fluttering as he said the words out loud. He watched you sleep for a little bit before getting off the bed quietly to get his energy drink, and then crept back into the room to stand guard, which was sit on bed, while you slept, pretending that he was keeping watch over your avatar in case any other characters came along and found you asleep. His plan to stay up all night was going fantastic until about 3 a.m, when his PSP died, and then he had nothing to distract himself with. He was still sipping the energy drink, but because he was sitting still, all it seemed to be doing was elevating his heart rate, and by 4:30 a.m. he was really struggling. You had been asleep soundly this whole time, and the spot beside you was starting to look mighty inviting. Trying not to give in to temptation of sleep, he slowly crawled closer to the pillow beside you just to see if he could maybe rest his head on it for 2 seconds. The second his face hit the pillow, he was out like a light, and it was a few minutes later on that you rolled in your sleep and hit something firm. Opening your tired eyes, you came face to face with Kenma, and you nearly screamed into his fringe, but you managed to stop yourself at the last second. "What happened?" you screeched internally as you sat up and stared at him in the dim light. He was still fully clothed on top of the bed sheets, and you sighed with relief, knowing that nothing had happened between you two. "Why am I thinking about this kind of thing anyway?" you thought to yourself as you lay back down again and drifted off to sleep. You weren't sure how long you had slept for, but when you felt Kenma's hand feeling around for something, you woke up again, as his hand landed on your boob and you froze. "What is he doing? Is he awake or asleep?" you screamed internally, opening your eyes to look at him again. He still had his eyes closed, but his brows were furrowed, like he was confused about something. Then he started to feel around your boob, grabbing and squishing it while you just lay there frozen in panic. It was when he started to tap his index finger against your nipple that you completely freaked out and grabbed his hand and threw it off your body. The sharp jerk of his arm was enough to wake him up, and he sat up with a dazed look on his face, trying to work out what happened. "Pervert!" you screeched at him. Huh? "You grabbed me!" What? "You grabbed my boob! This one!" you screeched, pointing to your left boob. "What? Why? I didn't mean to. I was having a weird dream," Kenma replied, the utter confusion on his face proving his innocence, as the bags under his eyes dragged down his face. "What was your dream?" you asked, taking an immediate interest in it since you always had weird dreams. I was looking for my PSP, and I found it, but it had gone squishy, and I couldn't hold it properly, and I was trying to turn it on, but I couldn't make the button work, and..." You burst out laughing, interrupting him. He stopped and just looked at you, puzzled. You had already figured out what happened, and you had already seen the funny side. "You thought my boob was your PSP!" you laughed. Kenma still hadn't caught up yet, and he gave you a confused look, bits of his hair sticking up all over the place. You had to explain what happened, and then he went bright red and hung his head as you came to the end of your explanation. "It's okay," you said with a gentle chuckle. "You didn't mean it." "I didn't want anything like this to happen," Kenma said sadly. "I failed my mission." "It's fine. You're fine," you giggled, feeling much better about it all. Since you were both awake now, you decided to get up and check timetables for when the train was supposed to be coming, so you could get back home again. You knew that your dad wouldn't be home, so he would be none the wiser, but Kenma was starting to worry about the fact that he hadn't let his mum know what was going on. "Is your phone still alive?" you asked him. Yeah, but it doesn't have any reception," he said sadly. "Oh, okay. Well, mine has some. Did you want to call your mum from my phone?" you offered, holding your phone out to him. He nodded and took your phone gratefully. "Just type in the number and call her," you said as you got up, searching for any remaining snacks. Kenma followed your orders and rang his mum, firstly apologising for not getting in contact sooner, and then letting her know that he would be back home later that day. She was relieved that he was all right, and spoke a little more to him. Then the conversation ended, and he walked into the lounge room. "Want some?" you asked with a mouthful as you held the snack packet out to Kenma. He nodded and took some food, then you both tidied up a little, then you got changed into your clothes from the day before that were in your bag from before you changed into your cosplay gear, and prepared to leave. "Wait," you suddenly said. "I'm going to miss this place. I need a moment." We were here for only a few hours," Kenma said with a confused look on his face. "How can you get so attached so quickly?" "This one time," you started, "there was this white rock that was in amongst black rocks near my grandma's house, and I used to say hi to it whenever I passed it, and then one day it was gone, and I cried for a week." "Oh, wow," Kenma said softly. "Okay, take your time." He walked to the front door to wait for you, while you took a second to savour the last of the place before leaving, remembering that that bedroom was where Kenma had grabbed a handful of your titty. It was equal parts hilarious and flustering, though you didn't quite know how to deal with the emotions, so you just shook your head and turned to Kenma in the doorway. "Okay, let's go." And off you went, back downstairs to the bakery to return the keys, and then off to the train station. It was another 15 minutes wait before the train arrived, and then you were back on it and headed home. Since neither you nor Kenma had had a good sleep that night, it was unsurprising that you crashed the minute you got home and slept right through until your alarm woke you for school the next morning. "You look alive," you greeted Kenma the next day. "So do you," he replied, his PSP safely tucked into his pocket. You walked together for a bit, with you doing most of the talking, as usual. Then you asked where his PSP was, except you called it the PCP. "Here," he said, patting his pocket. "Oh, are you sure you don't want to play this one?" you asked, pointing to your left boob that he had grabbed while you were staying at the place last night. "You're never going to let me forget that, are you?" he asked with an embarrassed sigh, pulling a really disappointedly strained face. You cackled and grabbed your left boob in hand. "Sorry, Kenma, I'm just going to play my game," you teased him, scrunching your fingers around your breast and squeezing it a little. Kenma kept his head down, refusing to look at you. He was mostly embarrassed, but a part of him had wished that he'd been a little more awake and had remembered what it felt like to squeeze your boob. With more light teasing, you and Kenma entered the school grounds and then headed to class, both feeling a little closer to each other. After school, you were ready to head home when Kenma reminded you that he had practice that afternoon. "But you can go home if you want," he said. No, I'm good, I'll come," you said with a smile, following him down to the gym. As usual, you held his PSP, and as usual, he stole glances at you. But this time you felt like he wasn't just looking for the PSP, because he was responding to your calls of encouragement, or if you gave him a little wave or something, he would wave back. After the game had finished, Kuro called the teammates together to talk, and you tried to eavesdrop from where you were sitting, but you couldn't quite make out what was being said. It was only when Kenma came over to you that you found out what was being said. "Are you free this weekend?" he asked softly. "Yeah, why?" you asked curiously. "Because we're going to the theme park, and Kuro said I could bring you if you're available, and if you want to come." "Hell yeah, I definitely want to come," you said excitedly, standing up to show your enthusiasm. "Kuro," Kenma said as he turned back to the captain. "She said yes." "Awesome," Kuro said with a lopsided smile on his face. "We'll meet here at school, 10 a.m, and then head in from there." "Are we using the school bus?" one teammate asked. "No, public transport, but we'll go together so that no one gets lost." He glanced at you and Kenma, and you suddenly felt embarrassed. Does he know about Kenma and I spending the night together? You thought, quickly avoiding eye contact with him and staring at the wall instead. After Kenma had said his goodbyes to the team, which consisted of him walking out the door with you while they called goodbye, you headed to the front gate of the school and off down the road towards your homes. The question was still burning in the back of your throat, on the cusp of being asked, but you just couldn't quite formulate the question well enough to get it out in a coherent sentence, so your brain just grabbed onto the most important parts of the question and blurted it out instead. "Does Kuro know we slept in the same bed and you grabbed my boob?" you asked randomly. "Huh? No? What? No? I didn't say anything of that to him," Kenma said with a mortified look on his face, ceasing his walking and game playing while the shock of your question took over him. You had to stop too, because it would have been weird if you just kept walking and left him there on his own in the middle of the side of the path. "No, I just asked because he was looking at us when he said he didn't want anyone to get lost," you said. Well, I did tell him that we got lost because when I got reception on my phone, I saw that he had sent a message asking where I was and if I was okay," Kenma said. "How did he know you'd gone? Did your mum ring him?" you asked, starting to slowly walk now that Kenma was walking again. "No, he has the keys to my house," Kenma said. "Oh, why? Is that because he's your friend?" you asked. "No," he shook his head. "It's because my mum works night shifts and she gave keys to Kuro so that he could keep an eye on me," he said. "Oh, hey, my dad works night shifts as well. High five to us," you chuckled, holding your hand up for him to high five. But he looked down at his PSP and didn't see your hand hanging there for a high five. "He came over and I wasn't there, so he texted me to see where I was, but I didn't reply. So he waited at the house until my mum came home and then explained to her that I hadn't been home, and then she tried to ring me, but I had no reception." You stared at him in shock, and since you didn't reply, he finally looked at you. "What?" he asked, when you just stared at him. "You just said heaps of words just then," you said happily. "Like, so many words." He just looked back down at his PSP as he walked, a small smile crossing his lips. You were just so happy that conversations seemed to flow, and that he spoke a lot, that you both remained happily silent the whole way back to his house, where you said goodbye and then continued on to your own home by yourself. That Sunday you were up early again, throwing clothes around and getting distracted, then finally getting ready and meeting the Nakoma boys' volleyball team at the school. Most of them were there already, keen to get going, and once everyone had arrived, you all headed off to the local train station to go to the theme park. "Hey, Kuro, thanks for inviting me," you said to the taller captain as you walked beside him with Kenma on the other side. "It's fine," he said. "I'm sure Puddinghead would have been sad if I didn't invite you." Kenma scrunched his face up and gave Kuro a side look through his fringe, but Kuro never saw it because he refused to look. You also didn't want to look, and you also didn't want to hear if Kenma denied it, so you quickly spoke up to potentially drown him out should he say something that you didn't want to hear. "Well, I'm looking forward to today," you said brightly. "It's going to be awesome." At that point, you had entered into a more busy part of town, near cafes and hangout areas, and Kuro paused for a second and looked back. "What is it?" you asked him, looking over your shoulder just in time to see two girls running off and laughing. "That girl just took my picture," Kuro said with an amused tone in his voice. "She what?" you asked with surprise. "She took a photo of you?" "Yeah," he replied, then turned to face the front again and keep walking. You looked back to catch another glimpse of the girls again, but they had gone. Once everyone was on the train, you all sat down to chat and relax for the next part of the journey, and you sat next to Kenma, with you sitting next to the window, and Kuro and Lev sitting opposite you both, facing you. Kenma started to feel a little overwhelmed by the amount of conversation that was happening between you all, so he pulled his PSP out to play while you and the two boys chatted about random things. It wasn't long until your stop, and you all got off at the entrance to the theme park. "Ooh, theme park!" you squealed with excitement, grabbing Kenma's arm and shaking it. "What are we going to go on first?" "I'll watch the bags," Kenma said, head buried into his PSP, as usual. "No, I want to go on the giant drop with you," you whined. Kenma slowly looked up at you from his PSP. The look of death in his eyes was enough to tell you that he really wasn't one for thrill rides. "Well, what do you want to go on then?" you asked him. "I'll watch the bags." He looked back down at his PSP. "No, you have to at least go on one ride with me," you implored. "Otherwise, what's the point of you coming here?" "I don't care where I go. If you're there, it's fun regardless," he said casually, still looking down at his console in hand. But even though he said it so flippantly, it still made your heart jump, and you scratched your cheek bashfully as you averted your eyes for a second. Well, I'll watch the bags with you then," you said softly. "No, I want you to have fun," he said, pausing his game to look at you. "You look the best when you're having fun." "What are these casual compliments? I can't take this!" you screamed internally, remaining calm on the outside as he went back to his game. "Fine. I'll go and look good then. I'll go and have fun, but just so you know," you paused as you turned away so that you could say your next line without seeing his face, "I like me best when I'm with you." Feeling like you'd said maybe a little bit too much, you then sprinted away, leaving a blushing Kenma standing there staring down at his PSP. By the time he looked up to reply to you, you had gone, and he sighed with relief, to be honest, because he didn't really quite know what to do or say to you after that comment, but he felt the same. You ran and ran until you thought that you were at the furthest end of the theme park, and thus safe from Kenma. "I can't go back now, because I said that to him," you thought as you rested your hands on your knees and bent over a little bit to catch your breath. While you stood there, breathing heavily, you looked up at the ride in front of you and saw that it was titled Corkscrew Twister, a vertical circular roller coaster that was shaped like a corkscrew and went quite high up in the air. On top of the height of this thing, the individual seats on it spun in a circle as it rolled around the tracks from the top of the ride all the way down to the bottom. Positively vomit-inducing. Perfect for you. You grinned when you watched the people on board this ride screaming with delight and terror. Then you looked for the line so you could queue up for a turn. Thankfully, not a lot of people wanted to go on this ride, so you lined up eagerly, looking around with a bright smile on your face. "Ah," Kuro said as he approached you. "You're going on this one?" "Yep," you said excitedly. "Looks awesome." "Where's Puddinghead?" Kuro asked, looking around. "Who?" "Oh, Kenma. He said he was going to watch the bags," you said with a shrug. Kuro frowned. "I wanted you two to spend some time together," he muttered. "Sorry?" you asked, hearing him say something, but not hearing what he said over the sound of people on the coaster screaming. "Yeah, never mind," he said with a smile. "How about we have some fun here? Mind if I join you?" "No, that's fine," you said with another smile. "You sure you're tall enough to go on?" he teased, plopping a hand on your head. "Yes," you replied with indignation, only noticing after his comment that he was joking, and so you then chuckled. "Don't be mean, you tall bag of sherbet." "That's one I've never heard before," Kuro commented, removing his hand. Get used to it, he replied with a grin. Not even Kenma is used to me, and we've been hanging out for a while now. Oh, that's right, you have, haven't you? Kuro said with a smirk as he bent down to your level with his hands in his pockets. So what's the deal, Yin? Your face suddenly felt hot and you blinked and avoided eye contact with him. What do you mean? You asked, more to stall for time than anything else. So do you like Puddinghead? Because I'm pretty sure he likes you, Kuro said with a smirk. Has he said anything like that? Like, has he told you that he likes me? Like, directly told you? You asked, digging the toe of your shoe onto the ground and wiggling it around. Not directly, but I've known him a long time and long enough to know him well. And I can just tell, Kuro said. But you never answered my question. Do you like him? Just then the ride stopped and the announcers started talking about loading the next lot of people on board, which included you and Kuro. So you quickly made an excuse about how you guys were next to go on the ride, and then ignored Kuro for a bit as you got onto the roller coaster and let the attendants plug you in. As you sat down, you had a really good think about Kuro's question. Do I like Kenma? I do like being around him all the time, and I don't want him to be with anyone else, you thought, continuing to ponder this as the ride started up. You were so distracted by your thoughts that it was only when you were halfway down the roller coaster spinning madly in a circle that you suddenly remembered where you were and started screaming with delight. Kuro had been yelling since the beginning of the drop, and he got a fright when you all of a sudden joined in, seeing as you had been silent up until this point. The rest of the ride was fun, and once it ended you hopped off and walked with Kuro back to Kenma and the bags. You had all but forgotten about what you had said to Kenma before you left to go on the ride, so you forgot to be embarrassed when you headed back to him. So instead of walking shyly back, you ran up to him and grabbed his hand, and then pulled him up to standing. Come on, just one ride with me, you said as you started pulling him with you towards the rides. Kuro, being the good friend he was, yoinked Kenma's PSP from his hand as you both passed him, and promised Kenma he would keep it safe, which wasn't what Kenma was worried about at that point. It was the deathly screams of the people on rides that had him concerned the most. Do I really have to do this? Kenma asked, fighting you just a little as you dragged him down the main stretch, your eyes looking at the rides that flanked you either side, trying to find one that you thought would be good. Spotting the perfect classic roller coaster, you beelined for it. It was a relatively cruisy ride with one big drop at the end, but it didn't seem too steep. Come on, this way, you called back to him, looking back over your shoulder as you grinned brightly at him. There was just something about how happy you were, coupled with the way the light caught the side of your face and your hand holding his, that really took his breath away, and for a few seconds everything slowed down and he just marvelled at how beautiful you were. She's so pretty, he thought. I do really like her. You giggled excitedly as you lined up with him, talking about how you had been on this type of roller coaster before and it wasn't that bad, and how it was actually quite relaxing, etc, etc. But while you were downplaying the scariness of the ride, in the background all Kenma could hear were the terrified occupants of the coaster screaming as they were hurled off the edge of the drop and thrown full tilt down the tracks for a good 30 metres before they were pulled up and shot along a straight part of the ride. I don't want to have to go on, but if Yin wants to, then... He scrunched his other hand into a fist and steeled himself. I could do this. It was an agonising 10-minute wait to get onto the ride. Then you and Kenma were strapped into the seats midway along the coaster train. Middle is good, you said to him as you lifted your arms for the attendant to check the straps across your lap. It's front and back that's the scariest, so we'll be fine here, you added encouragingly. He looked down as the attendant fixed his straps and then gave him the thumbs up. You're all good to go, lad, the man said with a smile. Kenma nodded and looked back down. If I just close my eyes, then I can't have anything to see and be scared of, he thought, jamming his eyes shut. You looked across and saw his eyes had closed already and felt sorry for him. Hey, you reached across and held his hand. Pretend we're in Monster Hunter and we're on the back of a giant snake, and yeah, it's a giant snake, and we're on a mission. Just then the roller coaster started up and your attention was divided. Okay, we're on the mission now, here we go! Kenma channeled his best images of being on a giant snake, and surprisingly it helped. He kept his eyes closed, but he could still feel the snake moving underneath him. He could feel it building speed, and he imagined it was getting closer to the bank of a steep stream, ready to slide down into the water. Through the anticipatory shrieks of those around him, he heard your voice clearly. Level 10 up ahead! We just need to defeat the final boss! Kenma gripped the handrails and braced as the snake slowed down and climbed up the side of the bank, then readied itself for the drop, and he tensed for it. As the snake curved up and over the top of the bank, it sped up, and all of a sudden it was barreling down the other side, but Kenma was ready for it. You were screeching with delight while he just held on for dear life, his mind creating the images for him. He wasn't ready to admit it, but imagining that he was on a giant snake definitely helped him to get through the ride. And you know what? Another thing that he didn't want to admit was that he kind of enjoyed it. The ride was over fairly quickly, and although it wasn't as harrowing as what he had first imagined it would be, he just wanted to get off. You were quietly impressed that he hadn't even made a sound during the whole ride. Okay, he had his eyes shut the whole time, but still, you'd been expecting that he would have yelled out at some point. "You handled that like a pro," you praised him as you left the stands. "What'd you think?" "I don't want to go on any more rides," he stated, and you chuckled. "Okay, I won't make you go on any more." Silently you walked back to the bags where Kuro had taken over, looking after them, and he gave you both a smirk as you approached. "How was it, Puddinghead?" "Give me back my PSP, Kuro," Kenma said in a threatening tone when Kuro pushed it deeper into his pocket. "Oh, that good, huh? Here you go," Kuro said, grinning before handing over the coveted PSP pretty quickly. Relieved to have something safe and familiar in his hands, Kenma let out a little sigh of contentment and sat down next to the bags again to guard them. "You want to go on more rides, Yin?" Kuro asked as he then stood up. You looked down at Kenma. No, I'll stay with Kenma and keep him company. You go and enjoy yourself. Thank you for watching the bags for us," he said with a smile. "Okay, suit yourself," he said as he headed off towards the fair section. You plopped down next to Kenma and watched people walking past. Everyone looked like they were having so much fun, and it was infectious. You could feel it too. I kinda enjoyed that. It was cool how you thought of the snake thing," Kenma suddenly said softly from beside you. "Oh, you did?" "Yeah, I feel like you really get me," he added, making your heart swell with pride. "Well, you get me, so now we're even," he said with a smile, looking up at the sky. He nodded and kept playing his game while you basked in the two of you just chilling together and getting along. Occasionally you went on rides with some of the other teammates, but you always came back to Kenma, and even though you two would just sit there side by side, it was comfortable. You were having the best day. Just as the day was coming to a close, you wanted to have one more ride on the roller coaster that you and Kenma had been on, and you hesitated on asking him to come, but you weren't sure if he would say yes again. You really wanted him to go with you, though. "I'll go," he suddenly volunteered, picking up on you standing up, but hanging back a bit. "You will? Really? Honestly?" you gasped with delight. "How did you know I wanted to go on the ride again?" "I could just tell," he replied matter-of-factly as he got up from the ground. You smiled at him, and then you both headed off to the roller coaster together, with you skipping brightly beside him. He loved when you were happy. It made him happy to see you like this, and he couldn't help but steal glances at you as you hummed and skipped along beside him. "Hey, thanks for coming with me," he said happily. "I feel like this is our roller coaster. We defeated it together." "Yeah," he replied back. "I would only have a party with you. I don't trust anyone else to be on my team." You giggled with giddy excitement. This was truly the best day of your life. It almost seemed like Kenma liked you back, but that was impossible, right? This was about as good as it was going to get. Once up on the stand, getting into the coaster car, Kenma held your hand to get you into your seat, and you giggled happily again. "I don't know what it is about today, but I'm just so happy," you thought. "I hope this isn't the high before something bad happens. Something bad usually happens when I'm so happy. Oh no, don't think about it. If you think about it, it will happen." A worried look crossed your face for a split second, and Kenma noticed, because for some reason he just couldn't take his eyes off you. "What's wrong?" he asked. You looked at him, your eyes searching his feline-esque ones. "No, I'm fine," you lied. "I'm having fun." He tilted his head at you, and you faked a smile, and then settled back in the seat. "Let's do this. Are you ready for the mission, Kenma?" He nodded at you and gripped the handrails. "Are we on the snake again?" you asked, looking at him. He nodded. "Okay, snake it is," you replied, letting the pending excitement wash over you and push that fear of something bad happening away. A few more seconds and the roller coaster started to move. "Here we go," you said excitedly, losing yourself to the exhilaration of it all. Kenma kept his eyes open this time, but on you. Everything about you just made his heart happy. Even when you were screaming your lungs out, you still looked perfect to him. "What's wrong with me?" he wondered as you both got off the other side of the coaster, once it had stopped. You were chatting away about something, but Kenma was just trying to work himself out. These feelings had been sitting inside him for a while now, but they had really just kicked it up a whole heap today. With the day done, you all headed back to the school as a group, and then split from there. You and Kenma headed off home together, while the others went their separate ways. "Hey, my dad isn't home. Do you mind if I chill at yours for a bit? It's always so lonely in the house by myself," you admitted to Kenma, also not wanting to say that you just didn't want the day to end. You were loving being with him. He also didn't want the day to end, so he was more than happy for you to stay with him a little more, and nodded his reply to your question. "Yeah, stay. Mum is at work too," he said. "Awesome," you replied brightly. "Well, not awesome, but like, yay that I get to stay." He smiled softly, and you both stopped at his front door. You knew his place inside out, so entered first and headed up to his room to get the most comfy spot on his bed. You and Kenma would move around to different spots in the room once your body had gotten tired of one position, but you both usually liked to start on the bed. "Man, my legs are tired," you said with a chuckle as you flopped down onto the bed. "I'm tired all over," Kenma said as he pulled his PSP out and sat down on the bed with his back against the wall. You lifted one leg and rested it across his lap, and he didn't say anything. He was kind of used to one part of you touching him somewhere. It was almost routine now that you guys were connected by a limb or something. As you lay there on your back, staring up at the ceiling, your mind revisited the fear of something going wrong, and you tried to preempt what it could be. "Well, I kind of want to tell Kenma that I like him, but it's probably that thing that's going to go wrong. He'll tell me he doesn't like me back, and then that will be it." Your brows furrowed with sadness. "But I don't want things to be over between us." Kenma felt a shift in your mood and looked over at you to see tears forming in the corners of your eyes, so he paused his game. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "Nothing," you said quickly, wiping your eyes with the backs of your hands. "No, tell me," he said, putting his PSP down on the bed. I've had such a fun day today, and I feel like something bad and something not nice is going to happen now, because that's what always happens." "It's okay," he said softly. "Nothing bad's going to happen." "But it probably is. Like, I want to tell you that I like you, but I don't want you to say that you don't like me back." And oh my gosh, I just said it. You sat bolt upright and stared at him. Just forget that I said that, Kenma. Undo. Hocus pocus, forgetty spaghetti." You threw your hands out towards him and wiggled your fingertips at him, utter fear taking over your entire being and making your body move in weird ways. Kenma didn't say anything, just got onto hands and knees so he could crawl closer to you. Unsure of what he was going to do, you placed your hands on his shoulders to push him back, but he just kept coming until his face was right in front of yours, and suddenly your lips were pressed together. It was a surprise for the two of you, to be honest, but Kenma had just let his body take over, and when he really thought about it, this is what he had been wanting to do all day, just kiss you. He wanted you to know that he really liked you, so, not being good with words, just figured that this was the best response to your sudden confession. The kiss lasted a few seconds before he pulled back, and you just sat there with a giant rebooting sign stamped on your forehead as you stared at him. This wasn't what you had been expecting. In your mind, this was it, unfortunately. It was supposed to be the end. This was the end of hanging out. It was the end of having someone who you felt cared for you. The end of someone being with you who didn't make you feel stupid. The end of being with someone who validated you as a person. So does this mean we still get to hang out?" you asked him shyly. He nodded, blushing now that he had come to terms with what he'd just done. "So you like me back then?" you asked, fiddling with your fingers bashfully. He nodded again. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just kissed you." You both fell silent after that, looking down or away as you let the flusteredness take over you. Thank you," you said softly after a bit, not knowing what else to say. He just nodded, and then sat back and picked up his PSP again, while you continued to fiddle with your fingers. Well," you said after a while, "the day has still been great, and nothing bad happened." You smiled to yourself. Maybe things are changing. Maybe Kenma has magicked me, and I'm not cursed anymore. Was I cursed before? You had suddenly struck on a thought. You looked up at Kenma, and he glanced at you when he felt you watching him. "What is it?" he asked softly. "I think you cured me," you stated. "From what?" he asked. "Bad luck," you replied. "How can you have bad luck when you're my good luck?" he asked. You weren't sure if he had meant for it to be a flirtatious line, as he certainly looked oblivious to what he had just said, but it still made the butterflies in your stomach kick up their heels and flutter around at top speed. Well, you're my good luck charm too," you said with a bashful smile, before lying back down. You kept your legs over Kenma for the rest of the time that you were there at his place, but now you were overly keenly aware of your body touching his. When it started to get late, you left, promising Kenma you'd see him tomorrow, and then you went, kinda awkwardly. I can't believe he just kissed me, you screeched internally as you flung your front door open and raced in. Your dad still wasn't home, but you didn't feel as lonely anymore. You had someone who liked you, and that's all that mattered. It was hard to sleep that night, but you didn't feel tired the next morning and jumped out of bed to get ready for school. You met Kenma at his house like usual, and he gave you a small smile as you approached him, pausing his game for a second to acknowledge your presence. Did you sleep well? You asked him. I got up at 3 a.m. to play my game, but I feel fine, he replied, still playing his game as you walked to school. You were just happy to be walking with him, but your mind kept replaying yesterday's events, especially the kissing, which made you wonder if it had all been your imagination. Hey, did we kiss yesterday? You suddenly asked. Yeah, he replied, still looking down his game. Oh, okay, just checking, you said with a smile down at the pavement. Now inside the school grounds, you both headed to your lockers and they went to class together. That was another day that you didn't remember much about. Your mind was floating on a cloud, hand in hand with Kenma, occasionally kissing him, and by the time the final bell rang you were wanting another kiss just to make sure that he still liked you and was happy to kiss you. After school you got your things and then walked to the gym with him, still a little shy and more quiet than you usually were. You didn't hold his hand, but you really wanted to. You just didn't have the courage to ask him yet. Once inside the gym you sat down with his PSP clutched in your hands and watched him play. Every movement, every twist of his shoes on the volleyball court, every side glance at you was burned into your brain. You sat there loved up and puppy-eyed, watching him play. He was a little distracted by you being there, and kept checking to see if you were looking at him, which you were, and it made his heart feel a little funny. It was midway through the practice that 3 girls showed up and started talking to Kuro, and he left with one of them, so the boys had to stop for a bit until he came back, seeing as he was the captain and all. They didn't play without him there. Kenma came and sat with you while you waited for Kuro's return, and you smiled at him as his backside hit the seat. You played well, you praised him. Thanks, he said, sitting his hand down on the bench between you both. You saw the opportunity and took it, placing your hand down gently on top of his. He turned his head and gave you a soft look with his feline eyes through his fringe, and it made you feel a little giddy, so you giggled and looked away shyly. Kuro returned shortly after that and spoke to the other 2 girls who had remained inside the gym. Then he came back to keep playing, and Kenma had to go back onto the court, your hand contact lingering as he got up to go back and keep playing. He played well in the second half. That hand-holding had really given him a boost, and you clapped as they finished up, then stood up to walk over and give him his PSP. He took the game from you but put it in his pocket, and then walked back to the bench with you to get your bags, and then you headed for the doors together. Good game, you said as you left the school grounds and headed down the road together. Thanks. I played well because you were there, he said casually, and your heart did another flip. I like watching you play. You look really cool, you admitted. Not that you're not always cool, but you definitely look really cool when you're playing. Thanks, he said softly, his swinging hand bumping yours. Your hands bumped a few more times before he grabbed for yours and held it, holding your hand the rest of the walk home. As you reached Kenma's front doorstep, your phone dinged, and you pulled it out to see who it was. Oh, it's Lolita from work, you said as you looked down at your screen. She's asking if I can come in because they have people coming to adopt some of the animals today, and they need more staff. Are you going to go? Kenma asked, pausing at his front door, hand on doorknob. Yeah, he said, still looking at the message. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then, he said as he let go of the doorknob and stepped towards you. You just looked up as he was leaning in, and your lips met before you could register what you were doing. Quickly you closed your wide eyes to try and savour the moment, but it was all over before you even had a chance to enjoy it. You always kiss me so quickly, you said to Kenma. Oh, sorry. I won't do it quickly next time, he said, turning back to the front door and opening it. Oh, okay, bye, you said, just managing to get your goodbye in before he left and went inside. He's a little hard to read, you thought, but that's our second kiss, and I really like it, so maybe we're still good. With a soft smile on your face, you turned and ran in the direction of the shelter. I'm here, you announced brightly as you entered, giving Lolita a big grin as the door closed behind you. Happiness has just entered, she said as she looked up at you over her glasses. How are you, beautiful? I have a boyfriend, you squealed. Oh, love, she exclaimed, standing up and tottering around her desk so she could come and engulf you in her thick, warm arms. Is he a sweetheart? Of course he is, she said, squeezing you tightly. Yeah, you wheezed out. He's the cat. I mean, he's Kenma, but not the cat. He's the human Kenma. She chuckled and let go of you as she patted your arms to your side. Such a sweet thing you are. Kenma the cat has been missing you, and Blossom the blue tongue misses your head scratches. Oh, I hope Blossom is okay. I've missed him too, but I'll go and see Kenma first. With lightness in your step, you spun and skipped off towards the cat section to go and see Kenma and tell him everything that had happened while you'd been away. Kenma, You paused mid-sentence, stopping in your tracks when you saw an older man and lady walking along looking at the cats and making comments on each as they passed. What about this one, Gerald? The lady asked in a pompous voice, peering in through the bars of the cage at a pristine white kitty with blue eyes. I say, she is a beautiful cat, Rita, Gerald, the husband of the pair, replied to his wife. But would she suit the decor of our house? Oh, it says here this is a male cat. I don't like male cats. They stink all over the place, Rita said with disdain, wrinkling her nose up and straightening as she stepped back from the cage. Oh, you're quite right, Rita. Perhaps we should move on. Hi, you said loudly, wanting to attract their attention to yourself so you could stall for time and they wouldn't spend as much time looking at the cats. It's not like you didn't want the kitties to be adopted, but you loved each and every one of these little felines, and you didn't like these two snobs, so if they left empty-handed, that was A-OK with you. How dare they call Mondo a stinky cat? Mondo was the sweetest kitty in the place, aside from Kenma. The couple turned to look at you. I'm the carer, you announced proudly. Oh, the lady said with a smile. Would you mind telling us a little about each of these cats? What do you want to know? You asked with some reservation. Well, just anything. Just the usual things, she said vaguely. I'm not sure if these cats would be good for you, to be honest, you said, averting your eyes from them. You knew you weren't doing the right thing, but you really didn't like these two. Oh, the lady said with a confused, yet defensive look on her face. Why do you say that? Well, first of all, you said, taking a deep breath in, but before you could say anything else, Lolita came tottering into the room. Yin, honey, would you mind coming with me for a bitty bit? You paused, torn. Finally, you resigned. Yeah, you said sadly and turned to her. Sorry, I'll just steal her away for a little sec, Lolita said as she pulled you away with her out into the hall. Sunshine, she said in a gentle, caring voice. I couldn't help but overhear what you said to the couple just then. You hung your head and your bottom lip quivered. I don't like them, you said in a voice that indicated that you were only just holding it together. Sugar, why? She asked gently. They called Mondo a stinky cat, and that's not nice. They don't look like the type to care about cats, and... Oh, sweetheart, I understand, but you can't stop people from adopting the kitties. They all deserve good homes, and it's not fair on them to be kept here. Tears started to fall down your cheeks as she pulled you in for a hug. Shh. Hush, love. Don't cry. I know you love all of them, but we need to do what's best for these fluffy babies. Those two in there have plenty of money to give all the kitties here a lovely, comfortable life. But they don't deserve any of the cats. They don't love them, you blurted out, still sobbing a bit. Oh, honey, Lolita said gently, still holding you in her arms. Excuse me, but we would like the cat in cage 4. The woman of the pair, Rita, said as she poked her head out the door to attract the attention of you both. No, you gasped, spinning to face her with your tear-stained face. That's Kenma's cage number. I beg your pardon, the lady asked. No, you shouted, glaring at her through your tears. No, you can't have him. It says on the cage that Felix is looking for a new home, and we certainly have everything that will give him a wonderful rest of his life, she replied, now talking over you to Lolita, seeing as you were of no use to her now. No, you shouted, hoping your loud exclamations would block her ability to take things to the next step. In defiance, she looked at you and sneered down her nose, staring you dead in the eye. Shouldn't you be in school learning something useful? She asked hauntingly. Now, if I could have the paperwork to set up, I will sign and Felix will be coming with us. Her last line was directed at Lolita, since you'd started to break down again. No, you can't have him. You don't know Kenma, you wailed, balling your fists and ready for an actual fist fight. Lolita tried to placate you and took you with her as she walked off down the hall. Sweetheart, why don't you go and rest in the staff room for a little bit? She offered. No, I don't want to go in there. I want to stop them from taking Kenma from me, you sobbed, fighting to get out of her grip. Lolita was surprisingly strong and held you fast. Honey, I know how you feel, but you can't act like this, she said softly. Now please, go into the staff room. She was gentle with her words, but you knew she was serious, and you also knew that you were being a bit of an annoyance, so, still sobbing, you broke free from her grip and ran into the staff room while she took over and dealt with the customers. Lolita, very sadly, got the adoption paperwork together and took it back in to where the husband and wife were waiting outside cage 4. My apologies, Lolita said as she waddled up to the couple. You need to employ better people here, the lady said, awakening the mother bear in Lolita. I understand that you don't know Yin and her actions may have seemed inappropriate to you, but she is extremely caring of our animals here, and her love for them all has no limits. She is a valuable team member, and I won't have you talk about her like that, Lolita said firmly. Dear Lolita was a sweet lady 99% of the time, but if something got her mad, you certainly didn't want to be in her way when the verbal chancellor went flying. Well, I don't appreciate how she... Rita started to say. I'm sorry, but I'm going to cut you off right there. This darling kitty that you're adopting is Yin's favourite. Now you have a good think about how you would feel if someone was taking something that you loved away from you, and tell me how you would feel before you start talking about how my Yin was acting, she said firmly, giving Rita a direct glare. Maybe we should go, the husband said softly from behind his wife. No, Gerald, Rita said sternly to her husband without looking at him, keeping her steely gaze on Lolita. I think Felix would do nicely in our home, and I don't care what some snotty high schooler says. If I want this cat, then I will get this cat. Lolita's blood boiled, but she didn't say anything. Under her breath, though, she cursed this woman and prayed that Kenma would run away and come back to the shelter, or that the lady would return him. Reluctantly, Lolita oversaw the papers being signed and arranged for your dear Kenma to be discharged from the shelter. It was a few minutes later that the couple left, with Kenma, and sauntered out the door with him in a smaller cage. With a heavy heart, Lolita went to get you from the staff room, and found you sitting in the corner of the room with your knees hugged to your chest and your forehead resting on your knees. Love? She asked gently as she approached you. You looked up at her, completely void. Honey, I think it's time you go and rest now, she said gently. He's gone, isn't he? You whispered in a hoarse voice. She nodded sadly. Numb to everything, you pulled yourself up and turned to the door without saying anything to her, then picked up your bag and left. You don't remember the walk home, but all of a sudden you were on your doorstep, but you didn't want to go in. You needed someone. A few seconds later you were on Kenma's doorstep, and you knocked loudly. He didn't answer. Kenma, you called. No reply. So around to the side fence you went. With difficulty you scrambled over it and dropped down into his yard, your legs giving way under you as you dropped to your knees on the soft grass. Kenma, you called again. Just hearing your own voice call his name reminded you of Kenma the cat, and it all came flooding back, the pain of knowing that he wasn't there at the shelter anymore, ripping your heart in two. Kenma, you cried out, feeling like this time that you were calling for the cat and not your boyfriend. Thankfully, though, your boyfriend did hear you that time and poked his head out at the back door. He was wondering if you'd been hearing things, since it was late now, and the sun had set, and you were supposed to be at work. He saw you on the ground in his backyard and ran over to you. What happened? He asked as he crouched down in front of you, his concerned feline eyes searching your face for answers. They took Kenma, you sobbed. What? They took Kenma. They took him away from me, you wailed. But I'm here. The cat at the shelter. My Kenma, you explained through heart-wrenching sobs. Oh, he said softly, remembering that you had named one of the cats there Kenma. I want to stay with you, you sobbed. He didn't know what else to do, so he just nodded and helped you up and then took you into the house and up into his room. You were crying and retelling the story of the horrible people, and he just listened to everything that you had to say. To be honest, he couldn't get a word in sideways, so it was kind of easy to just let you cry and talk anyway. You rambled for close to an hour. Half the things you were saying weren't even making sense, but Kenma didn't interrupt you or tell you that you were being silly. He just let you talk. Honestly, half the time, he was thinking about his game and so was zoning in and out of what you were saying, but just having him there was a comfort of its own, so you didn't care that he hadn't really said anything. I don't know what to say, he finally said, once he'd gotten it all out of his system and stopped talking. You nodded and sniffed heavily. Sorry, I should just go, you said sadly. No, it's okay. Stay, he said, stopping you from getting up. You don't need to go. Can I have a hug? You asked with a quivering bottom lip, and he nodded and opened his arms. You fell into him and cried some more while he held you. He was so warm, it was comforting. After all of that emotional stress was out of your body, you felt pretty tired and yawned loudly. I'm tired, you mumbled into him. Is your dad home? Kenma asked you. You shook your head against him. No, he's out of town for the rest of this week. Stay here, Kenma said. My mum just left for night shifts, so she won't be home until tomorrow morning. Really? It's okay if I stay? You asked, pulling back to look at him. He nodded again, gazing at your blotchy, tear-stained face with a softness in his eye. Okay, thank you. I don't want to be at home by my own anyway, you said. You can put my clothes on, he said. Do you want a shower? Go and have a shower and then you can wear my clothes. Okay, you said, brightening a little as you got up. Back at work, Lolita was just finishing up and pulled her phone from her pocket to look at it. She was feeling really bad about what happened earlier, and she was challenging herself as to whether or not she'd done the right thing. Should I have not let them take him? She wondered as she carried her phone with her and checked the locks on all the doors, and then did one last round of all the animals. It hurt when she passed cage number 4 and saw it was empty. She knew how much you loved all the animals there, and she also understood how hard it was to work there and watch your favourites get adopted out. Oh, maybe I should just call Yin to make sure she's okay. She dialed your number and put the phone to her ear, but you didn't pick up, so she sighed and sent you a message instead, low-key concerned that you were avoiding her and blaming her for this. I know she isn't happy with me because I didn't stop them, but I'm trying to do the right thing for Kenma. After your soul-replenishing shower, you got out and wrapped a towel around yourself, and then walked back to Kenma's room to get some clothes. He was sitting on his bed, as usual, and looked up as you entered the room, then immediately looked away when you arrived only in a towel. Oh! You suddenly gasped when you realised that you had walked in a towel. Poor Kenma was trying to look anywhere else except at you, and you were panicking at the door not knowing what to do next. Clothes? Clothes? You asked. Oh, right, he said softly as he got off the bed and crouched at his drawers to pull clothes out for you. Kenma was taller than you and really slim, so you were wondering how the clothes would work for you, but turns out they were so comfy and so warm and so oversized that there was no need for concern. They were so perfect that it made your heart swell with delight. I think I'm happier now, you said once he'd come back into the room with his clothes on. These are so comfy and they smell like you. You cupped your jumper-covered hands to your nose and inhaled deeply, while Kenma looked on with confusion. Okay, done with sniffing, you announced. Where's my phone? You got it out of your bag and saw that Lolita had tried to call you, and that she had sent you a message, and you stopped to read it. It was lovely that she'd even bothered to ask if you were okay, and although you felt like she had gone against you with the whole Kenma Felix thing, you couldn't help but feel like she did genuinely care about your feelings. You replied to her so that she wouldn't think you were ignoring her, and told her that you were with your boyfriend Kenma, and it was okay. Then you put your phone down and crawled up onto the bed next to your man. He was still trying to pass the next boss, and he lost again, so grunted and waited for the game to reboot. Did you need me to press buttons? You asked him, looking over his arm to the screen. I'll just do this one, he mumbled, focusing on what he was doing. He had almost gotten the monster in the last round, so he was pretty sure he could get it this time. And sure enough, he did. You cheered happily as monster defeated sign came flashing up on the screen and grinned up at him. You did it, you said proudly to him. He looked at you, and you smiled, but when he didn't look away you got kind of shy and averted your eyes. Kenma had noticed you now and put the PSP down so he could pay you a bit of attention. Then he reached out for your face so that he could touch you. You felt his hand on your cheek and looked back at him, your eyes locking with his. I'm not going to kiss you quickly this time, he said as he leaned in slowly. You stayed still and watched his lips come towards yours, then you closed your eyes as you connected with him. It was another closed mouth kiss, and you enjoyed that one. He pulled back and you crawled a little closer, putting one hand across his lap so you could be closer to him. I like your kisses, you said softly, looking at his lips for another one. This time when you kissed, your lips parted a little, and so did his, deepening the kiss just a fraction. Your body buzzed with this type of kiss, and you both froze with lips locked together. After a few seconds, you pulled back. Kenma was blushing a little, and you didn't quite know how to handle how you felt with that kiss, so you just cleared your throat and flopped backwards. If I was a star, I'd make sure to shine directly over your house, you said randomly, and Kenma cracked a small smile that went unseen by you since you were smiling up at the roof. I wouldn't want you to be a star, he said softly. How am I supposed to be close to you when you're a star? Oh my god, that's so sweet. It's sweet in the weirdest way. You chuckled internally to yourself. You were going to reply him, but by the time you looked up over your body, down to your feet to say something to him, he was playing his game again. You sighed happily and lay back, and then shut your eyes. Unbeknownst to you, you fell fast asleep. You hadn't realised it yet. You thought you were just daydreaming, but you had completely left mentally, and your body had checked out of consciousness. The next time you woke, it was morning, and you roused quickly and sat up. There was a blanket over you, even though Kenma's bed blanket was under you, and he was still sitting at the end of the bed, playing his PSP, but he had a blanket around his shoulders. Hey, sorry, I fell asleep, you apologised as you sat up. It's okay, he said, not looking at you since he was mid-boss fight. Did you sleep? You asked him. He stopped playing then, since he had passed to the next level in the game, and the PSP was swapping to the next scene, and he looked at you, the light from his PSP lighting up under his chin, up over his face. Yeah, I slept, then I woke up maybe a half hour ago. I wake early to play, he said, then looked back down to his game as it started playing some kind of opening music. Oh, okay. Did you want food? I can make us something, you said, pushing the blankets back and getting off the bed. Yeah, toast, he said, tapping the buttons. Toast it is, you announced as you headed off to the stairs and then down to the kitchen. It was while you were there in the kitchen, happily playing housewife, that you realised that when you confessed to Kenma, he hadn't actually replied and told you he liked you back, and nothing had been said about you both being officially official. You had kissed, so that was a great sign, but you just wanted to make sure that things were really real. After making the food, you headed back up to the bedroom and sat the plate down on the bed. Hey, random question, but are we, dating now? Kenma looked at you. Yes, he replied. Oh, okay. I just wanted to check because we never said anything about girlfriend and boyfriend, so you know. We kissed, though, he said, mildly confused. Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I've never had this happen before, so I'm not sure what the next steps are, you said with an embarrassed chuckle. This is my first time too, but you said you like me, and I like you, so I thought that was it, he replied. I guess it doesn't need to be complicated, huh? You said with a smile as you picked up your food and took a bite. You both ate for a bit before your brain offered you a question from the question box in your mind, and you made a noise to get his attention while you chewed your food down. When did you start liking me? You asked. I thought you didn't like me at first. I didn't, he replied bluntly, and you sweat dropped at his honesty. I'm not really one to be drawn to people who talk a lot. I guess I like quiet. Oh, I don't know exactly when it was, but I just like your company. You're happy, he said, looking at you from behind his fringe. Your face felt warm as you smiled bashfully and looked away. Well, I think I started to like you when I was holding your PSP in the gym and you kept looking at me. Well, you weren't actually looking at me, as it turned out, but still, it gave me butterflies in my tummy. Oh, he said softly. Yeah, I guess I kind of was looking at you. But I thought you said you weren't, you asked, reaching for more food. Now that I think about it, I did pay attention to how you were watching me. Oh, he said with a smile. I like watching you play. I'd rather be sitting in my room playing games with you laying in my lap, he replied, and your stomach shut up shop for the day, refusing to work since nerves had infiltrated and stormed the place. Well, I can sit in your lap now, if you like, you asked. Okay, he said as he sat back, and you crawled into his lap and then lifted his plate up so you could feed him while he played his game, with his arms around you and his chin resting on your shoulder. To anyone else, it might not have been much, but you were loving this. He was so unassuming, but when it was just you and him, he was really sweet. I don't want this to end, he said softly, and he hummed his agreement. You relaxed for a second, and then remembered it was a school day, and your eyes shot around the room, searching for a clock. What is it? He asked, sensing your sudden stress. What time is it? You asked. He looked down at the time on his game. It's 7:05 a.m. We need to go to school, you announced. Oh, Yeah, soon, he said, not really reacting much to your comment. You were about to stress out again, but then chilled. Yeah, okay, soon, you said with a smile as you settled back against him, nuzzling the side of your face against his. It was a relatively ordinary day that day at school, but instead of daydreaming, you kept stealing glances back at Kenma and getting told off by the teacher. You didn't mind, though. You and he were an item now, so there was no embarrassment about it. The female classmate who had been eyeing Kenma still hadn't given up hope, and envy surged through her when she saw how Kenma was looking at you. He said they're not dating, but they're acting very lovey-dovey, she thought as she purposefully dropped a pencil on the floor and got up to retrieve it. Oh, sorry, she said as she bent down near Kenma's desk. I dropped my pencil. Kenma ignored her, and she scowled, annoyed that he hadn't even so much as glanced at her. She was hoping that she could have done some kind of sexy pose when he looked up so that she could win him over, but he didn't seem to be interested in anyone but you. The knife of jealousy twisted into her heart when she turned and walked back to her seat, still watching him, and saw that he looked up past her to you again. She whipped her head around to where you were and gave you the dirtiest look, which you saw at the last minute, and you scrunched your face with confusion. What's her problem? You wondered, but then you turned to face the front again so the teacher wouldn't yell at you for the 5th time that morning. At the end of the day, you got your things from your locker and headed for Kenma's to be with him, but that chick had bailed him up against his locker again, and he looked very uncomfortable. It reminded you of Kenma the cat, and how he used to hide at the back of his cage too, and a sudden surge of pain shot through your heart, awakening that protective side. No, you said as you stepped over and walked between Kenma and this girl. Excuse me, we're talking, you can't just come in and say no, the chick replied to you. I've already lost one, Kenma, and I'm not going to lose another, you stated. What? She asked. Yeah, let's go, Kenma said to you, then turned and walked off. The classmate, now super pissed, balled her fists up with anger and growled into her throat before yelling out after you and Kenma. You two may as well start dating if you're going to act like that, she screamed out, halting everyone else around. We are, you replied, turning around to face her, while Kenma stopped and glanced back through his fringe. She went bright red, and then turned and stormed away, and you turned back to Kenma. I don't know what was up her ass. Must have been her brain, because it definitely wasn't in her head, you said nonchalantly. Kenma huffed through his nose with amusement, and you grinned as you looked at his side profile. Today's a good day. I made Kenma laugh. You weren't sure if Kenma had told his teammates that you two were dating or not, but he was very low-key on the public displays of affection, so you didn't make mention until you were sure that he had told them. Kuro seemed to sense that something was different between you two, and gave you both a sly look as you entered the gym that afternoon. Well, hello you two, he greeted, tucking the Mikasa ball under his arm and placing the other hand on his hip. Hi Kuro, you greeted brightly. We have a game in 2 weeks' time, Yin. Why don't you come in and cheer Kenma on? Kuro asked, giving Kenma a side look to see if he'd get a reaction out of him. Sure, you replied brightly, and Kenma didn't flinch or anything. We could get food afterwards too, Kuro added, still watching Kenma. Table for 2 for you two, he added. Kuro, Yin and I are already dating. You can stop now, Kenma said calmly as he bent down to tie up his shoelace. What? And you were going to tell me when? Kuro asked, acting shocked. Don't pretend like you didn't already know, Kenma said calmly, still not looking at his friend. Well, I didn't, but I was hoping it would happen, Kuro replied. It's good. You need a good girl by your side, Pudding. Like you and that other girl? Kenma asked slyly, referring to a girl who Kuro had pretended to be her boyfriend. I already told you about that. It's different from Union, Kuro said, averting his eyes with a little embarrassment. Okay, let's practice. Kenma straightened and took his PSP out of his pocket and then gave it to you, and you smiled and sat down on the bench to watch him play. This was your favourite time in the afternoon, watching Kenma absolutely obliterate the other team with minimal movement and effort, and after he had finished practice, you both headed home, making your way across the oval to the back fence that had been the source of all tension a week ago. Oh, they fixed it, you said as you and Kenma walked up to it. He hummed. Just be careful getting over it. I will. I'm always careful. My middle name should be Careful. I'm so careful that if you looked up the word careful in the dictionary, you paused to swing a leg over the fence. Well, you'd find my name next to the word. As you swung your other leg over it, caught on the top of the fence, and you tumbled over it and did a forward roll and then landed on your back. Are you okay? Kenma asked, grabbing onto the top of the low fence and looking over. Yeah, you giggled. I did that so carefully, huh? Yeah, he said, climbing over carefully and then stopping beside you as he helped you up. It was actually pretty comfy lying on the grass, so you just lay there and smiled to his outstretched hand. Lie down, it's nice here, you said invitingly. He gave you a look of, really? Haul my ass down on the ground to lie there for no reason, look. Come on, you cajoled to his look. It's really nice. Everything looks so different from this angle. Is that what ants see? Kenma dropped his bag off his shoulder and then sat down next to you, so you patted the ground beside you. Lie down, you said to him, and he finally did, placing his head next to yours on the grass. It's nice, right? You asked Kenma as you turned your head in the grass to look at him. His half-dyed hair had fallen off his face, and you could clearly see his features as you lay there together. From his chiselled cheekbones to his lips, then to his keen eyes that were watching the clouds go by, he looked the picture of perfection. Yeah, he said softly, turning his head to look back at you. Your noses were so close, and you glanced down at his lips as you moved your head a little closer to his. Your lips touched, then your mouths opened and connected, locking your lips together as you lay there. Keeping your mouths together, you rolled onto your side, and so did he, your lips breaking momentarily before you came back in for another kiss. As you got more comfortable with your mouths open and connecting, your tongues got a little involved too. At first it was just the tips of your tongues touching, and then it was a little more, and before long you were kissing deeply. You felt funny little tingles in your tummy, and Kenma felt something too, pulling back from the kiss and sitting up. What is it? You asked, popping yourself up on one elbow, looking at him with a concerned curiosity. Nothing, he mumbled, hanging his head to hide his embarrassed expression. You sure? You asked, feeling like something was wrong. Yeah, it's fine, he replied, sitting there for a minute, waiting until he'd calmed down a bit before standing up. Are you okay with the team knowing that we're going out? You asked him, wondering if that was what had caused him to pull back all of a sudden. Yeah, he replied, looking at you. I want them to know. Oh, okay, you said with a small smile. You felt like things were a little awkward, but you didn't know what to do about it, so just kept quiet as you and he got up off the grass and walked home together. Kenma seemed to be in his own little world, so you said goodbye at his doorstep with a quick kiss, and then you left to go to your place. Why do I feel like I did something wrong? You asked yourself as you entered your own house. Yin? Your dad called as you entered. Yeah? You called back. Why is this house a mess? You're old enough to be looking after this place. When will you learn to be more responsible? He asked in an angered tone, bombarding you with negativity the minute that you stepped through the door. Sorry, you parroted. It was the only thing that you could say in times like these. Trying to argue back was always going to end in tears because it didn't matter what you did or said, you were always in the wrong. And I noticed you racked up a bill on my card that you took without asking. You'll be paying me back for that, he snapped, walking out from the lounge room. Oh, yeah, sorry, You are the most irresponsible, useless child. Other kids your age are earning enough to sustain themselves, and what are you doing? Wasting my money and trashing the house. He threw his arms up in the air and slapped them down on top of his head. Get out of my sight. With tears in your eyes, you hung your head and headed for the stairs. Well, there it is. Everything was going so well in my life, but nothing good ever happens without something bad following it. I thought the curse had been broken. With a heavy heart, you headed for your room to cry. The next day you got up and dragged your heavily bagged eyes to Kenma's place. He took one look at you and knew something had happened. What's wrong? He asked as you approached him. Everything, you offered with a sigh. What's everything? He asked. Well, you were acting differently yesterday after we kissed, and I don't know what I did wrong, and then I got home, my dad yelled at me, and I've worked tonight and Kenma isn't going to be there, he said sullenly, staring down at the trails of ants that were pittering along the ground in front of you, in a long line. I don't know what you mean about the kissing. I wasn't acting differently, Kenma said. Yeah, you were. You just suddenly stopped and kept away from me, you said, your attention now divided between him and the ants. Kenma suddenly caught on to what you were referring to and blushed heavily. Oh, I can't tell you why that is, but I still really like you, he said softly. Why can't you tell me? You asked, abandoning the thoughts of following the ants to find out where their home was and looking up to your boyfriend. Because it's embarrassing, he said softly, looking away. Why? You asked again. You can tell me. I tell you all of my embarrassing stuff, and when I say that I tell you all of my embarrassing stuff, I mean that it's me. I'm the embarrassing stuff. No, I don't want to say it, he said, but it's about me, not you. You hummed with an unsure look on your face. Okay, but will you tell me at some point? He thought for a second and then nodded, and you relaxed a little. Okay, good, you said. I'm sorry your dad yelled at you. He then added, and did you want me to come with you to the shelter tonight? I want to meet some of the other cats you told me about. You'd come? You asked with delighted surprise. Yes, please, and I want you to meet Lolita. He nodded, and you both headed to school, with you still chatting animatedly about the shelter and the cats there, all negativity from last night, and your dad now gone. I think she's happy now, he thought as he listened to you talk. I don't want her to tell her about how she makes me feel, though. How do I even say it without sounding really crude? You were indeed happier after having the chat with Kenma, and the day went quite well. You were so preoccupied with the thoughts of Kenma coming to the shelter that afternoon that you didn't even have time to be daydreaming about anything else. And by 4:30 p.m, you and Kenma were on the doorstep of the local animal shelter, ready for the afternoon shift. We're here, you announced excitedly, gesturing to the door. Kenma looked up at the door with the same expression that he always had, neither dislike nor excitement, just mellow curiosity, like a cat that knew everything, but still had a little bit of interest in some things. Lolita's on the front desk, you said as you pushed the door open and smiled at her. She was a little hesitant to see you again, since your last interaction hadn't been the greatest, but when you stepped through the door with the biggest smile on your face and a boy coming in behind you, she relaxed and gave you her usual warm smile in return. Sunshine, she greeted you, getting up off her seat so she could come around the desk to give you a hug and to meet this new person who was with you. Lolita, this is my Kenma, you said with a big smile on your face. He's also my boyfriend. This is the one. Lolita chuckled happily and gave Kenma a warm look before engulfing him in a giant hug, making his head disappear into her cleavage as she squeezed the life out of him. Welcome, Kenma. I've heard lots of very good things about you, she said, letting him go and patting him on the head. You giggled at his reaction. He looked like a shell-shocked shy cat that had just been grabbed and manhandled before being let go. The look on his face was priceless. He's here to meet the animals, you said brightly. I'm going to show him the kitties first. Oh, you go do that, gorgeous girl, Lolita said, happy that you had recovered, or so it seemed, from the trauma of having your favourite cat taken away from the shelter. You took Kenma's hand in yours and dragged him to the cat section, gesturing grandly when you entered the room. Here they are, you said, your smile fading a little when your eyes fell on cage 4 that was still empty. There's a lot of cats, Kenma said, letting go of your hand and walking ahead to see the felines better. That's Mondo, you said, smiling at the fluffy white cat as it sat near its empty water bowl. Hold on, I'll just give him some more water. Poor kitty, didn't anyone see that you needed more water? You asked the cat as you opened the cage and got the water bowl out. Usually you have to put fluffy bare hands on, but Mondo's friendly, so I don't need to worry about being scratched by him. You competently went about getting him more water and put the full water bowl back in his cage while Kenma walked along to see the others. What's this one's name? He asked as he crouched down and inspected a black cat with one eye missing, who seemed friendly enough but was a little cautious. Oh, that's Xanax. He's a little bit wild, you said, pointing to the name tag on the cage door with the other information. Sometimes he just goes schizo and runs around, and then passes out, but he's okay. Sounds like you, Kenma said, and you chuckled and pushed your knee into his shoulder to push him off balance a little. Don't be mean, boyfriend, you giggled. He looked up at you with a soft look in his eye, and then stood up and walked along a little bit more. Hartley? He asked, looking at a little kitty with a brown heart-shaped patch over one eye. Yeah, she has diarrhea, you said bluntly. Kenma stepped back from the cage. It's not catching, you laughed. I don't want to get pooped on, he replied. Again you moved along and chatted about the animals, enjoying your time there when all of a sudden you could hear loud talking coming from the direction of the front desk. You looked up towards the door and paused, trying to listen to what was being said. Then the woman from before, the one who had adopted Kenma, stormed into the cat room and glared directly at you. You! She seethed, pointing one manicured finger at you. Where is he? Who? You asked. The cat! She snapped. Confused momentarily, you looked from her to the wall of cats. What do you mean, cat? You asked. Your cat! She snapped again, still pointing at you. Kenma, you gasped. Where is he? So you know he's gone. You admit you stole him away, she accused. What? But you just asked me where he is. What? He's gone? When? What happened? You asked, concerned now. I'll have you arrested for theft, she snapped, angrily flailing her fingers at you. Give him back! I don't know what you're talking about, you yelped with bewilderment. I didn't take him, but if he's lost, then I'm going to go find him. He obviously didn't want to be with you. When did he go missing? You've got him at your place, she said, trying to pin something on you. You can turn my house upside down, you said confidently. He's not there, but if he's run away from you, that means he doesn't like you. So if I find him, then he's mine, you said firmly. Lolita entered at that point and tried to calm everyone down, but you and Rita had well and truly butted heads now, and neither were backing down. Rita was adamant that you took him, but then she switched her story up and started to blame your boyfriend Kenma, who she still didn't even know the name of because she hadn't asked him, claiming that he was an accomplice and that he had the cat at his place. What's going on? Kenma asked in a far too calm a voice for the current situation. This person, this one took Kenma, you said to him, referring to this Rita woman. And now he's run away. He was stolen by you, Rita seethed again through gritted teeth. How did he get out? Lola asked her. We left the back door open and he just walked out, jumped the fence and was gone, she said. Wait, so you saw him run out the back door and jump the fence? You asked the woman with a dumbfound look on your face. Yes, because you were on the other side calling him to come to you, she said. She's lost her damn mind, you turned to Kenma. I have not lost my mind, I know he's here, she said loudly. Now she's saying that he's here, you commented to Kenma, throwing one arm up in the air, rolling your eyes as you did so. It was so hard to keep up with this woman and her outlandish stories. Okay, Lolita said, realising that this woman was just going off the deep end. Honey, you'd better come with me, she said to the heavily breathing Rita. No, they stole my cat, she screamed, trying to fight Lolita off, but the large lady had Rita's wrist in her grip and wasn't letting go of her. It was a battle by weight now, and Rita, being a lot smaller than the heavily set Lolita, lost terribly and was swiftly removed from the room. Well, I think that's our next mission now, you said with a smile to Kenma. Go and find Kenma. How are we going to find him? Your boyfriend asked. Well, I don't know, but he might have known how to get back to the shelter, so if we check around here, we might find him, you said. He knows my voice, I'm sure of it. We'll just have to keep searching. Kenma nodded, but he wasn't very confident of this idea. It seemed a little too far-fetched and too active for his liking. But once again, he found himself being dragged along by you, and he once again allowed it, because he liked it when you were happy, and finding Kenma the cat was certainly bringing a smile to your face. Before you and he left for the evening, you made sure all the other cats were safe, and then checked to make sure that the crazy lady had gone, and once you were sure the coast was clear, you snuck up to Lolita at the front desk and presented your plan. Kenma and I, you stated, are going to look for Kenma. I'm sure that he would know how to get back here, so it's just a case of looking around the area, you said to her. She didn't seem too convinced by this plan either, and Kenma could see that she was hiding her true thoughts for the sake of your happiness. Okay, love. You go and have a look around, she said, looking past you to Kenma. Are you going to be with her, sweetness? Kenma nodded. Okay, she said with relief. As long as your boyfriend's with you, then I don't mind you wandering around at this time of night. Try taking some cat food with you, that might help. Oh, good idea, you said. Wait here a second, Kenma. I'll just go and grab a handful of the dry food and I'll be back. He watched the back of you disappear off into the cat section again to get some dry food, and then he looked at Lolita as he felt like she was watching him. Just be sure to give her lots of hugs if she doesn't find him. Okay, honey? She asked Kenma with a soft smile. He nodded. They both felt the same. You were back within a minute with a giant hopeful smile on your face. You showed them your small bag of dry cat biscuits and then headed for the door. Let's go and find Kenma, you said confidently. Out you walked with your boyfriend behind you and headed off down the street with no particular thought or plan in mind except for finding Kenma the cat. Where would I hide if I were Kenma? You asked yourself out loud. I know, a back alley. Kenma just followed you. Up and down every alley you walked, occasionally shaking the bag of cat food and calling out for Kenma, which Kenma, your boyfriend, found odd and by the second hour was starting to get over it. Yin, he said from behind you, and for a second you were confused. You'd forgotten that he was there. Oh, yes? You asked. Stop calling for Kenma, he said bluntly. But why? How else am I going to find him? You asked, stopping to look back at your man. But my name's Kenma, and that's weird. Well, then what if I call you by your first name? You asked. Then it wouldn't be weird if I'm calling for Kenma, because I now call you by your first name, and your first name isn't Kenma? My first name? Yeah, it's Kozume, right? He nodded. I'll call you Kozu, for short, you said with a bright smile. Okay, he replied, and you turned and walked ahead again, going back to calling out for Kenma. He sighed and pushed his hands into his pockets, and just followed you as you continued your fruitless mission. Now, coming up to 4 hours of this random wandering of the streets, Kenma was really over it, but was suffering in silence. Yin, it's getting late, he finally said when you stopped for 2 seconds to rest. But I haven't found Kenma yet, you said sadly. He was supposed to come running out of the dark and into my arms, and then I'd take him home and we'd live happily ever after. Can happily ever after come tomorrow? Kenma asked. I want to go home. You can go home. I'm going to keep looking for Kenma, you said firmly. But before you could keep walking, Kenma had his arms around you, from behind you, and just held you close. Let me go, Kozu, you said, trying weakly to break out of his hug. You didn't really want him to let you go, but you had to make it look like you were at least attempting to get free. We need to stop for the night, he said softly into your ear. You stopped trying to fight him, and just let your body rest into his. Will he come back? You asked in a small voice, your question almost being lost in the background noises that were still at full volume as the city kept pushing along for the night. I don't know, Kenma replied softly, his words almost being drowned out by a passing car. But he would want you to rest too. You sighed and Kenma let you go, and then took your hand. We'll come back tomorrow, he said as he took you back to the shelter to give the cat food back and get your bags, and then he walked you home and went to his place. The next morning you were up at his front door, knocking loudly for him to let you in. Hey, you greeted him brightly upon entering. So, during lunch and stuff today, I'm going to see if I can find Kenma. Are you going to come with me? I don't have a choice, Kenma replied with a low-key, unhappy look on his face. Okay, good, because I just know we'll find him today. You didn't find Kenma that day, nor the next day, nor for the rest of that week and over the weekend. He had gone. He hadn't even gone back to Rita and Gerald's place. You were starting to worry about him now. Kozu? You asked Kenma as you lay on his bed one afternoon after school. Do you think Kenma is still alive? I don't know, he replied, a little too bluntly as he tapped away on his game. You sighed, and Kenma finished the level and put his PSP down for a second to cuddle you, lying his head down on your chest, while you wrapped an arm around the crown of his head and just held him. I just wish that I'd say goodbye, you said sadly, your voice quivering a little. I was so upset when they took him, I didn't even get to say goodbye. He was probably wondering where I was. Kenma just lay on your chest and let you talk it all out while crying. He wasn't good at saying the right things at the right time, but he had learned that with you, silence was a perfect response. Should I write Kenma a letter? You asked your boyfriend, sniffing lightly to suck the snot back up your nose so it wouldn't dribble down your face. Now, the second that you said it, you thought he was going to laugh or ridicule you, but surprisingly, or not surprisingly, he didn't. In fact, he encouraged it. Yeah, do it, he said calmly. Really? You really think I should? You asked, letting his head go so he could lift it and look at you. Yes, he said honestly. Oh, okay. What do I write? You asked yourself out loud as you sat up and he sat back. Kenma was smart. He knew that if he gave you a task, then you'd do it. So while you were finding a pen and paper to write your letter to Kenma the cat, he could get back to his game. A comfortable silence fell in the room as he traversed to the next level in his game, and you wrote furiously onto a piece of paper that you'd found, pouring your heart out in the letter to Kitty Kenma. Wait, how's he going to read this? You suddenly asked as you were wrapping up the letter. You looked at Kenma, and he looked at you. You had kept the letter for Kenma safe with you while you could figure out what to do with it, but in the meantime Kenma's volleyball game was coming up, and you were prepared to watch him verse another team. You had heard of them through Kenma. He referred to them as the Crows, but they were better known as Karasuno. The stadium was alive with people as you walked in that Sunday afternoon. So many different types of people had come to watch. Even some young families were in the stands. Oh, I wonder if they're here to cheer their older brother on, you thought as you watched two smaller children point excitedly to the top rail, asking if they could be lifted up to see over the top to the players down on the other side. You moved closer to the rail so you could see over as well, and spotted Kenma sitting against the back wall with his PSP in hand. Kozu! You called happily, waving as he looked up. He gave you a small smile, and then put his PSP away so that he could join the rest of his team and warm up. Kuro seemed as confident as ever, and all the boys looked ready to go. Your eyes were drawn to the door as Karasuno entered, and you noted that the team looked intense, except for a shorter guy with orange hair that seemed to be the life of the party. He was jumping all over the place, and you couldn't help but feel drawn to him. He seems nice, you thought. Kenma too seemed to be drawn to this bundle of energy, and you saw him give the Orangette a small wave of greeting when the pair locked eyes. "Kenma!" the Orangette called out. "Oh, okay, so they know each other? That's cool," you thought with a smile, happy that Kenma knew somebody else there aside from his own team. Both teams warmed up, and then the game started. As usual, you had no idea what was going on, but the points on the Nakoma side of the net were going up faster than the Karasuno side, so that was a good thing, right? You were more interested in what Kenma was doing anyway. He was the only reason you were there. He didn't disappoint. It was just the way he knew the gameplay. He really was amazing. At halftime you went down to talk to him, but they didn't let anyone onto the court, so you just stood there and smiled at him. He gave you a small wave before going back onto the court, and you raced back upstairs to watch him for the second half. The second half of the game went much the same as the first, and before you knew it, the game was over, and you could go and give him a hug. You were pretty set on getting down to him as quickly as possible, but when you heard a small child telling his mummy that there was a cat stuck in the tree outside, your attention wavered. Initially, you ran past the child, and then quickly doubled back and crouched down beside him. Hi, did you say there's a cat stuck in the tree outside?" "Uh-huh," he said with an exuberant head nod. "It got stuck up there and can't come down." "Oh, don't worry, I'm a cat expert," you said with a firm head nod. "I'll go and see if I can help the kitty." The small child smiled brightly as you stood up and ran in the opposite direction of the courts, heading for the doors of the stadium. It was a little after the game had ended now, and you still hadn't showed up. Kenma was starting to get concerned, as he'd been expecting you to turn up the second the game had finished, but you still weren't there. "You're missing your girl pudding," Kuro teased him. "No," Kenma lied, stopping watching the door and getting back to packing his gym bag. Kuro smirked, knowing his quiet friend was definitely lying. Just then you came bursting through the doors and ran over to Kenma. "Kozu!" you gasped. "Quick, quick!" And before he could ask what was going on, you had dragged him out the door at a run and off down the hall. "Kozu? First name basis?" Kuro called with surprise, his delay in speech missing you and Kenma by a few seconds after you'd left. Down the hall you ran, with Kenma right behind you, his wrist in your firm grip. "He's here! He's here!" you shouted with glee back at your man. "Who?" Kenma asked. "Kenma is! He needs help though! He's up a tree!" "Kenma? Cat Kenma?" Kenma asked, squinting in the bright sunlight as you tore out through the front doors and over to a tall tree. "He's there!" you squealed with delight, pointing up to one of the highest branches to where a rugged-looking kitty was perched on the thickest part of the branch. "Oh, it is him," Kenma said, staring up at the tree. "Yeah, please can you help me get him down?" you begged to your boyfriend. He nodded, quickly assessing how to get up the tree to get the terrified cat. "Don't worry, Kenma, we'll get you down," you called up to the cat. Kenma cried up from the top, his claws gripping onto the side of the branch. "Please, Kozu," you asked your boyfriend, who had now stepped up to the side so that he could jump up to the first branch and grab it. Effortlessly he grabbed it, in hand, and swung a leg up and over so he could hook it and pull himself up to straddle the branch. "Yay!" you called excitedly when he had righted himself. "Go, Kozu!" He looked very apathetic about going up any higher and just sat in the tree, on the lowest branch, looking up. "You need to go higher!" you called to him. He just sighed. "Come on, Kozu!" you called again. "Oh, Kenma called up to the cat. "Come here." "He won't come down with you just sitting there calling to him. You need to get up and bring him down," you called, cupping your hands to your mouth in the hopes that if your boyfriend could hear you clearer, that he would be spurred into action. But he still didn't move from the branch his lazy ass had landed on. With an exasperated sigh, you let your hands fall to your sides, and then you set your face with determination. "Okay, you know what? Help me up." You stepped towards the tree and held one of your hands up so that Kenma could grip your wrist, and then you held onto his wrist and then used your legs to walk up the side of the tree trunk and flick yourself over the same branch as Kenma. You sat there facing him. "Okay, I'm going to go up. You stay here and support," you said to him. He nodded and watched as you climbed up the next few branches towards the cat. By now, a few other people had stopped to watch to see what was going on and called their encouragement as you got closer to the terrified feline. You were about to reach for your fluffy-eared Kenma when you felt someone hold your ankle, and you looked down to see Kenma, your boyfriend, had followed you up a little way as well. "I'm going to reach for him, okay?" you warned your man as you started to stretch your arm out. He nodded. With a lot of encouraging words to the terrified kitty, you reached an arm out towards him. He eyed you as you stretched out and scratched his head with your fingertips. Hey, Kenma, it's okay now. I'm sorry those people took you away from me, but I promise you that I won't let them take you again. If you come with me, then I'll know that you want to stay with me, and I'll make sure no one takes you again. Kenma the cat had no idea what you were saying, but he felt your conviction, and he knew you were a good human, so he slowly crept towards you and let you lift him off the branch, but not without his claws coming out to grab onto something else to steady himself. Ouch! Ah! Claws! Ah! Ow, ow, ow! You hissed and grit your teeth as you let Kenma grab onto you. Do you have him? Kenma, your man, asked from below you. You nodded. Yep, help me down. He couldn't really help you, but he just gave you verbal directions on where you should put your feet, and you followed orders as best you could. Finally, your feet were firmly planted on the ground, and fluffy Kenma was still in your arms. Those around you applauded and gave advice on where to take the cat, but you assured them that you knew him and would take good care of him, much to their relief. Thanks for helping me, you said to your boyfriend after the hype had settled down. Now I just need to convince my dad to let me keep him. Your mind cast back to the last interaction that you had with your father, and you shuddered. Actually, I don't think it would be a good idea to ask him about it at this point, because he wasn't very happy with me the last time we spoke. Well, he's not happy with me at any point, if I'm being completely honest. Kenma thought for a little bit as you stood there outside the stadium. What if I adopt him? He asked. You would? You asked with delight. I think my mum would let me keep him, Kenma said, and I like cats. Oh, Kozu, that would be awesomely awesome, like more awesome than just one awesome, you said with delight, wanting to give him a hug, but not being able to because of the cat in your arms. Kenma nodded and gave you a soft look. I'll give you a proper hug once I put Kenma down, but I'm not putting him down here just in case he runs off again, you said with a smile. Okay, Kenma replied. What's happening out here? The voice of Kuro asked as the rest of Kenma's team walked out of the stadium. We saved Kenma, you said with glee. From what? One of the other teammates asked, peering around from behind the others. From being stuck in a tree, you said. Why was putting up a tree? Kuro asked. Oh, no, not this Kenma, you pointed to your boyfriend. This one, you pointed to the cat in your arms. His name's Kenma. Oh, so you have two Kenmas now, Kuro said with a smirk. No, this one's Kenma, you pointed to the cat, and this one's Kozu. Uh-huh, yeah, I heard you call him by his first name before, Kuro said with an amused look in his eye. First name basis, huh? Must be serious. He raised a teasing eyebrow to his teammate. Kenma just gave him a look and then turned to you. Do you want me to walk with you? He asked. The shelter isn't far from here. We'll need to fill out paperwork. Oh, yes, okay. You nodded your head enthusiastically. Let's go. So you're not coming to dinner pudding? Kuro asked. No, I'll stay with you, Kenma said, turning to walk with you. Kuro gave the back of your head a smirk as you both walked off down the road. Looks like he's smitten, one of the other teammates commented to Kuro as they all headed for the bus. Certainly seems that way, Kuro mused, hopping on the bus with the others. I think they're a well-suited couple. Kenma needs someone who has a little chaotic energy to boost him up a little bit. If he ended up with an introvert, we'd never see either of them. Good point, another commented, taking a seat near the door. I like Yin, she's always happy. You were elated that you had your Kenma back, but at the same time you were freaking out, fearing that the second you took him back to the shelter they would ring the other people and tell them to come and pick him up. You got as close as 1 block from the shelter and then stopped dead in your tracks. I don't want to go, you said to your boyfriend, who had stopped a step ahead of you and looked back. Why? He asked, his curtain fringe covering one eye. Because they're going to take him from me again and give him back to the other couple, and I'll be left without him again. Why can't we just steal him to your place? Because we need to report that he's been found, Kenma replied to you. But we already know he's been found, so we don't need to tell anyone, right? You said. We need to tell them, Kenma said bluntly. You pouted. No. Come on, Yin. We need to. I don't want to, you said, stamping your foot in defiance. I don't have the energy to fight, Kenma said in a dull voice, turning to face you square on. So if you don't want to, then okay. And with that, he just turned and started walking towards the direction of his house. Wait, what? That's it? You asked with surprise, watching him walk past you in the opposite direction. You're not going to force me? No, he said. I'd much prefer to be playing my game. Oh! You took a few running steps to catch up to him. You both walked in silence for a bit, but now the guilt was eating you alive. I'll ring Lolita's phone, not the animal shelter, just in case they've tapped the lines, you said to Kenma, stopping and pulling your phone out of your pocket. Kenma stopped beside you again with a small shake of his head at your paranoia and waited for you to make the call before taking any more steps in any direction. Still holding Kenma in your arms, you managed to get the phone out and rang her, jiggling your leg nervously as you waited for her to pick up. Hello, Yin? Lolita's voice came through the line. What can I do for you? Can you come out the back of the shelter or something? You asked suspiciously. Oh, is everything okay? She asked you. Yes and no, you replied evasively. This concerned her and she agreed to meet immediately. Then she hung up and you put your phone away. Okay, I'm going to show her, and if she goes to take him, we make a run for it, you said to him firmly. Do we have to run? Kenma asked with a sigh. Yes, you said again, dead set on your plan. You walked the final leg back to the shelter and walked around behind the building to the back door, where Lolita was bustling her way out, looking around with a worried expression on her face. She saw you and Kenma approaching with a bundle in arms, and at first she thought you'd picked up an injured kitty, and she started to get even more worried. Oh, what happened? She asked as she tottered over to you to have a look at the injured ball of fluff in your arms. But as the cat turned its head to look at her, she stopped. Kenma! She gasped with delight. Oh, honey, you're all right. Is he all right? Is he okay? He's not hurt, is he? Her delight did an about turn and revisited her earlier concerns, but you shook your head to calm her. It's okay. He's not hurt. He was stuck in a tree and we saved him, but I don't want to give him back to those people. They were obviously not nice to him, and that's why he ran away, you said with a determined look on your face. Well, they returned his adoption papers earlier this morning, so it appears that they don't want him back, she said sadly. I was disappointed at first, but I'm glad he's okay. I don't want him to go back to the shelter, though. What if some other nasty people get him? You said sadly. Can my boyfriend adopt him? Lolita looked at Kenma, who was standing behind you, and hadn't said anything up until this point. Do you want to adopt him? She asked your boyfriend hopefully. He nodded. Yes, because he's important to Yin, and I want her to be happy, he said softly. Your heart nearly burst in your chest, and judging by the look on Lolita's face, hers had nearly burst too. Oh, you're so sweet, she gushed. Okay, let me get those papers in order. You two turtle doves stay here and I'll go and get everything ready. And with that, and some little happy mutterings to herself, she headed back into the shelter and went about her work. What's a turtle dove? You asked Kenma. He just shrugged. It took a little longer than expected, but after about an hour, Kenma the cat officially belonged to Kenma, your boyfriend, and you were headed to his house to settle the newest member in. I'm sure he's going to love your place, you said with delight as you reached Kenma's front doorstep. It's quiet here, Kenma said as he unlocked the front door and let you all in. You carried the very unsure bundle of cat up to your boyfriend's room and opened the door. We're home, you announced to the kitty as you walked over to your boyfriend's bed and sat down with little Kenma in your lap. He was very nervous at first, sniffing everywhere without getting off you, but after a while he ventured off your lap and padded along the bed to have a look at everything. I'll need to buy some cat stuff, Kenma said to you as he sat down on the bed beside you. We can do that next weekend, you said with a smile as he reached for his hand and held it. He looked at you and then glanced at your lips and leaned in. You in turn followed his lead and leaned in for the kiss as well, taking it slow at first, but then kissing a little deeper once you'd settled in. The second your tongue hit his, that tingle in your core started up again, and you hesitantly reached your other hand out and placed it on his chest gently. He didn't quite know what to do, but he also wanted to touch you, and so placed a hand on your thigh. Your core caught fire immediately and you pulled back with surprise. What is it? He asked. When you put your hand on my thigh, my body just did a thing. What thing? I don't know how to explain it, but my body likes it when you touch me. I like it when you touch me, you added bashfully, giving him a shy look. You looked super cute, being all shy and stuff, and a blush crossed Kenma's cheeks before he quickly averted his eyes and put his hand to his face to cover the pink dusting his cheeks. I like it too, when you touch me, he whispered, barely above a whisper. He had his hand covering most of his mouth, so it was hard for you to hear what he had said, but you could tell it was something good. You can keep your hand on my thigh, you said softly, but encouragingly, moving your hand from his chest to his thigh to show him where he could place his hand on you, and he jumped a little. Sorry, you said, quickly taking your hand away. What did I do? Did it tickle? Kenma shook his head. No, There was a little awkwardness, and he shuffled away a bit and adjusted something in his pants. He tried to do it discreetly, but you saw, and suddenly all of the pennies dropped, and you put all the pieces of the puzzle together in your mind. Oh, you exclaimed, face feeling hot as the sudden realization hit you. What? He asked. Nothing, you said quickly, but I understand now. What do you understand? You said, leaning across to kiss his cheek that was hiding behind his fringe, so you kissed him through his two-toned hair instead. But I don't get it, he replied. I think we just like each other a lot, and our bodies know it, you said with a small, soft smile. Kenma kind of understood then, and blushed even more. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking anything dirty, I promise. It's just like what you said. My body just acts out on its own. It's okay, mine too, you said in agreement. It was nice to be on the same page as him, both your bodies buzzing with excitement at being so close to one another and touching one another. That's why I pulled away that other time, Kenma finally admitted. I didn't know what to do about the feelings. Oh, you hummed. Okay, it's okay. We both feel the same, so it's fine. He nodded, but still wanted to try and maintain his composure a little. Kenma the kitty meowed then, and drew both your attention to him. Oh, he must be hungry, you said suddenly. I don't know when he ate last, but I bet he's hungry. Kenma nodded and got off the bed, more so to get away from you and calm down, as he was still raring to go and had a chance to breathe. I think I have some cat food in the bottom cupboard, he said as he walked to the door, keeping his back to you. Off he went to the kitchen to investigate, and you looked from the kitty to your hands that had been on Kenma's thigh. His legs are so toned, you thought. Kenma returned with a tin of cat food and a plate, and showed both items to you. It's still in date, he said, looking at the cat food tin as he sat down on the ground and placed the plate there. Kenma the cat was immediately in front of him, sniffing at the unopened can in his hand. Wait, Kenma said to the cat, trying to pull the ring pull so the lid would open. The ring pull finally gave way, and he ripped it off so that Kenma could have a sniff. The kitty seemed to be interested in it, and you chalked it up to him just being super hungry and willing to eat anything. Oh, wow, he's really going for it, you said with a chuckle as Kenma dumped the contents of the cat food onto the plate, and the cat started eating straight away. Good job, Kozu. Your boyfriend gave you a small smile and then put the tin down on his desk and walked back over to you, intending to sit down beside you, but you grabbed a handful of his shirt instead and tugged him towards you and then down on top of you as he rolled backwards on the bed. Poor Kenma lost his balance and fell onto you while you giggled away. Ian? He asked as you wrapped your legs around his waist and held him fast. Mine! You said exuberantly. His hands were either side of your head, caging you to the bed, against his will, since you had locked his hips down and he couldn't pull back. Kiss me again, you said with a smile and another tug on his shirt, encouraging him to do it. He leaned down and kissed you, letting his elbows fall down to the bed so that he was now planking over you. Your tongues touched mid-kiss again, and you took the lead, kissing him deeper. You were getting good at kissing now, and you loved how his mouth felt against yours. That following week was spent mostly at Kenma's house, after school, every day. Kenma the cat was fitting in well as well, and seemed to really like Kenma, his owner. Yin, are you coming? Kenma asked as he entered into the classroom after school had finished. Yeah, in a bit. You walked over to the open window and held 2 chalkboard dusters out over the sill and clapped them together, watching the plumes of chalk dust floating off on the breeze. Hey, do you think I could clap enough dust out of these things to make enough mist to cover the school? You looked at him with the most excited look on your face, but your excitement was met with his deadpan expression. No, he said bluntly. Ah, you moaned sadly. I thought that maybe I could cause such a large cloud of chalk dust to grow that the school would have to close for tomorrow and then I could stay at yours for the day. When will you be done with the chores? Kenma asked, blatantly ignoring your comment. Like 5 minutes, if I rush. I forgot to feed Kenma before I left this morning, Kenma said. You screamed. Go home and feed him. I'll come over when I finish, okay? Okay, if that's okay, he asked. Yes, of course it's okay. Kenma's dying, and you're standing here talking calmly and asking if it's okay if... He has the chew toy with the dry food in it that we bought on the weekend, Kenma interjected, seeing that you were getting more and more worked up the further you were getting into your ramble. Oh, so he has a little bit of food then, you said with a relieved sigh. Yes. But still, you need to go and feed him, you exclaimed, putting the dusters down on the windowsill and turning to grab Kenma by the shoulders. You spun him around smartly and put your hands between his shoulder blades to push him out the door. I'll be over once I've finished, you promised, pushing him out of the classroom. Okay, he said softly, allowing you to remove him from the room and out into the hallway. With a quick wave goodbye, you went back to doing the chores, and he slowly walked home. While he walked, he was reminiscing on different things that he had done with you, when suddenly he realised he hadn't even taken you on a date yet. Oh, that's one thing that I need to do. But what would you want to do with me? Was the game convention a date? But we weren't going out then. He scrunched his nose up and thought hard about what you'd like to do. It needs to be something really random. He thought, I know, first thing that Yin says when she comes into my room this afternoon is what I'll base the date on. Happy with that, he made his way home and was greeted by a very chatty Kenma kitty who was winding around his legs, purring and meowing for food. Are you hungry? Kenma asked the cat softly, gently stepping over him to make his way to the kitchen. The cat meowed some more and trotted beside the quiet gamer, eager for something other than the dry food that he'd eaten all day. Okay, I'll get you some food, Kenma said, crouching down to pull the cat food tins out of the bottom of the cupboard. You finished up as quickly as you could and tossed the last few chairs on top of the closest desks and then locked the classroom door and ran to the staff room to return the keys. I'm done, you announced loudly as you raced into the room. Here are the keys. My husband's waiting with my cat. And with that, you raced back out again, leaving some very confused teachers in your wake. Oh, she's always like that, your teacher sighed with slight annoyance, giving the other teachers an apologetic look. You ran back to your locker and grabbed your bag, and then raced across the oval to the back fence and carefully jumped it. As you ran, you looked up into the sky and smiled at the clouds as they rolled by. They were extra fluffy today, and reminded you of blow-up balloon animals. Poodle! You yelled with glee as you finally decided on what the clouds were like. You ran off along the other side of the fence that you'd just jumped, and then ran up onto the front steps of Kenma's porch. He had just sat down to play his game when he heard you at the front door. I wish I had superpowers. I could just call the front door to open for her so I don't have to get up, Kenma thought as he let out a sigh. You were merrily knocking and pushing the doorbell so relentlessly that it did wonders to spur Kenma into action, who dragged his ass up off the bed to go and get you. Hey! You greeted him with a giant grin once he had pulled the front door open, entering and following him up to his room. He was walking ahead, but also watching you closely over his shoulder, and you smiled at him. What? You asked when it looked like he wanted to say something. Nothing, he said softly, still looking at you. He was waiting for you to say something random so he could work out a date idea, but you were being frustratingly quiet. Where's Kenma? Oh, hi, baby. Hello, Puss Puss. You greeted the cat as you walked into Kenma's room and saw him on the bed. Kenma called, his tail up and twitching as you walked over to him to give him a pat. He stretched his head up to your palm and head butted into it as you stroked him from head to the tip of his happily quivering tail. Kenma, your boyfriend, was still waiting for you to say something weird, and so just stared at you, hoping you'd say it soon. Why do you keep looking at me like that? You asked him, noting he was still looking at you for an oddly long time. I'm not. Yes, you are. What's wrong? You asked. Then you suddenly remembered the fluffy clouds that you had seen earlier. Oh, giant fluffy balloon poodle! Do you want to go on a date with me to, make balloon animals? Kenma suddenly asked. Oh my, Asahi, yes! You exclaimed. Who's Asahi? Kenma asked. I don't know. It just came to mind now. But yes, I definitely want to make balloon animals with you, you said excitedly. Okay, Kenma said with a small head nod. Okay, now I just need to find somewhere that makes balloon art and can teach us, he added to himself. It was a bit of a struggle to find somewhere that would teach him and you to do balloon art, as most places were for hire of a clown to come to a party to do balloon art, but finally he found some dodgy place that said that they would do something like what he was asking for. Hesitantly he booked it and hoped for the best. Hey, he said to you as you walked home a few days later. I've booked our date. Oh, you have? You asked with a giant childlike grin on your face. I'm so excited. When's it for? This Thursday. Yay, that's so soon! You exclaimed, bouncing a little as you walked. Yeah, Kenma said, staring down at the ground. You reached over and held his hand, swinging it as you headed back to his place to chill together. As usual, you spent a little time giving Kenma the cat some cuddles while Kenma, your boyfriend, played on his PSP, and then once you felt like he had had enough time on it, you put the kitty down and crawled over and butted your head into his arm and pushed him a little. "I want cuddles now," you demanded playfully, rubbing your head against him and trying to crawl into his lap. Kenma lifted his PSP so that he could still play it while you curled up in his lap, and you wriggled around happily, doing your best to distract him. Finally, Kenma beat the next boss level and put the PSP down so he could give you some attention, and you squealed with delight and turned and grabbed him into a hug and then dragged him sideways onto the bed to cuddle him. Your legs intertwined with his and your lips locked with his as you lay pressed together on his bed, spending the rest of the afternoon in each other's embrace. That Thursday after school, you raced home to get changed into something for your date with Kenma. You were so excited. It was something super random. You couldn't wait to learn how to make balloon animals. "Maybe I'll be like some kind of amazing balloon-making expert and Kenma will be amazed," you thought, trying to imagine a really happy look on Kenma's face. But he never showed you any vast amounts of emotion, so it was hard to imagine, to be honest. You were all dressed now and running to the door to leave and meet Kenma at his place. "I'm ready," you announced brightly as you arrived on his doorstep. He looked as casually hot as always, and even had a small silver chain around his neck that made him look even better. "Ready," he said softly, then pulled the front door closed behind him, and you were off to this balloon art place. Kenma was still wondering if he'd made the right decision, as the location seemed a little dodge, and when he looked it up on his phone he saw it was a door halfway down an alley. You were so excited about this whole thing that you didn't catch his worried quietness as he took you on the train and then down the road to where this place was. The sun was starting to set as you got to the entrance of the alleyway, and Kenma stopped at the opening of it and stared down it while you stopped beside him. As bad luck would have it, there appeared to be a gang hanging out just outside the door of the supposed balloon art place, and he really didn't want to walk down to them. "Is this where we get attacked? I don't have the energy to get attacked. Maybe if I lie down already, they'll just walk away and leave us alone," Kenma thought with a depressed look on his face. "Is this the right place?" you asked brightly, not reading the room, so to speak. Your happiness was super out of place right at that moment. He nodded. "Okay, let's go then," you said excitedly, taking the lead and walking down towards the gang of guys. The members of the small gang stopped talking to each other as you approached and raised their chins in the air a bit so that they could look down at you. "Hi," you said with a friendly little wave. "We need to get past to go on our date." "Get past, eh?" One guy with some kind of stick or something in his mouth said, as he stood up off the upturned crate that he had been sitting on and took a step towards you. To Kenma, it looked like a threatening gesture, but to you, you were just so excited about the balloon art thing that you just held your ground and smiled at the gang member, completely unaware of the potential danger you were in. "Yeah, I have a date with my boyfriend and we're doing balloon art," you said joyfully. The guy laughed loudly, his mates joining in as well. Kenma was starting to feel like it was a bad idea and took your arm so that he could pull you back. He was still tossing up between playing dead or making a run for it. His desire to run heightened when some of the other gang members stood up and came over as well, hands in their pockets to show how unfazed they were. They definitely weren't threatened by you two. "Is that the door there?" you asked, still completely blasé to the situation, as you nodded past the leader to the door at the side of the building. "Who says I'm going to let you and your dweeb past, eh?" the leader asked. "Because we're on a date and we're going to make balloon art," you replied with confusion. "Why wouldn't you let us pass? Unless you want to do balloon art instead of us. And then in that case, you might have to check to make sure the person running the place has enough seats for you all." The guy just blinked at you. He had been trying to intimidate you, but you just weren't scaring like he thought that you would be. "What if I knocked your head off your shoulders?" he asked you directly to see if that made any difference to your carefree demeanour. "That's not nice," you said firmly. "Now move aside so we can get to our date." Kenma's heart sank. This was it. This was where your bodies would be found the next morning. He was convinced that you had just sealed both your and his doom. "Oi," the leader now addressed Kenma, who flinched. "Your missy here doesn't have any fear, does she?" he asked. Kenma shook his head. "I respect that," he said with a smirk, taking his hand from his pocket and placing it on your shoulder to give you a firm pat. "Okay, Fearless-chan and blonde-hair paint-kun, you can pass. Let it be known that you're now respected by the Tokyo Raiders gang." "Oh, thank you," he said happily. your happiness still not matching the vibe that was still there, as you could have ended up being pummeled by these guys. The rest of the gang chuckled and mumbled to themselves as you and Kenma walked through the path that they had made for you both, to the door on the other side, and you knocked. Well, they were nice, you commented to Kenma, who was still trying to recover from the stress of that situation. I hope this place is legitimate, he thought as he waited for the guy to open the door. An older man came to the door and greeted you both, confirming that this was the right place to learn balloon art, and you grinned from ear to ear. Oh, I'm so excited, you exclaimed, walking in ahead of Kenma and looking at all the awards this guy had hanging on his walls. By the looks of it, he was very good at his craft, and also dabbled as a magician, the pictures of him on the walls mid-show telling of his life as an entertainer. Wow, you know how to do lots of stuff, Balloon Sensei, you said to the man, who laughed at your nickname of him. Yes, I do, he said, reaching into his sleeve and pulling out a balloon rose that was expertly made. Oh, you exclaimed, taking it and looking it over. This is amazing. Thank you, he said with a smile. And I'm going to teach you how to make these for your date today. How long have you and... He looked at Kenma, who was hanging back a bit. Your boyfriend been together? You looked at Kenma. I think about 3 months. Kenma nodded. Yeah, it's been about 3 months. The guy then quickly tapped his head, and when he pulled his hand away, a small 3-shaped balloon was in it. You squealed with delight and took it from his outstretched hand. This is so cool! How did you know to have a 3 done? You asked him. A good magician never tells, the man said with a waggle of his finger. Well, can you teach us to do balloon art still? You asked hopefully. Yes, of course, he replied, gesturing for you and Kenma to sit at the table nearby. You did so, and the tutorial began. It was the most fun you had had in a while, and although you stuffed a lot of your balloon making up, you still managed to make a few good ones. The lesson went for an hour and a half, but to you it felt like it was 10 minutes long. Aww, you hummed sadly as the man wrapped up the lesson. I was just getting used to doing the twisty twist. Practice, the man said. Now go and buy some balloons and practice more until one day you too might be the next balloon entertainer. You were hyped, and so promised him that you would keep practicing. Kenma thanked the man for his time and discreetly paid for the lessons, and then you left the place. Thankfully, the gang that had been hanging around out the front door had left, so you and Kenma had free passage down the alley and back out onto the street without any mishaps. You had insisted on keeping all of the balloon creations that you had made during the lesson, and so had a balloon crown on, balloon shoes on, a balloon poodle on a stick, and a variety of other items that only you could identify because they were so munted no one else could tell what they were. That was so much fun, you exclaimed to Kenma as you headed down the street, getting strange looks from those who passed you. I think I want to do balloon art for a living. Kenma eyed you, covered in random balloons, and shook his head. You need to do lots of practice, he said. I will, you replied happily. I'll start with small children's birthday parties because they don't care if the balloon art looks like crap. They're just happy to have a balloon. He nodded. Another month or so went by, and the year was starting to wrap up. Plans were being made for the end of your prom, and you were excited because you had someone to go with this year. Hey, you greeted Kenma as you bounced up to him after school that day. Want to be my date for the prom? I'm your boyfriend, he replied with a confused look. I thought it was a given that we'd go together. Oh, true, but I still wanted to ask, he said with a smile. Now I got to get an outfit for the night. What would be acceptable? Could I go in an inflatable dinosaur suit? He was starting to get used to your random comments by now, so he wasn't fazed by your desire to get the dinosaur suit. I'll need to match you, I guess, he replied apathetically. You can be a Triceratops, you replied brightly. I've seen those ones too. They look awesome. Kenma just continued to pack his bag, and then once ready, you headed back to his place to chill for a while. You want to come shopping with me? You asked him as he pulled his PSP out and started to load his game. Not really, he said bluntly. All I'll be doing is just walking around behind you and sitting in random shops. Yeah, but I still want you there, you said, slightly sadly. He sighed. If I have to. Yay! Thanks, Kozu! You leaned over and kissed his cheek. Hey, you know how I wanted us to have nicknames before? Apple and Pie? We should do that now, because we're actually dating, so it wouldn't be weird. Again, he didn't seem overly impressed by the idea, but his desire to make you smile overrode all other things, and he relinquished. Okay, but do I have to call you it in front of others? Are you shy, Kozu? You teased him. It's just such a lovey couple thing to do, he replied blandly. I thought we were a lovey couple, you asked with surprise. No, we're a normal couple that like each other a lot, but we don't do silly lovey stuff, he said. I like us the way we are. It was true. You were just the perfect couple the way you were. Yeah, you said with a soft smile. I like us the way we are too. Thanks, Pie. Yeah, Apple. Kenma replied softly as he looked down his PSP. Your heart did the moonwalk and hit the high note. Ah! You suddenly wailed, clutching your heart, scaring Kenma and making him jump with surprise and look at you. You actually called me Apple. Because you wanted me to, he replied apathetically. I didn't think you'd do it, but I'm so glad you did, he said with a grin. Okay, so shopping this afternoon. Wait, this afternoon? He asked, staring at you through his fringe. But I thought it wasn't going to be until later. No time like the present. Let's go. You grabbed his arm and tried to pull him off the bed. Oh wait, let's feed Kenma first, then me, then shopping. No wait, I'll eat after because if I eat before we try on the outfits then I might not fit them because my tummy will be full, but if I try it on with a flat stomach, well... You look down at yourself. Okay, not like flat, but like more flat than if I had food in it. You feel? So anyway, Kenma's super cute. Hey, I love how chatty he is. He's really happy at your place. I haven't even told my dad that I've got a cat. Well, technically he's not mine because you signed the adoption papers. But if it weren't for me, then you wouldn't have... Ian, Kenma asked. You hummed, shutting your mouth for 2 seconds to look at him. Is something wrong? You seem a little on edge and you're talking a lot more than you usually do, Kenma said, picking up that something was amiss with you. No, I'm fine, you said. It was a lie. You were worried about the fact that you still hadn't told your dad that you even had a boyfriend. You and your dad weren't really on great terms at the best of times, and you had a feeling that somehow the fact that you had a man was going to come out on prom night. Naturally, you had been worrying about how you were going to be able to get money to even buy a prom dress/outfit, so deducted that you would just borrow your dad's credit card like you usually did. It was all good and well, but you knew that your dad would be suspicious if he saw the reason for the card being used. Every other year that you had graduated, you hadn't gone to the end of your dance because you either didn't have friends or they had dates and you didn't, so you just stayed home instead. But you wanting to go this year was going to be suspicious enough as it was, and if your dad was home on prom night and saw you leave the house looking all dressed up, that would be even more suspicious. What if he asked about Kenma, and then wanted to meet him, and didn't like him, and forced you two to break up, and... Yin, Kenma asked again, stopping in his tracks to get you to stop as well. It looked like you were about to have a meltdown. Tell me what's wrong, he said gently, while you refused to look him in the eye. I don't want to talk about it, you said in a small voice. I want to help, he said gently, stepping forward to embrace you. You can't help, you said sadly. I don't want us to be apart. I don't want to have to stop seeing you. What? He asked, his heart dropping. Why would you have to stop seeing me? I haven't told my dad that I have a boyfriend and I'm worried that when he finds out he's going to force me to break up with you. Kenma's already sinking heart took one last metaphorical breath in and then sank under the surface. Would he do that? Kenma asked in a numb voice. It's possible. My dad doesn't like me and wants me to have a miserable life, you said blandly. I can talk to him, Kenma said. You shook your head. There's no talking to him. He doesn't listen. I'm already a disgrace to him, so there's no way he'd suddenly be nice to me. The two of you just stood there staring at the floor. I don't want us to be apart, Kenma suddenly said strongly. I don't either, you replied, tears welling up in your eyes. You wrapped your arms around him and squeezed him close, bottom lip quivering away. But I don't know what to do, you wailed into him. He just hugged you close and thought hard. He's the final boss, he said softly. I have to figure out a way to defeat the final boss. You didn't know what he was talking about, so didn't reply, and just held him like it was the last time you'd ever get to hold him. You didn't end up going shopping after that. You weren't in the mood. So after spending time with the two Kenmas, human and cat, you headed home. As you entered the house, you could hear the TV on, and you paused for a second. Oh, Dad's home. Do I say hi, or should I just go to my room? You stalled for a second or two, but it was a little too long of a pause since your dad walked past the hall to head into the kitchen and saw you standing at the front door. When did you get home? He asked gruffly. Why didn't you call out a greeting when you get home? It's rude to just enter and not say anything. You sighed. Can't even get in the front door without him breathing down my neck. You turned to the stairs and he called out to you to stop. Excuse me, where are you going? To my room, you replied, trying not to sound sassy, but it was like, what do you mean, where am I going? I'm getting away from you. You obviously don't want me around, so I'm getting out of your hair. I haven't been home in over a week, and you want to go to your room. Come here and get a plate of food and spend some time with your father, he demanded. I'd rather shoot myself in the face with paintballs while walking barefoot on Lego, you thought, as you held in another sigh and dropped your bag down at the foot of the stairs to walk to the kitchen. Don't just leave your bag in the hallway where someone could trip over it, your dad snapped. Go and put it neatly next to the table over there. He pointed across the hall to the table, and you bit down hard on your tongue. Frick, man, can I do nothing right? Trip over it. Who's going to trip over it? There's only 2 of us here, and we both know where it is. So how are we going to fall over it? I'm so done. And I've only just walked in the front door. You're unusually quiet, your dad said as you finished putting your bag down and walking up the hallway to him. Did you get in trouble at school? Is that why you're quiet? No, you replied, giving him a puzzled look. Don't give me that attitude, he replied quickly. You were pretty much fed up at this point. When your dad was home, it was any of the below. You'd be ignored, berated, picked on, or sometimes, on really fun days, all 3 of them. Yay! Life was so good. Sorry, you said mechanically. There was no sincerity to it. It was a learned response to get to shut up, but it annoyed you nonetheless that you always had to apologise to him for things that weren't your fault. Eat some food, he then demanded, gesturing to a whole spread of food that he had bought from various local restaurants. You picked out a few things you liked and then stood there at the kitchen bench to eat. Don't just eat there, he said with a frown on his face. The TV's on, come and eat in there. Reluctantly, you picked up your plate and followed him into the lounge. What a fun night this was going to be. You were right there where he could pick on your every move. Your backside hadn't hit the seat when he started up again. Is that all you're going to eat? Go and get some more. I've spent a lot of money on this food. I'm not letting it go to waste, he snapped. I'll get more after, you said dullly, looking down at your plate and not at him. For some weird reason, you'd lost your appetite. Sarcasm. No, go and get some more now, he said. You stood up and walked out, placing your plate down on the kitchen counter and then resting your hands either side of it as you did your best to control your breathing. I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here, you chanted, scrunching your eyes up tight and praying that when you opened them, you'd be in a completely different place. Hurry up, Yin, you heard your father's voice call from the lounge. He sounded annoyed. Grabbing a handful of something close to you, slammed it down on your plate and marched back in and sat down firmly on the seat. Your dad looked over and scoffed. Oh, I swear to God, if he says anything. I buy the nicest of everything. You go and pick that and put it on your plate, he said. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, and you just stood up silently and walked out. Where are you going? Your dad called out after you, calling your name loudly when you didn't respond. You put your plate down on the kitchen bench and bolted for your school bag and the front door. As you ran out of the house, you could still hear your dad calling out all sorts of things, but you just drowned him out as you ran to your safe haven. That safe haven being a 2-toned haired guy who you loved dearly and who you felt loved you dearly too. Feeling like you wanted to get directly to your source of comfort, you ran to the side of Kenma's house and lined up the back fence, scrambling up the side relatively quickly and dropping down into the backyard on the other side. Kazu! You called, running to the fence on the other side so you could use that to clamber up onto his roof. Pushed by adrenaline, you climbed up onto his roof and crawled to his window and then knocked on it. He pulled the blind back and looked at you with surprise. Yin? What are you doing up here? Please let me in, my dad is home and I don't want to be there, you begged, panting as you stared at him through the glass. He nodded and opened the window for you to get inside. He's just mean, you said as you fell in and onto his bed, scaring the cat with your unorthodox entrance. Oh, sorry, Kenma, you apologised to the cat. What happened? Your boyfriend asked. You sighed heavily and rolled over onto your back to stare at the ceiling, your bottom lip quivering as you tried to search for the starting point. I can't get through the front door without him attacking me. I'm always in the wrong for literally everything, and I can't deal with it anymore. I don't want to go back home if he's there. Please let me stay here, you begged, finally looking at Kenma with tears running down from the corners of your eyes, into your ears, and then down your face as you sat up. He nodded with a concerned look on his face as you sat up and opened your arms out for a hug. You needed a hug right now. He crawled over to you, and you wrapped your arms around his neck and pulled him down on top of you as you lay back. He was a little surprised by it, but went with you as you lay back, falling half onto you as you yanked him off balance. Please let me stay here. You're the only person I want to be with. Everyone else could die and I wouldn't care, you said through heavy sniffing. Okay, Maybe keep Lolita, she's nice, and no animals to die, but definitely everyone else. Kenma just lay there and let you grip him around the neck. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew you really did need him in that moment. I know what I have to do. I have to face the boss and take it on for Yin, he thought as he lay there. But what do I even do or say? So much effort to even think about it. You felt his weight increase on you as annoyance overtook him. Kozu? You sniffed, sensing that energy shift in him. He hummed. Are you okay? I know what I have to do, I just don't have the energy to do it, he said blandly. What are you talking about? Wait, are you talking about running away together? You asked hopefully. No, I mean, I have to go and see your dad. No, I'd much prefer to run away, he replied, looking into his eyes as he pulled back a bit so that he could see your face. We can't run away, he said. We're only in high school. I need to face the boss and defeat him. You're going to kill my dad? You asked. What? No, Kenma said with a shake of his head. I just need to do something, but I don't know what it is yet. Can we not go back to the house? You asked him. That's also an option. Running away from this isn't going to help anything, Kenma said as he pushed off you. It's best that we just get this over and done with. What are you going to do though? You asked as you sat up. Dunno, he shrugged. Don't you have a plan? You asked as you got off the bed, following his lead. No. Well then we should just run away, you said. That's my plan, and seeing as I'm the only one here with a plan then, maybe we should do my idea. Kenma turned to his door and opened it. Come with me, he said, reaching back and taking your hand in his. But I don't want to, you said sadly as you took his hand and let him lead you out of the room. To say that you complained and whinged only a little bit of the way back to your house was a massive understatement. You weren't happy about being dragged back home, but Kenma was determined to sort this out. Your anxiety peaked as he got to your front door, and your palms started to sweat as he rang the doorbell. From inside the house, you heard your dad get up and come to the door. You didn't want to look him in the eye, so you hung your head the second the door was pulled open. Yes? Your dad asked, looking from Kenma to the top of your head. Oh, thank you for bringing my wayward daughter back, he added when he saw you there. She's very irresponsible taking off on her own. He reached out to grab you and pull you into the house, but Kenma stepped in the way and blocked him from doing so. Your dad paused with surprise. I need to talk to you, Kenma said softly but firmly. About? Your dad asked with gruffness in his voice. My name is Kenma Kozume. I'm Yin's boyfriend, he said. Boyfriend? Your dad asked. You could hear the tone in his voice, and you knew that he was going to blow up, so you scrunched your eyes closed with the anticipation of his explosion. Kenma stood there quietly, just calmly staring your dad down, his cat-like irises showing that although he wasn't being aggressive, he also wasn't going to back down either. And when were you going to tell me about this, Yin? Your dad asked sharply. You flinched. Kenma felt you jump through your hand holding his, and he squeezed it a little to let you know that he was still there and he was still standing between you and your dad. That's why I'm here, Kenma said in an even tone, to tell you. Your dad, angered now that you weren't replying to him, turned his snarky gaze on Kenma. You turn up here on my doorstep with my daughter after she's run away, to you obviously, because you're a bad influence on her and making her disobey her father, he said in an irked voice. And what do you expect? Me to greet you kindly? Leave now and don't come back here again. You're forbidden to see Yin ever again. It was exactly as you had feared, and your heart started pounding. No, you whispered, looking down at the ground. No, Your head slowly raised, and you stared at your dad from behind Kenma. He's the only one who's nice to me, you said in a hollow voice. You're not taking the only one I care about away from me. I am your father, and I will make the decisions, your dad said darkly. You don't know what's best for you. I love Kozu, you replied quickly. I said it. I love him, and he loves me, I think. I do, Kenma said, looking back at you with a soft look in his eye. You are 10. Neither of you know anything about love, your dad snapped. Dad, I'm 16, you stated. Not 10. Still too young to know anything about love. You're so useless at 16 I thought you were still 10 because that's how you act, your dad belittled you. Kenma couldn't believe his ears. Is this how you were treated at home? No wonder you ran to his house. Come on, Yin, Kenma then said, having heard enough of your dad's irritating drabble. You can stay at my place. No, she won't be staying at your place, your dad snapped. She'll be staying at home here, and you will be going back to your place alone. Kenma had half turned to leave by then, but paused and turned his head so that he could glare back at your dad through his fringe. He radiated hostility, and although you knew he wouldn't throw hands at your dad didn't know that and looked a little taken aback. There was a bit of a standoff between them, then Kenma turned and walked away, taking you with him. "Come back here, Yin! Don't you dare walk away from me!" your dad called after you. "There will be consequences if you walk away!" You knew there would be, but you also didn't want to go back to him. Now what?" you said out loud. You were asking yourself the question, but also kind of asking Kenma, since this now involved him as well. He didn't reply straight away and just kept walking and pulling you along with him. Kozu? I don't know, he said softly as he walked back home. "I'm just going to go and play my game. Stay with me." "But what now? Am I staying with you forever?" you asked hopefully. "I guess," he replied as he got to his house and opened the door, then led you up to his room. Kenma the cat greeted you, and you smiled down at him, and then let go of Kozu's hand to pat him on the head and pick him up. He let you do so, and you walked over with him to the bed and sat down, while Kozu, your boyfriend, sat down on the bed next to you, game loading in hand. You snuggled into the purring bundle of Kenma and inhaled deeply into his fur. He smelled like comfort, and you held him there for a little longer, hoping that by sniffing him you would somehow get some clarity on what you were supposed to do next. Just then your phone rang in your pocket, and you pulled it out to look at it. "Oh, Lolita," you said as you pressed the answer button. "Hi, Lolita," you said, not in your usual chipper voice. "Sunshine, are you coming in today? If you are, would you be a darling and pick me up a coffee from around the corner? I'll have the money ready for you here." You sat up straighter and then looked at Kenma. He paused his game and looked at you. "I have work," you hissed at him, quickly slipping your hand from underneath Kenma the cat and placing it over the speaker so Lolita couldn't hear you talking to Kenma on the other end. "Go," he said. So he quickly got up and ran to the door, leaving your school bag in his room as he ran down his stairs to the front door. Yeah, I'm on my way now. What did you want?" you asked as you ran out of the house and off down the road. "Actually, I don't have any money on me, so I'll come and get the money from you and then go back and get you coffee, then run back," you said. "Oh, honey, don't worry about it," she said caringly. "I don't want you to be running all over the place just for me." No, it's fine, I don't mind," you said as you ran. "I'll be there soon, okay?" She said her thanks once more, and then you hung up and raced the rest of the way there. You didn't even try to hide the fact that you had bolted there and just came huffing and puffing in through the front door, grabbed the money from Lolita, and then tore back up to the coffee shop. Lolita had insisted that you get something for yourself as well, so you decided to take her up on it, since you hadn't eaten anything that night, really. You had left your house without even putting any of the food that your dad had brought home in your mouth. Now, with the drink for you and drink for her in hand, you went back to the shelter and opened the door. Here's your coffee," you said to her, handing it over, then using the back of your hand to wipe your forehead. "Oh, I hope I didn't make you rush," she said sadly, noting how out of breath you were. "No, it's fine," you panted. "I was running late, so I had to run." I wouldn't have known," she said with a chuckle, then took a sip of her drink. "I'm glad you called me, because I kind of had a lot going on, and I completely forgot about my shift here today," you said sadly, looking down at the ground in front of her. "Did you want to talk about it?" she asked gently. You paused and then shook your head. I don't really know where to start," you admitted. "My dad and I don't have the best relationship, and now he doesn't approve of Kenma, my boyfriend Kenma. Well, he doesn't approve of anything I do, to be honest." "Did he meet Kenma?" she asked. "Yeah," you sighed. "And it didn't go down real well. My bag is at Kenma's, and I'm going to stay there tonight. I just don't want to go back home, and the prom is coming up, and I want to get a nice outfit to wear, but I don't think I can save up enough to buy something before then. I don't get paid a lot here." Lolita's heart went out to you. She really liked you, and thought of you as a daughter that she never had. "Oh, don't you worry your little heart about that," she said kindly. "Just focus on yourself for now, and if there's anything you need, please let me know." You nodded. "Thanks," you said softly. "I don't want to be a burden to anyone else, though. All I do is burden people." "You are not a burden," she said sternly. "You're a lovely ray of happiness, and don't you let anyone tell you otherwise." There was something about how lovely and kind Lolita was that made you emotional, and your eyes filled with happy tears. "Oh, don't cry," Lolita tutted, bobbling up and down as she got up and toddled over to give you a hug. You couldn't help but start crying now. She was very kind to you, and you had done nothing to deserve her kindness. "Thank you for being nice to me," you sobbed into her. "Oh, it's the least I can do," she said as she held you close. Now go and spend some time with the kiddies. They always cheer you up. If you want to talk, I'm right here. You nodded and sniffed, then headed into the cat section so you could get them all sorted for the evening. Even though your mind was in turmoil, you felt at peace. You had Kenma and you had Lolita, and that's all that mattered to you. You felt safe with both of them. What do I do about Dad, though? You picked up the broom and swept the floor. I don't want to go back home, especially after that last interaction with him. I just don't like being around him full stop. Is there any way I could just cut him out of my life? You kept sweeping, focusing on your work as you tidied up the place. Lolita had been keeping an ear out for you, listening to your movements in the other room in case you called out for her or something. Oh, poor darling, she thought as she sat at the front desk slowly sipping her coffee. It's hard coming from a family that doesn't want or appreciate you. She thought about how you said you wanted to get a prom dress and smiled to herself. Getting Yin an outfit for her prom is a given. She's a good girl, she just needs someone to care for her right now. She smiled to herself. It's the least I can do for her. It was late when you returned back to Kenma's house, but he was still awake. Oh, what are you doing awake? You asked when he met you at the front door. I was waiting for you, he replied, like it was the only option he had. Oh, thanks, you said with a grateful smile. He let you in, and you followed him up to his room. Hey, Pi, I'm going to need to borrow a shirt, you said sheepishly. I didn't really have time to grab anything from the house when we left. That's okay, he said with a nod as he continued to press buttons on his PSP. Help yourself. Thanks, Pi, you said as you hopped up onto his bed with him. Okay, Apple, he said, still focusing on his PSP. Pi? You asked as you crawled closer and tilted your head a little to catch his attention. He looked at you from the corner of his eye. Did you mean it when you said you loved me? He paused his game and looked at you, his face inches from yours. Yes, he said softly. You felt giddy, and a smile took over your features as you remained on all fours next to him. Slowly you leaned in, while he leaned in towards you, and then you kissed. You stayed at Kenma's that night, snug and safe and warm in his bed, while he slept on the floor. The next morning you woke up a split second after you'd fallen out of bed and onto Kenma on the floor, and all hell broke loose. Ah! You screeched as your dead weight landed on him. Uh-huh, Kenma rasped, sitting bolt upright with you across his lap. I didn't! You screeched. What? I didn't see anything! I don't know anything! You screeched. I don't know what you're talking about, Kenma said in his raspy morning voice. Neither do I, you replied, now having woken up a little more and realizing that you weren't in a dreamland, still dreaming about unsavory things. Good morning, Kenma yawned, putting a hand to his mouth to stifle it. Morning, you replied, cat stretching across his lap and sneezing when Kenma the cat walked past your face and wiped his tail under your nose. You got ready for school at Kenma's house that morning and went to school with him, wondering what you were going to do about clothes and stuff for the next few days if you weren't going home. Dad usually doesn't stay at home for long, and then he's off again on some other work trip or whatever, you thought as you walked beside Kenma, who was on his PSP. I guess I can have a look at the house this afternoon. If he's there, then I won't go home, but if he's gone, then I'll go in and grab some stuff. Kenma had been side-glancing at you while you walked together. He could tell something was on your mind because of how you hadn't said a word since you and he had left the house that morning. Are you okay? He asked softly as he tapped his PSP. Me? Oh, yeah, I guess, you said with a shrug. I'm just wondering if I should go home and get more clothes this afternoon. I'll come with you, Kenma offered. Okay, thanks, he said with a smile. Has your dad tried to call you? Kenma asked, still not looking up from his game. No, well, I don't know. I blocked his number on my phone a while ago and just told him my phone was out of credit. Why does he need to call or text me anyway? Any message I get from him is always like negative and all like, you need to answer when I call, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Okay, Kenma said softly. Well, are you going to stay with me now? Am I allowed to? You asked him. I haven't even met your mum or dad. It should be fine, he said, still tapping away on his game. But what if it's not? You asked in a worried voice. Kenma was going to reply to you, but you'd gotten to school by then, and Kuro met you both at the gate. Ah, it's my favourite couple, Kuro teased, giving Kenma a sly look. Shut up, Kuro, Kenma said with a sour look on his face. Oh, come on now, no need to be shy, Kuro jeered with a smirk. And what have you two been up to? Well, if you must know, I stayed over at Kazu's place last night, and... Yin, don't say anything else to him. He just wants to tease me about it later, Kenma warned you. Huh? Pudding, is there something you want to tell me? Kuro leered at his friend. What happened during the sleepover? Nothing, Kenma replied quickly, stepping forwards to go around Kuro. You went to follow him while Kuro turned his interrogation on you. Come on, sidekick-chan. What happened? Just ignore him, Yin, Kenma said back to you, and you gave Kuro a guilty look but didn't give him any more information. Instead, just jogged a little to catch up to your boyfriend. Kuro followed on behind with a smirk on his face. He knew Kenma was an innocent soul, but he could also tell that if anyone was going to pull the deviant side out of his shy friend, it would be you. After school that day, you prepared to scope out your house to see if it was safe for you to go in and get your things, while Kenma tagged along for emotional support. Apple to pie, do you read me? You asked into your fist as you crouched low behind the wall next to your house. I'm not doing this, Kenma said from behind you as he hunched over to keep as hidden as possible, but also not wanting to be too into it. Oh, come on, this is a necessity, you whispered harshly, looking over your shoulder at him. No, he replied. Just look. Is he home or not? Wait, you said, crawling closer and looking around the corner to the house. There was a long pause as you stared at the quiet and still house in front of you. I don't know, you replied. Kenma's face fell. Well, how are you going to tell if he's home? He asked. I don't know, you said again. What's the point of even doing this? Kenma asked. The poor guy was getting dragged along into all of your adventures when he just really wanted to be playing his PSP at home instead. I still need clothes, you hissed. Then go up to a window and look in. I'll stay here, he said. Okay, Roger, over and out, you said, and then got up and ninja ran to the mailbox and hid behind it. It didn't hide you one bit, but you felt like you were stealth personified. You looked back at the wall where Kenma was hiding and gave him the thumbs up, and he just nodded, but still with a deadpan look on his face. Keeping low, you snuck up to the front window by the door and looked in. You couldn't see any shoes of your dad's or his bag or anything, so you pressed your ear to the glass and listened. All was quiet. But that wasn't a good indicator. Your dad wouldn't have been talking if no one else was around anyway. I think the coast is clear, you said once you'd run back to Kenma. I'm going to grab as much as I can and then clear out. He nodded. Okay, I'll stay here and wait for you. Okay, keep a lookout, you said. He nodded again and waited for you to go before pulling his PSP out and sitting down with his back to the wall. Grabbing for Jeff, your set of keys on the keychain, you ran for the front door and jammed the keys into the lock and turned, throwing the door open quite loudly. You figured that if your dad was there, he'd call out to see who it was, and you could just grab the door, slam it shut and run. But as luck would have it, the house remained in peaceful quiet, and you stood there panting for a second with the door open. That sprint to the front door, combined with the stress of not knowing if your dad was there or not, had really got your blood pumping, and it was going to take you a while to settle down after this one. Now that the coast was clear, you were confident that it was, you ran for the stairs and bounded up them 2 at a time to get to your room. Usually, it would take you ages to get ready for anything, event or a holiday, but this time you just grabbed everything in your drawers and just shoved the clothes into the bags that you found under your bed. You were packed and ready to go within 5 minutes. With a quick zip up of each bag, you threw them over your shoulders and ran for the stairs. The front door was still open as you barreled down the staircase, and you ran through and then quickly closed the door behind you, making sure it was locked, and then ran back to Kenma with heart pounding. I did it, I'm free, you gasped, still a little shocked that you were actually going through with this. Kenma paused his game, put it in his pocket, and then stood up and took the bags from you. You didn't think it was fair that he carried both, so you fought to keep one bag, and then you headed back to his house. He had said that it was fine for you to stay with him, but in your heart of hearts you knew you probably shouldn't. You didn't want to become a burden to his family as well. Later that afternoon, you had work, and so went with your head high and a soft hum on your lips. Sunshine! Lolita greeted you at the door, bubbling with her own internal excitement as she was going to invite you to come shopping with her on the weekend so she could buy you an outfit for the prom. I did it! I left! You grinned at her, feeling so light. You left? She asked. Yes, I've left home. I haven't told my dad, but I just can't live there anymore. He doesn't care about me anyway, so he's not going to care. He'll just be angry that he doesn't have someone to tell off every time he's home, you said sadly. Lolita's face contorted with compassion as she listened to you. No one should go through that, sweetness, she said softly. I support your decision. Thanks, you said with teary eyes. So you have a place to stay? She asked. Yeah, I'm staying with Kozu, but I don't know if it's a good idea because I don't want his family to end up hating me if I'm there all the time, but I don't know where else to go. Maybe I could live at some kind of teen shelter or something? Lolita frowned. No, honey, I won't have that. You can come and live with me. I have a studio flat attached to the side of my house, and the current tenant is moving out next week. Please stay with me. I won't charge you rent until you have a good stable job and can get your feet under you, she said kindly. Oh, really? You'd let me stay with you? You asked hopefully. That would be great, if you won't get annoyed with me being there. It's a separate living space, Sunshine. We'll have our own spaces, but at least you'll be safe. Oh, that's even better, but I want to pay something at least, or maybe clean or something. I don't want you to hate me and call me a slacker or whatever. Oh, sweetness, I've already told you I could never hate you, she said with a soft chuckle and a shake of her head. I do care about you, and speaking of caring about you, would you come shopping with me on the weekend? Yeah, okay, what are we shopping for? You asked her. It's a secret, but I need you with me, she said with a cheeky wink over her bright glasses, her rosy cheeks making her eyes sparkle even more. Okay, I'm suspicious, but in a good way, you said with a smile. Good. Okay, now you go and do your work and we can discuss this later, she said with a happy little chuckle as she let you go and do your thing. You were on a high that night at work. Everything was finally coming together, but you were worried that there was going to be repercussions. There were always repercussions. Everything's going so good again, so I have a feeling that one bad thing's going to happen. What could it be, though? That night after work, you told Kenma about staying at Lolita's place and also about going shopping with her on the weekend, and he nodded. She's nice. I like her. Yeah, same. She's got fun auntie vibes, but also mum vibes all in one, you said with a smile. I know I don't earn much, but if I pay her $5 a week for having me, then that's something at least. And then I have at least $10 for myself. Kenma turned his head away from you so that you wouldn't see his small smile. I like you in the way she is, but she's getting a little more responsible. She's even thinking of paying board. I don't even need to do that. You and Kenma spent some time kissing that night and then fell asleep with a smile on your face. Life was good right now. Life was very good right now. The next morning you were up early. You didn't want to get up when you had just woken up, so you rolled out of bed and onto the floor so you could sneak into Kenma's bed for a little bit. Kenma, the cat, was sleeping at the end of your boyfriend's bed, so you have to shift him off, which he was most upset about, but then forgave you once he settled on your bed over the spot where you had slept, seeing as it was the warmest spot. Your man stirred as you crawled under his covers and then opened his eyes as you popped your head out through the top, your body on top of his. Morning, you greeted brightly. Hi, Ian, he whispered softly, his voice still asleep as he reached an arm around you and pulled you down onto him for a hug. You snuggled down, but had to shift aside when he rearranged himself. You knew what it was all about now, and he seemed to be a bit shy about it, so you didn't make mention. He smelled so nice in the mornings, like a musky sleep smell, and you pressed your nose into the side of his neck and inhaled. That tickles, he said in a raspy voice as he crinkled his neck down to avoid any more potential tickles from you. I didn't know you were ticklish, you said with excitement. I wonder if I could make you laugh. Don't, he warned, trying to push you away now. Oh, no, I want to hear you laugh, you said, reaching down to poke him in the ribs. He crunched sideways away from you and put his hand out to stop you, but you were on the tickle warpath now and had your target set and locked. It's tickle time, you announced excitedly. No, it's not. No, Yin, don't, he begged, swiping his hand around frantically to block your attacks, but you were an expert at tickle attacks and managed to get through everything that he threw at you. You're going to have to really increase your defense, Kozu, you challenged him. Where's your volleyball defense skills? They're different. They won't work in this situation, he replied, throwing the blanket around erratically as he tried to escape from the bed, now that he couldn't escape your tickling. No, don't leave me, you laughed, holding onto him to stop him from leaving the bed. He had left himself wide open for a second, and you took the opportunity, making him let out a small giggle in the process. I gotta laugh, you gasped with delight. No, he replied, struggling to get away from you. He finally broke free, and you let him go, wailing as he rolled and crawled away from you. Come back, I'm lonely, you pouted. I'm not coming back until you promise you won't tickle me again, he stated, staring at you through his sleep-messed-up fringe. Promise, you said, opening your arms out to invite him back in. He crawled back over to you, and you embraced him and sighed happily with a smile on your face. I love you, Kozu, you said softly. I love you too, Yin, he replied, leaning in to kiss you on the forehead. That weekend you organised to meet with Lolita. Kenma was really happy that you were going with her. He hadn't wanted to go, so this was the perfect out, and he planned to spend the day at home with the cat, just playing his PSP and chillin'. "Hi, Lolita," you greeted the animal shelter receptionist politely as you bounced up to her at the shops. She gave you a warm smile. "So, what are we here for?" you asked. "Ah, well, I need to find an outfit," she said with a delighted twinkle in her eye. "An outfit for you?" you asked. "No, sunshine, for you, for your prom," she said excitedly. "Oh, the clothes are really expensive and I don't have any money, and I was actually thinking of telling Kenma that I couldn't go and then maybe we could just stay home or something. I was going to use my dad's money to buy the outfit, but I don't want anything to do with him, so I definitely won't be asking for money," you said, rambling away. "No, honey, everyone deserves to go to their prom, so I am more than happy to fund your outfit. Please let me do this one thing for you," she said. "But you're already going to let me stay at your studio, so this is too much that you're doing for me," you replied. "Oh, and I'm going to pay board, by the way, but I can only give you $5 a week." "Oh, heavens, no," Lolita replied sternly but in a loving voice. "I won't have you paying me. Let's talk about this later. For now, let me find you something nice to wear." You conceded, sighing as you did so. "Okay, if you say so," you said with a playfully reluctant eye roll. "Now come, I haven't had a daughter, so let me treat you," she said with a bright smile as she turned and started to totter her way towards the shops. You'd be an awesome mum, just saying," you said as you jogged a little to catch up to her. "Thank you, sunshine," she said happily. The next 3 hours were a massive conglomerate of dresses, pants, suits, and other clothes as they were handed to you over various stall doors, and with you trying on so many different outfits, all you could see by the end of the day, when you closed your eyes, were clothes. "This is it," you said, stepping out of the change room for the final time. "I feel it in my bones. This is the one." You pointed to the outfit that you'd just put on, and Lolita clapped her hands together, then adjusted her glasses. "Oh, you look fabbo, sunshine. You're glowing in that outfit." "Thanks," you said with a grin. "I like this one a lot." "Then let's get it," she said confidently. "If you like it, then we get it." "Okay," you said with a nod before disappearing back into the change room to get out of it and back into your normal clothes. With your prom outfit all sorted, accommodation sorted, and a happy future on the horizon, you were starting to feel like you had escaped that bad thing after all. "Sunshine?" Lolita asked once you'd done for the day and were walking back to the station. You hummed happily. "What was the last thing that your father said to you when you told him you were leaving?" "Oh, you thought hard for a second. I don't actually remember. Kenma was with me and we just left." "Does he know you're safe, at least?" she asked, giving you a concerned look. You thought hard again. "No, I haven't spoken to him since leaving, and I've blocked him on my phone, so he can't contact me," you said. She frowned. "Honey, I think we need to at least let him know that you're safe," she said. "He doesn't care," you shrugged. "Even if you feel like he doesn't, he's going to start questioning where you're staying if you're not staying with him at home," she said. "The only reason I bring it up is that I understand the situation you're in, and I actually had the police after me when I was younger because I became registered as a missing person." "You what?" you asked her with surprise. "Yes," she said with a small chuckle, amused by your shock. "Oh, no, he won't be caring about me. If anything, he'll be more upset that he has no one to control, so he'll start looking for me when that starts to get to him." She hummed. She didn't know all of the situation, but she also knew it wouldn't be a good idea for him to be able to have access to you again, just judging by what you'd said. She glanced at you from the corner of her eye. "Oh, I need to protect her, the poor thing. She's still so young. I'm hoping I can help her see her worth and be a good influence on her to drown out the damage her father's already done." You stayed at Kenma's house that night. You would stay there for another 3 nights, and then you'd move into Lolita's studio apartment. This would be your new start. You were sure of it. That night, your father came home to an empty house. He called out for you when he first entered the house, thinking you were cowering in your room or something. When you didn't reply to him, it got his hackles up, and he stormed up the stairs to give you a piece of his mind about being rude and not answering when he called you. That's when he saw that you weren't there, and that your clothes were gone too, leaving only an open and empty closet to meet his enraged silence. It took him a few seconds to register what was going on, and then he scowled and turned to march back down the stairs again. "That stupid girl has gone to stay at her boyfriend's house. Well, won't have that. She can't go off and sleep at someone else's house. How irresponsible. His parents are probably annoyed with her presence. They'll be wondering what kind of a parent I am to have such a dimwit of a daughter." He sighed angrily to himself. "Oh, best I bring her back home so she doesn't rub someone else up the wrong way." He was about to storm off and turn up at your boyfriend's house, but then he stopped short at the front door. I don't even know where he lives. I can't remember his name, he thought with frustration. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he tried to call your number, but it said that he couldn't get through or that your phone was switched off, and he seethed with anger. If she grew up a little, she'd have enough money to afford to pay her phone bills or get a new phone. God, how has she been surviving in this world? She's as thick as a brick. Unable to do anything else with the lack of information on your location, he just decided to enjoy the peace and quiet of the house and get some more work done instead. It had been a long week at conferences, but he still had to follow up emails and leads from potential new clients, so without another thought for view, he set about to focus on his favourite thing, himself. Lolita was busy tidying up the small studio apartment attached to her place for you to stay in, still wondering if she should go to the local police station and just explain who you were and briefly what had happened, so that if a call did come through stating that you were a missing person, then the police would be aware of your situation and wouldn't come after you. After all, she had wished that she had had someone to protect her like that when she had turned 14 and run away from home to protect herself from her father. How a man could be so cruel to his own daughter is a question that she would never get an answer for, but in a weird way she thanked him for all the life lessons she had learned, and now she could help you out of your own similar situation. Deciding that it would be best to protect you, she finished up her cleaning and then rang the local police station to have a chat. Blissfully unaware of everything else that was going on in the background, you fell asleep on Kenma's lap with your cat curled up next to you, the picture of a happy home. A few times, Kenma stopped his game to look down at you and gently brush the side of your face. I don't know how I ended up with Yin, but I'm really happy that she chose me to be with her on this life quest. I hope it's forever. Content from giving you a small amount of affection, he would go back to playing his game, and then later that night he ended up snuggling with you in his bed, one arm wrapped over you protectively, while Kenma the cat snuggled up across the end of the bed, keeping both your feet warm. You woke the next morning to Kenma sleeping beside you, and you smiled sleepily and kissed the tip of his nose to wake him up. Good morning, Pi. This is Apple speaking, you said in a just-woke-up voice. Would you like me to make us something to eat? Yeah, he whispered in a croaky voice. I'll come downstairs in just a bit. Okay, you said again, as you pushed the covers back and stretched, yawning and pushing your arms up in the air at the same time that Kenma the cat did his own type of stretch, arching his back up as he pushed his little paws out at the end of the bed. Once you and Kitty had done your morning stretches, he followed you down to the kitchen while your boyfriend was still waking up in bed. Come on, Pitterpaws, you coaxed, smiling down at your furry little companion as you rubbed your eyes to liven them up a little and took to the stairs down to the bottom level of the house. The place was quiet, and you smiled to yourself as you walked across the wooden flooring to the kitchen. Look at us, just a couple of misfits, you said to Kenma as he trotted beside you, tail up and waving as he meowed softly into his throat. It looks like anyone who needs a home ends up at Kozu's house. You chuckled to yourself as you reached for the pantry door to get things out for breakfast, as well as some cat food for Kenma. The way he was acting, it looked like he hadn't been fed for a whole year, but you knew that wasn't true because you'd been at home when Kenma had fed him last night. Okay, calm down, you giggled as Kenma tried to climb up your leg to get to the tin of food that you were holding. Ouch, ow, claws, baby, you have claws, and they're now on the side of my leg, ow, ouch, no, down. You hopped, defended, and ran so that Kenma couldn't climb you like a scratching post, and in the end you just ended up doing this weird game of cat and mouse where you just walked rapidly in a large circle while trying to open the top of the cat food can in the hopes that you could quickly drop the contents of the tin into Kenma's cat dish so that he could eat and forget about climbing you. Your boyfriend just so happened to come down the stairs at the same time that you were furiously walking in a circle around the dining table, and he just stopped and watched you from the safety of the bottom steps of the stairs. Do you need help? He asked as he watched your shenanigans for a while. Nope, I've got it, you said, managing to rip the lid off the can and holding the tin up. See? Yay! I win! You stopped to celebrate, and Kenma the cat ran straight into the back of your leg, making you jump with surprise. Whoa! Oh, I forgot about you. Food. Oh, it's in my hand. Aha! Fancy that. Okay, bowl. We need a bowl. Kenma, your boyfriend, sighed and walked over to the kitchen bench to hand you the bowl, and you grinned brightly at him. Thank you. I got a bit lost there for a second, you said with a sheepish chuckle, and then turned your attention back to the cat, who was starting to get a little impatient by now. Once the poor kitty had some food, you turned your attention back to getting breakfast for you and Kenma, but he had already taken over and was making stuff for you both. Thanks, you said softly. Sorry, I get distracted so quickly. It's fine, he said calmly, watching what his hands were doing. I don't mind doing this kind of stuff. Oh, okay then, you said with another sheepish smile, standing there not knowing what to do. Can you please pass me a knife? He asked, pointing to the knife nearby. Oh, here, you said, handing it to him. I'm gonna miss you when you go and stay at Lolita's, he said softly. Aw, same, but I'm gonna be over here more often than when I'm over there, so not much will change, I promise. I mean, when we snuggle, he said softly, and your heart fell to pieces in your chest. Kozu, you really can be sweet when you want to, you said with big watery eyes. I'm just saying what's on my mind. I don't usually say mushy stuff for the sake of saying it, he replied. I know, and that's why it's so nice when you do say mushy stuff, because I know it's coming from your heart. He nodded. I'm looking forward to prom, too, which is odd, because I don't look forward to many things. I know, you giggled. If prom was another gaming convention, then you'd be the first in line. Did you get the dinosaur outfit for prom? He asked, still making breakfast with his head down. No, you sighed. I still wanted to, but Lolita ended up buying my outfit for me, so it's not a dinosaur suit. Oh, okay. I guess I have to go and buy my own outfit then. You chatted a little more about prom and what colour he should match with. Then you both sat down to eat breakfast and then got ready and headed to school together. The next few days went by too quickly, and you sadly packed your things to head over to Lolita's place. Her house was a little further, so you'd have to catch the bus to and from her place to school, as well as her place to Kenma's house. He had offered to come along and help with the move, but the look on his face after carrying just one of your 5 suitcases told you that he really wasn't enthused by the idea of having to get more from his house and lug them over. It's fine, I can do a few trips. As long as I have my essential stuff with me for the first trip, it's all good, you said as you patted the closed suitcase on your lap. He nodded. You can just come and take another bag each time you come to my place and then go to hers, he said. Yeah, you replied, with a smile, and then looked out the window of the bus to watch the scenery go by. Not that I care, but has Dad even tried to look for me? It's been almost 2 weeks since I was at home. I bet he's just relieved that I'm out of his hair. The studio at Lolita's place was a lovely size, and you bounced around it to check everything out. Oh, sunshine, we have a shared washing machine. I hope that's okay. I don't need it to use it very much, because it's just me here. She gestured into the small laundry room that you would be sharing. Oh, that's completely fine, you said with a smile. Your phone rang in your pocket while you were standing there, and you pulled it out to see who it was, but an unknown number met your curious eyes. I'm not going to answer that, you said to Lolita, showing her the unknown number on your phone screen. Probably best that you don't, she replied knowingly. The number rang out and stopped, and the caller didn't leave a voicemail or message, so that gave you even more of an incentive to leave it and not chase it up. At school, your teacher hung up the school phone and let out a vexed sigh. What is it? Her co-worker asked. I can't get a hold of Yin Lin, a student in my class, and I need her to reply because she has an RSVP to the promenade dance, and I need to chase up numbers. She's always like this, so irresponsible, she muttered as she sifted through papers to find another number to contact you on. Why don't you just ring her parents? The co-worker asked. That's what I'm about to do, and if she doesn't respond by the end of tomorrow, then I'll be taking great pleasure in telling her she won't be allowed to attend the celebration. Your teacher finally found the number for your dad and rang it. He didn't pick up, but the voicemail stated that he was in a conference and that the caller should leave a message and he would call them back. Your teacher did leave a message, outlining briefly what the call was in regards to, and then hung up and prepared to leave for the day. It was just as she was about to walk out of the staff room that she got a call back. Hello, she asked as she picked up the landline. Hello, this is Mr. Lin, your dad greeted her. Oh, Mr. Lin, I do apologise for interrupting your day like this, she said with formal politeness as she bowed and held the phone in hand as she stood there at her desk. No, please don't apologise. It is I who should be apologising for the behaviour of my daughter, your dad replied with thinly veiled irritation. I merely wish to confirm her attendance for the promenade dance this coming week, and she has not yet RSVP'd, your teacher said, doing her best to keep her annoyance in check. Please accept my most humble apologies. My daughter appears to have received her irresponsible attitude from her birth mother, your father replied with much less veiled annoyance than his first attempt. Unfortunately, I too have been unable to contact her, but I will do my best to get an answer for you in a timely manner. Oh, I do so appreciate it, your teacher said, still trying not to sound too pissed. Should I not reply, or should she not reply, by the end of tomorrow, then please deny her entry, as she needs to learn that her irresponsible actions have consequences. Oh, you really are doing the best you can, the teacher comforted him. I appreciate that you see the same way as I do. I will follow your directives. The pair shared one last pleasantry, then hung up. Oh, that poor man, having to deal with a girl like that, your teacher thought as she left the school grounds for the day. Your father could have cared less about your prom, but he saw this as an opportunity to get in touch with you and yell at you for a few things. He knew calling your phone would result in a dead end, so he had a good think and then rang the local police station. Good evening, he greeted the officer that answered. I'd like to file a missing persons report. Yes, and who is that for? The police asked. My daughter, Yinlin, your father said. There was a pause on the other end and the officer spoke. Are you the father of Yinlin? That's correct? Yes, that's correct. May I have your name, please? Your dad gave his name and the officer spoke again. Mr. Lin, we actually do have your daughter's name on record here, and I would like to let you know that she is safe and well. You know my daughter? Has she come to the station? How do you know she's safe? She hasn't been returning my call. Sir, I'm not at liberty to answer your questions, but I can confirm that she is in good health and is being cared for. Why can't you answer my questions? This is my daughter we're discussing here. She hasn't been at home for a number of weeks now, and... Sir, with all due respect, her current guardian has called and notified us of her situation, and that is all I can divulge, unfortunately. It's her boyfriend, isn't it? He's the one who's stolen her away. She's been kidnapped. She is safe. Now, if you will excuse me, I'll be going now, the officer said, hanging up on your father since he had started to launch into a spiel about police being corrupt, etc., etc. Your father, fuming with teeth clenched, angrily hung up his phone, hissing his annoyance and frustration at the police not helping him. It's that good-for-nothing boyfriend. I bet it is. If only I could remember his name. He paced back and forth, racking his brain to think of the next steps from here, when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. I know which school she goes to. I could corner her there. The next morning, you were up bright and early, blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to wait for you at school. Hi, Lolita, you greeted your landlord as you slid the sliding door open and poked your head through. Good morning, sunshine. Did you sleep well? Lolita asked as she made herself a coffee with her beautiful three-legged Betty Boop cat twirling around her legs. Yes, I did. Did you? Sweetness, I always sleep like a log, she chuckled. I have no issues with sleep. Oh, that's good, you replied. I'm going to go now because I have school, so, yeah. Have you got work tonight, honey? Lolita asked just as you were about to slide the door closed. Yes, I think I do. I'll see you tonight then, you said with a grin through the crack in the door. Okay, sunshine. You have a good day at school, yes. Ciao. Ciao, you said before sliding the door closed and getting your things ready for school. As you were leaving, you got a message from Kenma, and you smiled as you opened the message. Hey, your dad's at the school gates, his message said. Your heart dropped. What? You sent back. You were going to keep texting, but then figured calling would work best, since there would be a lot of back and forth between you two about your dad's appearance at the school gates. What's he doing at the school? You hissed into the phone the second Kenma picked up. He had been trying to say a polite hello to you, but it got drowned out by your urgent question. I don't know. I just recognised him. You never forget a villain's face, he replied. Well, yeah, but that still doesn't answer my question. Oh wait, he probably saw that I'd taken all my clothes from the closet, and now he's wondering where I am. God, it took him long enough. But still, I don't want to see him. Where are you? Me? Oh, I'm hiding behind the fence. I'm not going to go in through the front of the school. If he's there, I'll go around the back. Okay, but what do I do? You asked. I can't come now, otherwise he'll want to talk to me. I don't know. Kenma replied. Screw it, I'm going back to Lolita's, you said, turning abruptly around, mid-step, and heading back to your new place. Oh, okay. I'll keep you updated if anything happens, Kenma said. Okay, thanks, you replied before hanging up. Your father waited impatiently at the front gates, right up until the final starting bell rang, and his face darkened even more so from the frown that he already wore. Late for school. Should have guessed. She already knows how to tick me off. Waste my valuable time like this. She's got a cop an earful when I see her next. He fumed internally a little more, but standing there thinking all these nasty things wasn't going to get anything done, so he had to change to plan B. Putting on his most concerned face, he entered the school and walked up to the front office. Good morning, madam, he greeted the lady on the front desk. I'm looking for my daughter Yin Lin. I need to speak with her and her phone is currently out of battery or something. So this is the next best way to contact her. Oh, of course, the receptionist said, picking up the phone and dialing the number for your homeroom. Your teacher picked up, and the receptionist explained that a Mr. Lin, father of Yin Lin, was here to see his daughter, but the teacher replied that you were not in attendance that day. The receptionist relayed the information to your father, whose vein popped out on his forehead at the inconvenience, but tried to remain calm despite his internal rage. Well, she should be here, he said with eerie calmness. Maybe some of her school friends know of her whereabouts. I do know that she is dating a boy. I presume he is a classmate of hers, he asked. I'm afraid I wouldn't know who that is, the receptionist replied. But would you know what he looks like? If I took you down to the classroom, maybe you could point him out and we could ask him if he knows where she is? Your father gave the receptionist a fake bright smile, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, please, I'm rather concerned for her well-being, he replied. I understand, the receptionist replied, standing up from her desk to take him to the homeroom. He and the lady got there just before the bell rang to signal first class, and all the students were asked to remain in the class for a moment so that your dad could identify your boyfriend. Kenma saw him enter and turned his face away, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Him, your dad signalled him out easily. Kenma Kozume, the receptionist called to him. Please come with us a moment. Kenma flinched as his name was called, and his face scrunched with annoyance. I thought my stealth stats were higher than that. He slowly stood, and then turned and walked towards your father and the receptionist, begrudgingly following them out to the hall and away to somewhere private to speak. Kenma, are you dating Yin? The receptionist asked him. He nodded. Where is she? Your dad demanded. Kenma shrugged. I don't know. You don't know where your own girlfriend is? I don't believe you for a second. Tell me where she is or I'll call the police. I don't know, Kenma replied again. He wasn't scared of your father, plus getting involved any more than this meant hard work, and he was allergic to work. Your dad was pissed. He just couldn't seem to catch a break. No one was being very helpful. Madam, do you have Kenma's home address on file? Because I believe that Yin is hiding there, your dad said through gritted teeth as he stared Kenma down while speaking to the receptionist. Kenma didn't flinch. He knew you weren't there. The receptionist pulled a face. I'm sorry, sir, we can't give out home addresses of students. If you believe that she is there, then this might be the time to call the police. I'll do it, your dad threatened. I'll call them. Kenma just stood there apathetically. He didn't know that Lolita had safeguarded your name, but despite not knowing this, he also didn't feel threatened by your dad. At all. If the police got involved, then you could talk to them about getting some kind of restraining order against your dad, and that's how he saw it playing out. Your dad saw that Kenma didn't seem scared, and his face went red with anger. Oh, the absolute gall of kids these days, he seethed internally. Having nothing more to say to either the receptionist or Kenma, he gave both a rather curt goodbye, then left, storming off down the stairs by himself. Kenma watched him go, and then got ready for first class, but not before texting you and telling you about the happenings with your father. Back in your little studio apartment, you had spoken to Lolita about what had happened, and she admitted that she had warned the police of him, and that if he ever rang to file a missing persons report, they could rest assured that you were safe. You were so grateful. Lolita had been like a curvy angel that had tottled her way into your life, and you certainly didn't want her to leave. You stayed home that day, playing with Lolita's kitty. She was a gorgeous little thing, super playful, despite only having 3 legs, and the thought crossed your mind about breeding her with Kenma the cat. Hey, you asked the purring cat on your lap, do you want to be a mum one day? The kitty didn't even stir, and you smiled softly as you stroked her from head to tail. Yeah, I guess I'd like to be a mum, you replied to your own question, sitting there and letting your mind go a bit wild. The thought of actually having babies with your boyfriend did make you squirm with nervous excitement, though. He was on your mind for most of the day, so at the end of the day, you texted him to see if it would be alright for you to go to his place. You'd missed him. Hey, is the coast clear? Can I come to yours? You texted. Yes, and yes, he sent back. Okay, you replied with a smiley face emoji. You checked the time and then got up and prepared to leave. It would take you a little while to get to Kenma's place anyway, so leaving now was a good idea. With one last goodbye to little Betty Boop, you left, happily making your way to the bus stop that would take you to Kenma's place. Your dad still hadn't given up and was back home fuming about this whole situation. He couldn't rely on the police to help, he couldn't rely on the school to give out any information, so his last resort was to prey on the classmates to ask if they knew anything. He knew around about what time school would finish, so he was back at the gate shortly after the final bell rang, waiting for some students to pass by. He had to ask a few students at first, and got a few dud replies before a girl from your class walked by. "Excuse me," your dad said politely to her. "Would you happen to be in Yin and Kenma's class?" Yes, she replied dubiously, looking him up and down. "I'm Yin's father," he introduced himself. "Yeah," she replied again, not knowing where this was going. "I'm trying to get in contact with my daughter, but it appears that her phone is off and I've been told that she wasn't at school today. I'm concerned," he said, with as much worry in his voice as he could muster. "Yeah," the girl replied again, still not completely on board with this. So far his story was checking out, because she knew that you hadn't been in class that day. It had given her more time to check out Kenma, without you being around. She was the one who had been interested in him. "Would you know where Kenma lives?" "I know they're dating," your dad stated. "I think she might be at his place." This piece of information really ticked the female classmate off, and she scowled at him. Yeah, I do actually. He lives just up the road here." She pointed in the direction of his house. "If she's going to be anywhere, it'll be at his place, and who knows what they'd be getting up to," she added, just to add fuel to the fire that was already raging underneath your father. He scowled back at her, but nodded his thanks. "Thank you very much, I'll go and get her now." She nodded, still pissed at the thought that you and Kenma might be under the sheets together, but also happy that if that were the case, then you were going to get your ass handed to you by your father once he got there. Satisfied that she had totally screwed up your afternoon, she turned and headed happily down the street towards her own home. A good half hour later, you hopped off the bus and skipped down to Kenma's house, not seeing your father hiding nearby. He had been scouting out the houses and had pretty much nailed which one belonged to Kenma's family, because it was the only one that hadn't had people come to it. Sure, he could have been wrong, but he was across the road and had a clear view of all 5 houses, so if Kenma or you left the house, then he would see, so you can imagine his surprise when he saw you walking down the street towards Kenma's house. He thought that you'd been there already. Wait, where's she been if she's not been at Kenma's house? This confused him, but he had your location now, so waited for you to go inside and get comfortable for a bit before he went to ring the doorbell. If no one answered, then he'd just wait until a parent came home and stopped them at the door to their own house. Kenma came down from his room and let you in, and you shared a hug and a kiss before going upstairs to chill together. You had missed Kenma the cat too, so spent a little time playing with him before asking your boyfriend about the day. Kenma was midway through explaining about your dad's appearance at school when the front doorbell rang, and you both stopped and looked towards his bedroom door. "Who's that?" you asked softly. I don't know," he replied. "Could it be Kuro?" you asked him hopefully. He has a key," he replied. "He just lets himself in, usually." "Oh." Kenma got up and walked to his bedroom door so that he could creep down the stairs and poke his head around the corner to see who it was. It's a man," he whispered, seeing the outline in the side panel of the door. "A man?" you asked. "Are you expecting anyone?" Kenma shook his head and crept forwards more, and then paused. "I think it's your father, Yin," he whispered in sudden shock. "What?" you hissed. "How did he know to look here?" I don't know," Kenma replied, "but I'm not answering." "Let's go back upstairs," he said, pulling on the back of his shirt and encouraging him to creep away. Your dad knocked again, but neither of you moved, sitting in Kenma's room trying to be as quiet as possible, lest he hear you talking somehow. Finally, after an hour, you felt it was safe. "Has he gone?" you whispered to your man. He shrugged. "I'm going to call Lolita and tell her to come and get me. I'm scared," you said, pulling your legs up to your chest and snuggling into Kenma's side. He wrapped his arm around you and pulled you close. "No one's going to get you, I promise," he said softly as he kissed the side of your head. "Okay," you whispered. You rang Lolita after that, telling her about how your dad was basically stalking you, and she promised that she would catch the bus to where you were and you two could go back home together. As she left work, she took a detour by the police station and inquired about the legal guardianship. It looked like you were going to need some more protection than just a place to stay. It was very late when she finally turned up at Kenma's place, and she rang you so that you would know it was her outside. Then you came down and opened the door for her. She stepped in, and you shared a greeting, and then Kenma came down and you all talked for a bit. It had only been about 5 minutes that she'd been in the house when there was a knock on the door, and Kenma poked his head around the corner. "He's back," he said. Your blood ran cold, and the hair on the back of your neck stood on end. "Why is he so desperate to see me? Does he want to yell at me that badly?" you asked Lolita, with a distressed look on your face. "Sunshine, don't you worry now. No one is going to open that door. Listen, I went to the police station and asked about legal guardianship, if that's something that you'd like. It just means that you won't have to put up with him anymore. I will happily be your guardian." She would have said more, except that you had grabbed her around her tummy and were hugging her so tight she had to stop. Yes, you squealed. "Thank you so much. Yes, please, I'd love you to be my legal guardian." "It would only be for a year and a bit, and then you'd be a legal adult. But until then, you wouldn't have to worry about him." "Oh my God," you said, suddenly getting emotional. "My luck is finally changed. I'm going to be okay." "Of course you are, love. We won't let anything happen to you. Right, Kenma?" she asked your silent man. He nodded heartily. "You'll need to come with me to the police station, though," she said. "You'll need to agree to the guardianship." "Do you even need to ask me?" you asked with heart-shaped eyes. "Let's go." "We'll need to wait till your father leaves," she said with a little pat on your head. "Although I don't know how long he intends to stay out there." A concerned hush washed over you all. If he had been out there since you arrived, then he was definitely committed to staying around until he had spoken to you. You weren't even sure what he wanted. "What does he want?" Kenma suddenly asked you. "I don't even know. He can't need anything. He never needs anything from me. When he talks to me, it's only to tell me how useless I am." You wiped your eyes and hung your head. "I don't ever want to see him again. Everything's going so well for me at the moment. I'm actually the happiest I've ever been." "But you're always happy?" Kenma asked with confusion. To him you hadn't changed. You were the bubbly, unaffected, happy person that never looked sad. Yeah, I guess happiness is just a coping mechanism for me. If I pretend that I'm happy all the time, then people don't know I'm hurt. I was hurting a lot before, but not so much now." Lolita's heart broke. You said such sad things so casually. "Don't worry, Sunshine. I'll be by your side. So if your dad insists on standing out there for 1,000,000 hours to wait for you, then he's got another thing coming, because this Lolita right here isn't going to stand by and watch." Her nostrils flared, and she adjusted her glasses for good measure, so she could show you her meanest face. "Wow, you're actually scary looking," you said with surprise. "I've never seen you look scary before." She let her face soften and she laughed. "Sunshine, I could never be angry with you." After you all waited for a little longer, it was time to brave the front door and see if your father was there still. I'm nervous," you said, your right index fingernail picking furiously at the loose skin on the side of your thumbnail. "I'm here," Lolita said, taking your hand in hers as she bid Kenma goodbye and then opened the door. You and Kenma shared a look as you stepped out with her, and then he closed the door and you stayed in behind Lolita as she walked down the steps and headed off towards the bus stop. Expecting to hear your father's angry voice, you braced, but it never came. Slightly unnerved by this, you looked around her, eyes searching for the man who was currently the source of all your tension. "Has he gone?" you whispered to Lolita. "I can't see him anywhere, Sunshine," she replied back in a soft voice, her own eyes searching in the shadows that lurked behind every brick wall and lamp post. You felt creeped out, but you weren't sure if it was just your own imagination playing tricks on you, or was he still actually watching you from somewhere. "What if he follows us?" you whispered to her, looking over your shoulder to see if anyone was coming up behind you. "We'll keep an eye out," she said softly again, eyes now set on the bus stop ahead, and good lighting. That would surely keep the nervous jitters at bay. The wait for the bus felt like an eternity, and a few other passengers arrived to board as well, making it hard to keep count of who had turned up and who was just walking past. Onto the bus you got, and found a seat, while another passenger got on through the back door and sat down low so as to remain unseen. That particular passenger hadn't seen you with this woman before, and wasn't sure how to handle the situation, so following you was their best option at this point. You couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhere nearby, and many times you glanced around the bus, but saw no one suspicious. "I think we're okay now," Lolita said with relief, but you still felt uneasy. Although you never actually saw anyone following you and Lolita to her place, you certainly felt that you weren't safe, and once inside her place you voiced your concerns. Hey, Lolita," you said nervously, Can Can I stay in your side of the house for a bit? I don't want to go to my studio just yet. You hung your head and wrung your hands together, waiting for her to just yell at you to go. Is everything okay, Sunshine? She asked gently. Surprised, your eyes flew up and met hers. You stared at her for way too long. Sunshine? She asked again when you just stood there with a blank look on your face. You didn't tell me I was being stupid or something, you said with the strangest look on your face, almost like the one thing that you were expecting didn't happen, and now you didn't know what to do. Why would I tell you that you're being stupid? She asked with concern. You said you wanted to stay in here. Is there a reason? Well, You looked away again, trying to gather your words so they'd come out in a coherent sentence and make Lolita see it from your perspective, whatever that was. I know you said that we weren't being followed, but I still don't feel 100% safe, and I think he's still out there. Oh, you can definitely stay here, she said invitingly with a warm smile. Don't leave here until you feel absolutely relaxed, okay? Come, I'll make us a hot drink. What would you like? All of the tension that you'd been holding in your shoulders melted away immediately, and your face broke out into a relieved smile. Oh, thank you so much, Lolita, you said with the warmness in your eyes. Oh, it's no trouble. I want you to feel safe here, she said as she bustled her way around the kitchen. Outside the house, your dad stayed put. He still didn't quite know what to do. He knew he couldn't ring the authorities because they already had your name down as safe, whatever that meant, and they weren't giving him any room to say his piece. But what if he rang the emergency services? Picking his phone up, he dialed 110, the hotline for police, and fabricated a story about you being held hostage at a residence. Seeing as this was a different line from the local police station, they were inclined to believe his story and made haste to get to the address that he had given them. It was about 20 minutes later that you could hear police sirens from outside coming down the road, and you paused, mid-sip of hot drink, and turned your head towards the door. You don't know why or how you knew, but you just felt like those sirens were coming for you. When they stopped outside Lolita's house, your heart sank. You turned and looked at her. She too sensed something was up, and she put her cup down and walked around the kitchen bench towards the front door. You had now frozen in place and couldn't move. Are they here to arrest me? Am I going to get taken away? Are they going to tell Lolita that her guardianship was a lie and that they were keeping tabs on me this whole time? Am I going to go to jail? That's it. I'll live the rest of my life in a cell. Will Kazu come and visit me? Stress poured from your heart into your veins and vice versa, completely drowning your body in cortisol as you panicked about imaginary situations that hadn't even had a chance to present themselves yet. There was a stern knock at the door, but Lolita was already there and opened the door the second that the officer's knuckles had grazed it, that second time. You really wanted to go and stand with her, but the fear took over you, and in the opposite direction you ran, around behind the kitchen bench and crouched down, tucking yourself up under the table so that you could hide a little bit. The conversation at the door was overheard very clearly by yourself, and you panicked when you heard the name of your father. I knew he was behind this. He followed us. Don't make me go back to him, please. I'll rot in jail. I'd prefer to rot in jail than go back home with him, please. Lolita very calmly explained the situation to the police and invited them inside so that she could show them the guardianship papers that had been signed by her and by you. The whole time that she was talking to them, though, she was looking for you and was worried that you might have done a runner. Yen, she called once she had shown the police the papers. Are you here, sweets? We need to discuss what we want to do about your father calling in false alarms. At hearing her call you froze up again, but the warmth in her voice and the calmness in her call made you crawl out from under the table and meekly pop your head around from behind the bench. Oh, you are here, she said with a warm smile. Come here, Sunshine, let's talk to the police about what happened this afternoon, yes? You kept your gaze on the floor as you walked over beside her, and she put an arm around you to steady you. You are Yinlin, yes? The police officer who'd been doing most of the talking asked you. Yeah, you said softly. Sorry, I didn't come out because I didn't want to get arrested. I can promise you that we're not here to arrest you, he said kindly, being far more understanding now that he had been given some context. But we might need to arrest someone else if you'd tell us what happened today regarding your father. Yeah, he's not nice, and Lolita is nice, and he's been stalking me today, you said bluntly, looking more at Lolita than at them. Stalking? The officer asked you. You slowly made eye contact with him. Yeah, you replied. What was he doing that made you say he was stalking you? He queried gently. Well, first of all, he was waiting outside the school gates for me in the morning, and my boyfriend texted me about it, so I didn't go to school, you said. Then he found out where my boyfriend lived, and I happened to be there, and he was staking out the house. Then he followed me and Lolita home, and... Would you testify to this? The policeman said. Should this escalate? Yes, you said firmly, finally seeing that they were all on your side. No one had told you that you were being stupid or paranoid or weird. They actually, for the first time in forever, believed you. And you say he's not nice. Can you please explain how he's not nice to you? The policeman asked. Yeah, he just... This is where you stumbled a little. Trying to pin emotional abuse was hard. Lolita reached out and gently rubbed your back soothingly with her hand, her warmth and silent encouragement permeating through your being. The second I'm around him, he starts telling me what a useless person I am. I'll never amount to anything. I'll always be the dumbest person he knows, irresponsible, weak, careless, airhead. You are now listing all the qualities that he bombarded you with daily. I don't want to have that anymore, you said honestly, interlacing your fingers together and reaching up to plop them on top of your head and squeeze so that you did your best to maintain composure and still look the police in the eye. Lolita is so nice to me, you broke down, and I don't see how much he was mean to me until I met her and my boyfriend, Kenma. Actually, so many people are mean to me. And then I thought it was just me being annoying and stupid, so I just accepted it, but then I met them, and they're so nice, and they never call me stupid, and they never say I'm being paranoid. They just listen, they validate me, and I don't want to go back home. Your speech, which had been very well articulated given the stressful situation, touched the policeman's heart, and a sympathetic look crossed his face as you stood there with hands on head, giving him a very determined look as tears streamed down your face. Lolita too was so proud of you. It was hard acknowledging that you'd been suffering from a form of abuse, and she was also glad that she had made an impact on your life, so much so that you were able to see the abuse now that you were out of a toxic relationship with your father. Where does your father live? The policeman asked you. You gave your old address. But if he's not there, then he's probably on some trip somewhere, you said. Does he go on trips often? The policeman asked you. Yeah, all the time. There were times that I was home by myself for a week before he would show up with his negativity, you said blandly. What is your age in? The officer asked, writing something down in his book. Do you have a mother or siblings? I'm 17, only child, and Mum, she left Dad when I was maybe 10, you replied. Dad blames her for the way I am, says that she was the irresponsible one and that's where I get it from. Then you had a light bulb moment. Wait! He's taking his frustration out on me because of Mum left him. Oh. The officer frowned into his notebook, and Lolita cracked a small, sorry smile on her face as she watched your hand slip from your head back down to your side. Tonight had been a big night for you, a lot of sudden realizations. That is a criminal offence, the officer said, to leave a minor on their own with no guardian. You nodded. You didn't quite know what he was talking about, but you certainly agreed. Well, you now have a proper legal guardian here, and I can see you are in good health and that you are cared for here. He then turned to Lolita. We'll be in touch, he said after giving her a nod. There's another person we'd like to visit tonight. She nodded, and pleasantries were exchanged before the two officers left. Are they going to my dad's place? You asked her, as you and her walked back to the kitchen to continue your hot drinks that were not so hot now. Most probably, she said with a small chuckle. I believe he's finally cooked his goose. All of his sins are catching up with him now. Oh, I feel a lot better than I did before, you said as you sat down and picked your drink up again. Thank you, Lolita. Sunshine, it's a pleasure, she said, smiling into her tea as she felt the pride of being able to see justice served come to one who deserved it the most. Lolita's kitty slept at your feet that night, and you slept soundly. It had been a big night, but a necessary night, to take the steps forwards that were needed. The next morning, you were up and off to school. You couldn't wait to tell Kenma all about what happened, and you only got about 1/3 of the conversation out when the first bell rang for the day. Ah, fudge and caramel on a stick. I was just getting to the good bits, you said with a frown and an annoyed click of your fingers when you heard the bell. I'm hungry now, though, because of the fudge and caramel on a stick. Did you want to get food with me after school today? Kenma asked you. I don't have practice. Oh, yes, and then I can tell you all about the rest of what happened. Spoiler alert, my dad is actually a real dick. That's not a spoiler alert, I already knew that, Kenma said bluntly, his candidness making you laugh. Yay, well, we'll talk more about this afternoon, okay? You asked, reaching out to squeeze his hand before letting it go and walking to class. Yeah, he replied, giving you a warm side glance through his fringe. And then they said they were going to pay him a visit, you said excitedly, pausing your mad crunching of spoon and glass as you sat at the cafe booth retelling the story of last night to Kenma. He had listened quietly the whole time, his whole attention on you, and you felt like the luckiest girl in the world. That's good, he said once he had stopped talking. Right? You said with a happy grin as you stabbed your spoon into the crushed ice of your halo halo drink. Oh, a jelly piece, you whispered happily as you scooped it out of the glass and popped it into your mouth. Hey, where's your pissy pea? You don't have it with you today? I finished Monster Hunter, he replied after swallowing some of the sweet drink. You did? That's awesome, you replied happily. So what now? I've ordered another game, he said calmly. It's a new one, so I have to wait for it to come in. Oh, excitement, you said, scooping out some more of the sweet ubi ice cream with a small slither of jackfruit in amongst the crushed ice. When's it coming in? Next week, Monday, after the prom. Prom is this Friday. Prom? Oh my god, I haven't RSVP'd, you gasped. What's today? Is today Tuesday? Wednesday. Frick, it's in 2 days' time. Is it too late now to RSVP? Let's just go. I thought I'd RSVP'd for you when I sent my own in, Kenma said, trying to remember if he had or not. Did you RSVP for me? You asked with giant watery eyes. I'm pretty sure I did, he replied. Oh, you're amazing, thank you so much, Kozu, he said again, reaching for his hand on the table and squeezing it. I'll give you a hug later. He nodded, and you both went back to drinking your drinks in peace. Nervously, you put your prom outfit on and turned to look at yourself in the mirror. Can I see, honey? Lolita's excited voice asked from behind your closed studio door. Yeah, you called out to her. She pushed the door open and looked at you with her hands clutched together. Oh, she exclaimed. You look simply amazing. Thank you, you said shyly. It's because you helped me pick this one out. Oh, don't be silly, you picked it yourself, she replied as she tottled into the room and gently twisted and shook different parts of your outfit to make sure it was sitting just right. Perfect, she hummed as she bustled around you. You beamed at her. Thanks for everything, Lolita, you said warmly. I'll catch the bus in, and if it's going to be a late night, then I'll stay at Kozu's, but I'll text you to let you know. Yes, please let me know, she said with a smile. I will, you replied, bending down and grabbing for your shoes to put them on. Lolita helped you with the last of your things, and then you were off out the door and walking up to the bus station to catch it to school. You hadn't thought this through, though, hopping onto the public bus dressed up to the hilt. Your embarrassment peaked as you got on and found a seat and then sat down. It felt like every single eye in the immediate 10 kilometres around you was on you, and you just stared out the window and tried to ignore them. Just gotta get to school. You took a deep breath in and then sighed it out and pulled your phone out to text Kenma. Hey, I'm on my way, you sent. I'm almost ready, he sent back. I'm nervous, you admitted to him. Why? Came his reply. Because, I don't know, I just am, you sent. I'm looking forward to seeing you, he sent, and you smiled down at your phone, your smile feeling a little wobbly from the nerves that you were feeling. You'd been hoping that the ride would be somewhat short, but also long at the same time. You didn't know which one was making you feel more nervous, being on the bus in your prom outfit, or getting to school and having Kenma see you in your prom outfit. But you didn't have time to stress about it anymore, though, because the bus arrived at your stop, and you got up and got off. Have a fun night, a little girl said to you as you got off, and you only just had time to smile at her before you passed her and got off the bus. You looked back at the bus, intending to call something nice back to her, but the doors had already closed, and you just stood there watching as it drove away. Oh, okay, well, now I have to find Kozu, and you turned around. He was standing there. Whoa! Where did you... You threw your arms up with the broad side of your hands facing him, as if you were about to karate chop him. You look really good, he said softly, his eyes watching you through his curtain fringe. He had on just an ordinary-looking suit, but damn, he looked good. You look so good, you said, lowering your arms to your side. He held his hand out to you, and you reached out and took it, accompanying him as he walked to the school hall where the prom was being held. More and more of your classmates could be seen as you got closer to the doors, and you could hear the music coming from inside the hall. Your teacher was waiting at the door with a clipboard full of names, and not thinking anything about it, you and Kenma just walked straight up to her and waited. She looked down at the list and ticked something, and then looked back up. Kenma Kozume, you may enter, but Yin Lin, your name is not on the list. Not on the list? But I'm in the class, he said with confusion. I am aware, she said through clenched teeth. But you did not RSVP. I mentioned that she would be with me, Kenma said to the teacher, and she shook her head. We cannot accept RSVPs on behalf of other students. Each student was in charge of their own selves. So if Yin has not RSVP'd for herself, then she is not allowed in. The look of absolute sadistic delight on the teacher's face made you feel like she had planned this from the beginning, and your heart dropped. All this effort, all this getting ready for the prom, and I'm not allowed in. This is BS. We'll go then, Kenma suddenly said, and turned to leave, still holding your hand in his. We what? You asked, being led away by him. Kenma, the teacher called. You have RSVP'd. You must attend. If you're not letting Yin in, then I'm not going in either, he said over his shoulder as he continued to walk away. Your mind immediately snapped back to a memory where you had been out with your friends at the shops. Everyone seemed to be having a good time, but you felt like you weren't really being included. You didn't have any proof though. They were all kind of being just half inclusive, but you felt like it was forced. The true feelings of the other girls became apparent though when they decided to go into a photo booth to take pictures to commemorate the time that you'd spent together that day. Oh, wait, it only says 4 at a time and there are 5 of us, the leader of the girl group said as she looked back at you all. Oh, that's an easy fix, another girl said, looking at you. We'll do us 4 and Yin can wait out here. All eyes were on you, and you just looked at them in turn, your heart sinking slowly as the reality hit you that they didn't want you in the picture. Unable to speak, you just watched as they all crammed into the booth to take the photo, then hopped out again, laughing and chatting happily as they waited for the photos to print out. Does anyone want to come in with me? You asked, stepping up to the door of the photo booth by yourself. No thanks, one of the other girls said as she reached for the photos that had just printed out and were sitting in the little catchment tray at the bottom of the photo booth printer. Oh, you look so funny in this one, girlfriend number 1 teased girlfriend number 2. Oh my god, delete that one, girl 2 replied, all 4 girls making comments to each other about the faces that they had pulled. You were upset, but you didn't want to cry, that would just make it worse. They would just tell you that you were being stupid and a crybaby. On the way to the station, walking at the back of the group, one of the girls dropped back to ask you something and saw that you were really down. Why are you being like this? She asked with annoyance. Why are you always being a sook? I wanted to take a picture with everyone, but you guys didn't let me, you replied glumly. Well, you should have spoken up. It's your fault you didn't get a picture, she said dismissively, before catching up with the other girls and ignoring you. This whole memory happened in the blink of an eye, and you looked down at Kenma with his hand holding yours, and tears welled in your eyes. You're not going to go in without me? You asked him. No, he replied. I don't want to go in if you're not in there. Your bottom lip quivered. He really was the sweetest boyfriend. You pulled your hand from his and threw yourself at him, hugging him violently as you sniffed heavily to hold your tears back. Hey, he asked as you squished him with love. I'm so happy. I've never had anyone care about me before and I want to get a picture, you babbled, half through stifled tears, half not. A picture? Kenma asked. Yes, you stated. Let's go now. You then grabbed his hand in yours and dragged him out the front gates of the school and off down to the local arcade where you knew they had a picture booth. Determined and happy, you marched him straight up to the booth and glanced at the person limit sign on the side. Without hesitation, you stepped in and grabbed his arm to pull him in as well. Poor Kenma was along for the ride now, and you pulled all kinds of faces for the photos, while he just stood there with the most lost look on his face. Once you had taken all the photos you wanted, you stepped out and waited for them to print. Today has been the best day, you said happily, wiping the tears that had been sitting along your lower lid. But, he said softly. He was going to ask why. To him it seemed like it had been a bad day because you weren't allowed into the prom, but your radiant face was proving that to not be the case. This one's my favourite, you chuckled, pointing to a picture of you kissing him on the cheek and a surprised look on his face. He looked at all the pictures and pointed to one at the bottom, where he had sneezed, and you were laughing your heart out. This one's my favourite. You look the happiest in this one. You smiled at him, and then leaned in and kissed him on the lips. You know what? Let's go and get some food, then go back to yours and have our own prom, you said, hyped up on happiness. Okay, Kenma said, following your lead. Your purchases at the local food store looked more like an unsupervised 7-year-old had been given $100, and when you left, you went straight back to his place and set up for your makeshift prom. What song do you want? I'll make a playlist, you said, pulling your phone out of your pocket and setting it up. I really don't know, he said. You can pick. Even better, he replied with a bright smile. In 15 minutes, you had everything set up in his room and the floor cleared for dancing. Okay, if I was at the prom, I'd want to dance. Come and dance with me, you implored, connecting your phone to his speakers so you could blast some music to dance to. Honestly, you didn't care if Kenma was going to dance with you or not, so you just started moving on your own once the music started. Kenma was frozen in place. He wasn't the dancer type, so he was much happier to watch you absolutely break it down on your own. After one song, you were already tired. "I need sustenance," you announced, pointing up into the air before pointing to the snacks and drinks that you had bought earlier. Kenma again watched as you hooked into the food, shoving plenty of different types into your mouth before selecting the next song to dance to, while you tried to drink something. You were high on sugar within 2 minutes of ingesting the food and had lost all sense. The only thing you cared about was having a good time now. You tried to get Kenma involved, but he just didn't seem to have gotten the memo. Dancing on him and seeing the expression on his face was something else, though. "This is my song!" you exclaimed as a particularly raunchy song came on. Kenma, who had been low-key held hostage by your dancing, moved away to get some snacks and then went and sat on the side of his bed. That was a mistake though, because that left him wide open for you to dance your way over and start making some heavily suggestive moves on him. Although the majority of your good vibes were sugar, the other part of it was this overwhelming sense of freedom from bad vibes, bad friends, and just general negativity from the world. You felt invincible right there and then, completely at home in your own skin, dancing like an idiot in front of your boyfriend. You flicked your hips from side to side as you rested your hands on his shoulders and neck and sang along with the words, giving him a half-littered look while you did this. Feeling good now, you wanted to make me do some things tonight. Things only boyfriends and girlfriends do. Later that night, after you'd put some clothes on, you texted Lolita to tell her that you'd be staying at his place that night. You explained briefly about the prom thing, but then said you'd explain it better the next day in person. That night had been amazing anyway, so you were actually happy that you hadn't gone to prom. The next morning, Kenma offered to take you out for breakfast. "I'm definitely not wearing that out in public again," you said with a mortified look on your face as you stared harrowingly at your crumpled prom outfit, which had been thrown on the floor, and now claimed by Kenma the cat. "You can use my clothes," Kenma offered nonchalantly, pointing to his wardrobe. "But I'm already in your clothes." You grabbed the soft fabric of his Neko shirt and pulled it out for him to see. "Just pick something else to wear," he offered. "I don't care." You had been in his clothes many a time. It was always a comfort to you, so getting to move from one Kenma outfit to another Kenma outfit was double awesome. So after having a shower and pulling his sweats and t-shirt on, you held hands and headed out to somewhere close by for breakfast. It was a slow, casual stroll. The birds were very lively today, and their songs sounded a lot clearer in the late morning sun than you'd ever heard them before. "Look!" You pointed up to a vapour trail being left by a plane overhead, stopping for a second to watch it. Kenma looked up and observed the trail for a bit, before looking across at you. "You look extra happy today," he mused softly to your radiant face. "I feel extra happy today," you admitted. "Like I've leveled up or something." "Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like," Kenma said with a solid nod of his head. You were speaking his language now. "Will you always be like this?" you then asked him, squeezing his hand a little as a mildly concerned look crossed your face. "What if you guys didn't work out? What if this relationship only lasted until the end of school? What if he broke up with you later that day?" Stress and overthinking took over and started to spiral you out of control, but Kenma felt it. He was in tune with you now. "Yin," he said, turning his body to face you. "Life is a quest. I don't want to sound dumb, but it's true. And if I'm going to be battling monsters, I want to have my best team with me, and I need my best person beside me. That person is you." Your stressed out heart relaxed, and your face showed your relief. "Really?" you asked hopefully. "Yes, really," he replied honestly. "I need you by my side." "Well, you can count on me. I'll always be your side character." "I don't want anyone else. I just want you," he said, leaning in to kiss you. "I'll always be here," you replied in a whisper, just before your lips met. Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the prologue of that side character, and this one is titled Years From Now. You grinned as you pushed open the doors to a very large, official-looking building with the sign above the door, Bouncing Ball Corp. "I was so excited today, I don't even know why," you thought to yourself as you entered the spacious lobby and smiled at the receptionist there. "Good morning, Yin," she greeted politely. "Mr. Kenma is in his office. He's expecting you." "Thank you," he said with another smile as you passed her and headed for the lift. As you reached out to press the elevator button to head up to the office, the overhead downlights caught shine in the beautiful engagement ring on your left hand, making it sparkle and glint in the white light. While you were admiring your ring, the elevator doors dinged open and you waited for the people inside to exit and then stepped in by yourself. It was a short ride to the top, and you got off and walked down the hallway to Kenma's office door. Knocking softly, you grabbed the handle and opened the door, peeking your head in to see him sitting at the 3-screen computer desk with headset on, in the middle of a very intense game. 3 on your left, he mumbled into the headset, clicking the mouse furiously and pressing keys on the keyboard in sequence. Silently, you slipped over to his desk and peeked at the screens from over his shoulder. He was trialling a new game of some kind, and seemed to be right in the middle of something. He wasn't saying very much, but you could hear absolute hysteria coming from inside his headset, people screaming in a panic as their characters were wiped out left, right and centre, until a big finish sign popped up across the screen, blurring out everything else behind it. Kenma took his headset off and turned to look at you. "Oh, you knew I was here?" you asked with surprise, when he seemed to have known that you were standing there and didn't act at all shocked to see you. "I thought you were too involved in the game." "I saw your reflection here," he stated calmly, pointing to a silver ball sitting at the desk that was so polished it acted like a mirror. "Oh," you said with a grin, "nothing gets by you, Kozu." He rolled his chair back a bit and stood up so he could give you a hug. He wasn't that young boy that you had met back in high school. Now he was grown up. He was a CEO, YouTuber, pro gamer, everything. But on top of all that, he was your man. Swiftly he put his arms around you and pulled you in for a hug. "How are the wedding plans going?" he asked. "Good, I just came by to give you an update," you said, giving him a tight hug back. "Is Lolita able to come to the wedding?" he asked. "Yes, she said she'd change her flight so that she could be back in time. It's frustrating that the vet conference had to be on the same weekend as our wedding, but I'm really happy that she decided to go and do vet science." "And updates on your dad?" he then asked. "I am very pleased to say no updates, because ever since we moved to the city, he completely dropped off the face of the earth. The police have been really helpful too, since I'm an actual real-life adult now." You gave him a goofy grin. He nodded. "Did you want to go out for dinner tonight once you finish your work?" you asked him as he let go of you and stood back a bit. "Yeah." "Because I was thinking we could try that new dessert place down the road. I saw they did apple pie." Kenma's eyes low-key lit up, and you could tell he was excited by that thought. "Okay, is Kenma going to be okay if we don't go home straight away?" he then asked, concerned for the well-being of that beautiful kitty that you had saved close to 8 years ago. Dear Kenma the cat was getting really old now and couldn't see too well, but aside from that he appeared to be in good health and would just spend his days sleeping away under the window where the sun was shining the brightest and warmest. "Yes, I went home just before I came here and put some food out for him, so he should be fine," you said with a smile. "He's been such a good cat." Kenma nodded. "Hey, we also need to organise our honeymoon," he added, his face falling as his whole body suddenly looked extremely exhausted. "Why is getting married so draining? There are so many things to prepare." You giggled. You never change, Kozu, you chuckled. "It's okay. I've got a few places in mind, and I've checked pricing for some of them, but we can talk about it over apple pie." "Okay, I'm glad you have the energy that I lack," he said honestly, as he turned back to switch the computers off. "Oh, are you done for the day?" you asked when you saw him shutting everything down. "Yes, I can say when I want to finish, so I finish," he said, still closing the systems down. "This life really suits you," you mused. "You can just do what you want to because you're in charge." Kenma straightened and nodded once he'd closed the computers down. "Yes, and I can go and have apple pie when I want to," he added. You chuckled. "That's a good enough incentive for me. Let's go." And with that you grabbed his hand and ran for the office door, dragging him along behind you. "Why do we have to run?" "We don't need to run. Running makes my legs tired," Kenma whined as you pulled him along. "Come on, it's like all those years ago when we were still in school," you giggled. "We've been together for so long, huh?" "Yeah," he said, watching as you turned back to face the door so you could open it and pull him through and out the other side. "And I plan on it being more than a long time. That's one thing I'll never get tired of. You, Yin," he thought, as you merrily took him off down the hallway to go and have some apple pie. And there ends the completed book of that side character. Thank you so much for listening along. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you, hopefully, in another book.